Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, Spatial Magic, Bonus. The library was a stop Regulus had to make before leaving school. Several books needed to be returned. It was quiet enough to hear the faint rustle of turning pages. Most students had already packed and were ready to head home. Only a handful remained, bent over their research. Regulus moved slowly along the shelves when a hesitant voice sounded behind him. Regulus. He turned. Lily Evans stood between two rows of shelves, arms full of thick books. The top one was Advanced Potion Making. Lily. Regulus paused and greeted her warmly. She stepped closer, her voice tight with nerves. I wanted to send you a Christmas gift, but I don't know your home address. Could you tell me? Lily's green eyes fixed on his gray ones, hope flickering through them. Regulus was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his tone was still gentle, tinged with apology. I'm sorry, Lily. The Black family address is protected by ancient magic. I'm bound from revealing it. External mail, especially anything sent through non-magical channels, can't be delivered directly either. 12 Grimald Place was wrapped in powerful protective enchantments. The address itself carried magic. It was a top-level secret. Even knowing it could trigger defensive wards. On top of that, Walburga despised anything connected to the Muggle world. A gift from a Muggle family would not only be destroyed, it could cause Lily unnecessary trouble. The light faded from Lily's expression. She lowered her head, red hair falling forward to hide her eyes. After a long pause, her voice came out quiet and subdued. Is it because my family is Muggle? It has nothing to do with that. Regulus shook his head. There were indeed wards at 12 Grimald Place that blocked Muggle mail. If he truly wanted to receive something, there were ways around it. He simply could not say that. Anyone outside the family who learns the address triggers the defenses. There are no exceptions. Even close relatives would be cursed if they revealed it casually. The magic automatically screens bloodlines. Unapproved parcels are destroyed on arrival, and the sender can be affected as well. Lily listened, then nodded. She let out a small breath of relief. This was all foreign to her. Hogwarts classes never covered things like family wards, address curses, or automatic bloodline screening. These were secrets passed down through pureblood families, magic woven into old walls and genealogies. The other pureblood students she knew never brought these things up. They did not explain them, and they never thought they needed to. To them, it was common sense. As natural as knowing the sun rises in the east. If someone like Lily, born to Muggles, crossed a taboo out of ignorance, it was never seen as their problem. It was simply a mudblood lacking manners. She had never tried to ingratiate herself with anyone. She had only decided that Regulus was someone worth befriending. Respect and equality were rare things in a world soaked in blood prejudice. As long as Regulus was not rejecting her gift or her friendship, the address did not matter. She did not ask again. She only held her books a little tighter. She turned to leave, then stopped. Looking back at him, her green eyes curved into a gentle smile. Then I'll give it to you after the holidays. Is that okay? Yes. Regulus nodded without hesitation. If you don't mind, tell me your address. I'd like to send you a gift as well. Lily blinked, then smiled in earnest. It's 4 Privet Drive, Cokeworth. Merry Christmas, Lily. You too, Regulus. He watched her disappear at the end of the shelves and let out a quiet sigh. The gap between worlds was never something goodwill alone could erase. Still, this friendship was one he intended to protect. The next morning, the Hogwarts Express arrived right on time. The platform buzzed with noise. Students crowded together, laughter mixing with the hoots of owls. Regulus carried his trunk. Hermes was staying at school. Cuthbert and Alex followed behind as the three joined the flow toward the train. Cuthbert leaned in, lowering his voice, barely hiding his schadenfreude. That Lestrange didn't get to leave. Heard he was doing dark magic experiments in an abandoned classroom yesterday. Professor McGonagall caught him in the act. He got injured too. He's spending Christmas in the hospital wing and getting detention after the break. Regulus lifted a brow but did not ask for details. Rabaston's outcome had been expected. Hermes and Cuthbert were not subtle, but they were effective. Isn't that Potter? Alex said suddenly. Regulus followed his gaze. James Potter stood by the train doors, laughing with Remus and Peter. Sirius leaned against the carriage, still wearing those faded jeans. When he saw Regulus, the smile on his face stalled, then he turned away. Lily stood nearby, saying goodbye to another girl. When she noticed Regulus, she waved, smiling openly. Regulus inclined his head in return. The whistle blew. Regulus boarded the train and took a seat by the window. Cuthbert and Alex sat across from him, excitedly discussing plans to visit Diagon Alley for the latest broom models, and to check out a newly opened magic shop in Nocturne Alley. Regulus did not join in. He watched the scenery slide past the window instead. Fields, forests, cottages blanketed in snow, like a frozen painting. By the time the train reached King's Cross, the snowfall had thickened. Flakes melted on his shoulders, leaving a brief chill behind. He said goodbye to Cuthbert and Alex, then headed alone toward a quiet corner at the edge of the platform. "Master." Kriaker's voice sounded beside him. The house elf wore a tattered linen cloth and bowed deeply, his nose nearly brushing the ground. "Master has sent me to take you home." Regulus nodded. "Let's go." Kriaker raised a withered hand. A faint silver light flickered at his fingertips. No wand. No incantation. There was not even a clear surge of magic. An invisible barrier wrapped around them. The surroundings twisted and blurred. The noise of the platform cut off as if muted, vanishing in an instant. Space no longer felt like an obstacle. It was more like fabric, easily folded. They stood at a crease, and in the blink of an eye, the distance was crossed. When Regulus opened his eyes again, they were standing in the entrance hall of the Black family home. Indigo flames burned in the fireplace. Portraits along the walls turned to look at him, whispers rising and falling. Regulus remained still. The moment of spatial displacement lingered vividly in his mind. It was fundamentally different from apparition. He had read detailed accounts of apparition in the family archives and heard Orion describe the sensation himself. It was like being forced into a narrow rubber tube, then shoved out the other end. A wizard had to focus completely on the destination. Any mistake risked splinching. The entire process was filled with crushing pressure. As if space itself were being torn open, forced through, then exited violently. It was a method of brute passage, fighting against spatial resistance. Every jump came with intense discomfort and severe distance limitations. Kriaker's magic was nothing like that. There was no pressure, no resistance, no discomfort at all. It felt as though space itself had stepped aside for them. Or perhaps they had simply moved from one point to another, with no process in between. This was pure spatial displacement. No resistance to overcome. Movement that followed the rules of space rather than fighting them. Regulus flexed his fingers, magic flowing lightly over his skin. House elves could perform complex magic without wands. They could appear at their master's side instantly, no matter the distance. This movement seemed unrestricted by wards. Even anti-apparition spells were useless against it. In the cave where he would one day die, a place even Dumbledore could not apparate into, Kriaker had moved freely. If he could unravel the nature of this spatial magic, it might break free of the rigid framework of wizarding spells. No incantations, no wands, no distance limits. Perhaps even gravity itself could be discarded. True freedom of movement. And that was the necessary path to the stars. To break past the atmosphere and explore the cosmos, spatial magic was indispensable. Once the thought took hold, it refused to let go. 52, Chapter 52, I've already held back, bonus. 52, Chapter 52, I've already held back, bonus. Regulus had barely steadied himself in the entrance hall of 12 Grimmauld Place when Walburga hurried over. She wore a dark green robe embroidered with the Black family crest. "My Regulus." She reached out and clasped his arm firmly. "You're finally home. Look at you, you've grown taller, and you look so well." Her gaze swept over his immaculate robes and neatly curled hair, then settled on the family brooch at his chest. Pride nearly spilled from her eyes. "I've read all of Hogwarts' letters. Slytherin chief, top marks in every subject, and you even showed those blind fools what a black is capable of. Well done." Orion stood by the fireplace. His expression was as restrained as ever, but the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Regulus's shoulder, the weight of it steady and solid. "It's good to have you back." Walburga tugged Regulus toward the sitting room, talking non-stop. "Kriaker's already prepared your room. I had him keep the vines outside the window. You used to stare at them for hours when you were little." She paused, then shifted topics as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Where's Sirius? Didn't he come back with you?" The cheerful atmosphere froze instantly. The portraits on the walls exchanged glances. A Victorian-era ancestress let out a faint sigh. Regulus remained composed. "He isn't coming back. Not coming back." Walburga's voice shot up. The smile vanished, replaced by anger and disappointment. "That ungrateful child. I knew it. Ruined by those idiotic Gryffindors, refusing to come home for Christmas." Her fists clenched. "One day, he'll pay for that rebellion." Orion frowned slightly but did not argue. He only gave Regulus a look, signaling him not to mind it. Regulus truly did not mind. He had expected this outcome. Walburga's fury flared and faded just as quickly. After a few more sharp words about Sirius, her attention swung back to Regulus, her tone turning eager again. "Forget that ungrateful boy. Tell me everything. What exactly have you been doing at school? Professor Slughorn said your potions are better than most fifth years. Is that true? And that Travers? I heard he provoked you and ended up completely put in his place." She already knew every detail through various channels, yet she insisted on hearing it directly from him. Regulus followed her lead and gave a brief account of his potions classes and the conflict with Travers. He added nothing extra, simply stated the facts. Walburga listened with shining eyes, clicking her tongue in satisfaction. That's how it should be. A black never tolerates being wronged. Those fools deserve to learn their place. Dinner was set in the dining room. A deep red velvet tablecloth covered the long table. Silver cutlery gleamed coldly in the firelight. Kriaker served dish after dish. Roast turkey, lamb chops, mashed potatoes, pumpkin pie. All things Regulus had liked as a child. Well, not the turkey. Turkey was dry, and he never cared for it. Only 3 people sat at the table, yet it was laden as if to fill the absent Sirius left behind. As she served Regulus more food, Walburga continued talking. The glory of pureblood families will rest on you in the end. Look at the Malfoys. Lucius is decent enough, but he's still nowhere near your level. As for the Lestranges, only Bella is worth mentioning. Rodolphus falls far short. Regulus had long realized that her fervor was nothing like Bellatrix's. Bellatrix's eyes held only devotion to Voldemort himself. To her, he was almost divine, someone she would give everything for. Walburga's obsession, however, revolved entirely around the Black family's pureblood legacy. Voldemort's rise merely happened to offer a means for the Blacks to reclaim their former height. Regulus listened quietly, a hint of reflection stirring in his chest. He remembered his magic awakening at 10 months old, and the ecstasy on Walburga's face as she held him. He remembered her sitting before the family tapestry, recounting the ancestors' achievements with near reverence. He remembered how, for all her rigidity, she would still tuck the blankets around him on cold nights. If there were another path that could preserve or even elevate the Black family's legacy without relying on Voldemort, Walburga might not be an obstacle at all. The condition was simple. He would have to achieve it and let her see it with her own eyes. What do you think of your classmates? Walburga asked suddenly. There was anticipation in her gaze, as though she already knew the answer. Regulus set down his cutlery, allowing a faint note of pride into his voice. They're average. Orion glanced up at him. Their talent varies widely, and most of them lack vision, Regulus continued. They focus on coursework and house rivalries, unable to see beyond that. His attention had never lingered on his peers. In this era, none of them surpassed him. Walburga nodded vigorously. Exactly. The half-bloods and muggleborns aren't worth mentioning, and even some purebloods live off old glory. None of them compare to you. Our Regulus is the finest heir the Black family has. Orion set his wineglass down and spoke slowly. At school, don't be overly showy. His tone was calm, not reproachful, more reminder than reprimand. Still, your performance hasn't disappointed us. He looked toward the window, his voice lowering. As for Sirius, keep an eye on him. If there's a chance, let him know the family still remembers him. Walburga frowned, clearly wanting to object, but she said nothing. She simply cut into her turkey with extra force, venting her displeasure in silence. Dinner ended amid Walburga's steady chatter and Orion's occasional remarks. As Kriaker cleared the table, Orion said to Regulus, "Go get some rest, then come to my study." Regulus nodded. He knew this was where the real family conversation would begin. Walburga was suited to discussing school achievements and surface-level matters. Deeper topics were not for her. In that regard, even Narcissa was a better conversational partner. At least she could offer useful information and level-headed advice. Half an hour later, Regulus knocked on the door to Orion's study. "Come in." The room smelled of ink and old books. Behind a massive mahogany desk, Orion sat with an open copy of the Weisengamot Compendium of Magical Law in his hands. When Regulus entered, Orion closed the book and leaned forward slightly, studying him closely. "In just half a year, you've changed a great deal," Orion said, a trace of wonder in his voice. "You stand straighter. Your presence is steadier. You don't look like an 11-year-old anymore. You look like a wizard who can stand on his own." Regulus stopped before the desk and waited, silent. Orion tapped his fingers lightly against the wood. "I warned you early on to mind your limits at school and not display too much. I wrote to you later as well. Sometimes holding back matters more than showing off." Confusion showed in his eyes. "I believed you were mature enough for us to speak as equals, yet your actions at school suggest you didn't take that advice." Regulus paused, thoughts moving quickly. He understood Orion's point and had never forgotten it. He truly had held back. What he showed was limited to magic control and spell proficiency, abilities a dedicated wizard might reach through training. Precise transfiguration, silent wandless casting, strong defensive magic. Impressive, yes, but still within the bounds of what a wizard should possess. He had never revealed the true depth of star-guided meditation. He had never exposed his research into microtransfiguration. He had never shown the knowledge carried by a soul from another world. And even so, that restrained display still exceeded everyone's expectations. "I've already held back." Regulus raised his head and met Orion's gaze. His voice was calm, yet firm. "What I showed is what I consider a normal level." Orion lifted a brow, clearly unconvinced. "In the wizarding world, once personal power reaches a certain point, it can change many things," Regulus continued. "A family's position, others' attitudes, and the resources available all depend directly on strength. I need people to see my value so I can gain more support. That benefits the Black family and myself. He added, and what I've shown is only a small part. My real strength has never been revealed. Surprise flickered through Orion's eyes, followed by deep contemplation. Stone PLZZZZZZZ. 53, Chapter 53, A Duel with Orion. Orion thought back to all of Regulus's oddities as a child. Magic awakening at 10 months. Speaking in full sentences at 1 year old. A grasp of magic that far surpassed his peers. Reason told him that his son might be telling the truth. So what can you actually do now? Orion asked. Regulus did not answer directly. If you want to know, father, why not see for yourself? A strange light flickered in Orion's eyes as he stood. Come with me. At the far end of the study hung a seemingly ordinary Black family portrait. Orion stepped up and tapped the Sirius emblem at the lower right with his wand. The portrait slid aside, revealing a hidden stone door etched with complex magical runes. Orion spoke a spell. The runes glowed red, and the door slowly opened. Beyond it lay the Black family training chamber. The space was vast, the floor paved with solid black stone. Protective runes were embedded in the surrounding walls. Targets and training implements were stacked neatly in the corners. Regulus had been here a few times as a child. Back then, Orion had not allowed him to train seriously. Don't hold back, Orion said as he walked to the center of the room and drew his wand. His dark green robe spread behind him. Treat this like a real wizard's duel. Regulus drew his own wand. His fingers closed around the familiar grain of the wood as the four-star began to turn quietly in his mind. Magic flowed smoothly along the star paths, spreading through his limbs and body. Begin. Orion's wand was already up as the word left his mouth. A silent disarming charm shot toward Regulus's chest, fast as lightning. Regulus shifted his footing and slipped aside. At the same time, his wand tapped the floor. An invisible protego formed instantly before him, blocking the obstacle spell that followed close behind. He moved quickly, weaving through the chamber as he evaded Orion's attacks. Orion's offense was relentless and precise. Disarming charms, Locomotor Mortis, Petrificus Totalis. One spell after another, no pause between them. The magic carried weight and density, the result of years of accumulation. As the 13th head of House of the Black family and a member of the Wisengamot, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary adult wizard. Anyone who could hold a seat in the Wisengamot and keep the Black family steady on the eve of chaos was never ordinary. Regulus's defense was just as airtight. He did not raise a large protego. Instead, he generated miniature shields exactly where needed, intercepting spells based on their direction and speed. Sometimes he rolled aside. Sometimes he took lightning-fast steps that looked almost like short-range teleportation. His agility and reaction speed came from long-term magic circulation and physical refinement. Every movement was clean and efficient, without waste. Not bad, but not enough, Orion said as the power of his spells rose sharply. He swung his wand. The stone wall on one side of the chamber cracked apart. Several massive chunks of rock tore free and hurtled toward Regulus. Regulus's gaze sharpened. He did not try to take the hit head-on. His wand moved in a rapid arc. Several blasting curses fired at once, shattering the boulders into fragments. At the same time, water surged into the air, sweeping up the dust and debris. It condensed into countless sharp projectiles that shot toward Orion at high speed. Approval flashed in Orion's eyes. He flicked his wand again. The projectiles were intercepted midair and ignited with black flames, burning away in an instant. He continued, abandoning conventional spells. The air in the chamber thickened suddenly. Regulus felt crushing pressure slam into him, as if invisible walls were closing in. It was a dark magic compression curse that acted directly on the body. The more one struggled, the stronger the pressure became. Without escape or resistance, a person would be crushed. Regulus took a deep breath. His magic surged outward as constant protego burst from his body, isolating the crushing force. He went on the offensive. His wand flicked. Several silent disarming charms shot toward Orion from different angles. At the same time, jagged stone spikes burst from the floor, blocking Orion's movement. Their tips glowed faint red, explosive curses bound to them. Orion had not expected such a sudden counterattack, nor one so devious. He moved fast. A wide protego expanded to block the disarming charms as he leapt clear of the spikes. As he landed, black-red light gathered at the tip of his wand. A clear dark magic curse fired, silent and terrifyingly fast. Regulus had already predicted it. He threw himself backward. The curse grazed his shoulder and slammed into the wall behind him, leaving a scorched mark. He rolled with the motion, his wand snapping toward Orion's feet. Blue-white flames spread instantly, forcing Orion to retreat. The chamber grew more violent by the second. Stone walls shattered under spellfire. Debris flew. The floor was ravaged again and again by ice, fire, and stone spikes, leaving it uneven and broken. Residual magic filled the air. The temperature swung wildly as the protective runes flared repeatedly, neutralizing the overflow of destruction. The longer it went on, the more unsettled Orion became. Regulus's magic reserves were smaller than his, but his control was extraordinary. His spell transitions, timing, and tactical sense were far too mature for a child. Most striking was his defense. It looked passive, yet it always intercepted attacks at the critical moment. He even used the environment to strike back. Many adult wizards lacked that level of combat awareness. Orion stopped holding back. His wand moved faster and faster as dark magic and standard spells alternated. A dense web of attacks closed in on Regulus. Regulus's breathing stayed steady. His eyes were clear. His mind ran at full speed, calculating trajectories and power levels. Countless micro-proto shields formed instantly around him, intercepting every spell with precision. His body moved like a swift in flight, slipping through the attack net and striking back when openings appeared. He could clearly sense the flow of Orion's magic and predict the direction of the next spell. Each counterattack targeted a flaw. Bang! A powerful obstacle spell slammed into Regulus's shoulder. He staggered several steps but did not fall. That hit would have made an ordinary person cough blood. Someone weaker might have lost their grip on their wand and their ability to fight. Regulus barely slowed. Using the momentum of his retreat, he released a perfectly concealed silent curse that struck Orion's wand. The wand shuddered slightly. Orion's rhythm broke. Regulus seized the opening. His magic surged as several spells fired at once, all aimed at vital points. Orion's eyes hardened. He retreated quickly and raised a solid protego, blocking everything. Then he noticed something too late. Stone vines had risen from the floor and wrapped around his ankles. A transfiguration he had not detected at all. Orion paused, then laughed softly. His wand tapped once. The vines collapsed into dust and fell away. That brief pause was enough. Regulus was already close, his wand aimed straight at Orion's chest. In that instant, a blinding white light erupted. A flash spell filled the entire chamber. Regulus shut his eyes on instinct. When he opened them again, Orion was behind him, wand pressed lightly to the back of his neck. "You lose," Orion said calmly. His breathing was even. Dealing with Regulus at this level was still manageable. Regulus stopped and lowered his wand. There was no frustration on his face, only a faint smile. "I see the gap now." Orion withdrew his wand, his voice heavy with emotion. "You surprised me. At 11 years old, reaching this level, many adult wizards would struggle against you." He looked around at the ruined chamber. "Your control, your combat instincts, your understanding of magic, all of it is astonishing. It's far beyond what your age should allow." "This is only 6 months of progress," Regulus said as he turned away and holstered his wand. His breathing was quick. "I haven't hit a bottleneck yet. I'll only keep getting stronger." Orion took a deep breath, then nodded. He slapped Regulus's shoulder firmly, asking no further questions about how he had achieved this. "I have to admit it. Your performance at Hogwarts really was restrained." After a pause, he added, "Very restrained." Regulus smiled, openly and sincerely. 54, Chapter 54, A full exchange of views. The residual magic in the training chamber had yet to dissipate. The protective runes etched into the stone walls still glimmered with a faint red light, and the floor was pitted and uneven, rubble scattered everywhere. Regulus and Orion sat side by side on the ground, their backs against the cold black stone wall. The air still carried the heat and dampness left behind by colliding spells. Regulus was regulating his breathing, restoring his magic. After a short while, he spoke first. "Sirius not coming home might not be a bad thing." Orion's movement paused. His gaze darkened, but he did not respond, waiting for Regulus to continue. "He's comfortable at Hogwarts. James Potter and the others treat him sincerely, and the Gryffindor atmosphere suits him." Regulus's tone was calm, as if he were talking about someone unrelated to himself. "His temperament is too intense. The Black family's rules, the twists and turns of the pureblood circle, he'll never accept any of that." He turned to look at Orion. "The choice he's making now may seem rebellious, but it's actually the path that suits him best. Leaving Grimmauld Place and staying away from pureblood conflicts is the only way he can live freely." Orion remained silent, but fragments of memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. When Regulus was young, whenever Sirius had been scolded by Walburga, whenever Sirius complained about the family's restraints, Regulus would casually talk about choices, about paths, about leaving. Details Orion had once ignored now linked together, sending a jolt through his chest. Could it be that this younger son had already been subtly guiding Sirius toward this road long ago? "He'll stand with Dumbledore in the future," Regulus said with certainty, as if he were already looking at what lay ahead. "That's the best arrangement." Orion lifted his eyes, confusion flickering there, along with careful scrutiny. "Why are you so sure?" "The situation makes it obvious." Regulus traced lightly over the floor with his finger, sketching a simple outline of the factions involved. Voldemort's rise is, at its core, an assault by pure-blood supremacy on the existing order. What Dumbledore represents is the force that maintains a diverse balance. Sirius despises the hypocrisy and cruelty of the pure-blood circle, so naturally he'll stand with Dumbledore. Regulus's voice rose slightly. "And more than that, he's only suited to living in the light. On Dumbledore's side, there's a righteous and open stance, friends who fight alongside him, and a sense of justice he believes in. Those are exactly the things he wants. Letting him do what he truly believes in is far better than trapping him in the family and turning him into a resentful rebel." Orion looked at his son's clear line of thought and listened to his orderly analysis, and waves stirred in his heart. The balance of the wizarding world has already been broken, Regulus continued, his fingertip never stopping. Pureblood families control resources and heritage, yet cling stubbornly to tradition. In truth, it's just an unwillingness to give up benefits. Mixed blood and Muggleborn wizards are rising, but they lack enough influence for now. That will change. They'll only grow stronger, until they can no longer be suppressed. The Ministry of Magic appears to control everything, but in reality it's weak. Voldemort's appearance only dragged these contradictions fully into the open. The future won't be a simple black and white divide. It'll be about competing interests. If Sirius stands with Dumbledore, he leaves the Black family a way out. We maneuver on this side and protect the family's foundation. Two paths that complement each other. No matter which side gains the upper hand in the end, the Black family survives. Orion was silent for a long time. The only sounds left in the chamber were the steady breaths of the two of them. He had to admit that, when it came to predicting the future, he was not as sharp as his 11-year-old son. Regulus already possessed formidable strength, but more importantly, he had a clear mind and long-term vision. That mattered far more than raw magic when it came to ensuring the Black family's continued legacy. After thinking for a long while, Orion finally nodded, his tone carrying a trace of release. From now on, I won't interfere with his choices. He looked at Regulus, his gaze turning solemn, as if making a formal handover. Anything concerning him will be left to you. Regulus did not respond. He simply looked quietly at his father. Orion took a deep breath, as though he had made a difficult decision, his voice low. Regulus, if it truly comes to it, you take priority. Regulus understood what that meant. Between the family's survival and Sirius's safety, his father had ultimately chosen the former. He had chosen the younger son who could better shoulder the Black family's future. Something stirred in Regulus's chest. He did not say anything eloquent. He simply reached out and patted Orion's shoulder firmly, the strength in his palm steady and resolute. Orion looked at his son's calm profile. The tension at the corners of his mouth eased into a faint smile, the heaviness in his eyes fading, replaced by relief and trust. The conversation naturally shifted to the upcoming Malfoy family Christmas banquet. At Malfoy gatherings, all the major families will be there, Orion said. Then he asked directly, I want to hear your thoughts. If Voldemort wants loyalty, we give him loyalty. If he wants resources, we provide resources. Regulus had already organized his thoughts. But we can't go all in like the Lestrange family, binding the family's fate completely to him. He refined the ideas he had once discussed with Narcissa. We show loyalty on the surface, while maintaining independence in secret. He needs the Black family's strength and prestige, and we use that as leverage. Within his sphere of influence, we preserve our own decision-making space and room to grow. We don't provoke trouble, and we don't obey blindly. At critical moments, we need our own judgment. We can't let ourselves be completely assimilated. Orion listened and nodded slightly, tapping his fingers against his knee. What you're thinking aligns closely with the family's current plans. His tone carried a shrewd edge. Voldemort is indeed powerful, and his charisma is exceptional, even by wizarding history. But he hasn't reached the point where every family should stake everything on him. He turned to Regulus and decided to share more internal details. Some families are truly fanatical and follow him without reservation, but more are simply watching. There are even a few families who deliberately push those foolish enough to the front, letting them pledge themselves completely. In reality, they're observing. They want to see what kind of ending awaits those who attach themselves entirely to Voldemort. Regulus's heart stirred, and he understood immediately. He had always thought that, with a transmigrator's foresight, he saw the situation clearly, as if he had a god's eye view. He had forgotten that Orion had led the Black family for many years and survived countless political struggles. When it came to these intricate maneuvers, Orion had far more experience. The Black family's thousand-year legacy had never relied on brute force alone, but on this kind of cautious, calculated advance. He had indeed been somewhat arrogant before, underestimating the survival wisdom of these ancient families. But then another thought followed. Even if Orion saw through it all, in the predetermined fate, the Black family still met a tragic end. Walburga's fanaticism, Sirius's break from the family, Bella's madness, and Voldemort's suspicion and cruelty. None of those could be resolved by cleverness alone. In the end, only sufficiently overwhelming power could allow one to control their own fate amid the storm. Orion did not notice his son's thoughts and continued, You want to place the Black family in the position of a collaborator. It's a bold idea, and a risky one. Voldemort's desire for control is extreme. If he senses it, it would be seen as provocation, and the consequences would be dangerous. Then his tone shifted. But it's not impossible. As long as we display enough value to make him feel the Black family is indispensable, while staying low and not stealing the spotlight or crossing his bottom line, we can quietly develop our own power right under his nose. He looked at Regulus. At the banquet, you'll stay by my side. Leave everything to me. We'll put on the proper front, say what needs to be said, and avoid asking what shouldn't be asked. Your strength is already enough to earn their respect. There's no need to deliberately show it off. Regulus nodded, then brought up the matter that had been on his mind. Father, I want to see the inheritance stored in the family vault. Orion's expression darkened immediately, and he refused without hesitation. No, why? Regulus pressed. The family inheritance is not ordinary spellbooks, Orion said gravely. Our ancestors sealed the powerful magic they mastered in their lifetimes, their insights into magic, and their combat experience into memory crystals. Those memories don't just contain complete methods. They also carry the ancestors' magic and spiritual will. He emphasized his words. That magic is immense, and the spiritual will is extraordinarily strong. To make contact rashly, at best, means being suppressed by an ancestor's will and having your own magical path affected. At worst, it leads to mental collapse and backlash, turning you into nothing more than a vessel for the inheritance, stripped of yourself. 55, Chapter 55, Imperio and Ancestral Magic, Bonus. Regulus already understood. He leaned forward and pressed, what exactly is in the inheritance? There's Cassandra's Shadow Step Charm. It lets you merge into shadows and achieve true invisibility and instant movement. It's far more advanced than a disillusionment charm. There's Eldrin's Verdant Magic. It guides natural magic into your body. From the faint life in flowers and grass to the weighty energy of forests, mountains, and rivers, you can turn it all to your own use. There's Aurelius's Sky Volcano Curse. It doesn't need real terrain. You condense a molten core in a chosen patch of sky. When it detonates, it forms a floating volcano. The lava and flame streams can lock onto a target with precision. And there's Valerius's Bone and Blood Binding Curse. You use your own blood as a conduit and forcibly bind yourself to an enemy, establishing a bloodline connection. Through that link, you can strike directly or even predict an attack's trajectory. Also Sevilla's Soul Mending Charm, which repairs damage to the soul. And the Space Anchor Charm. It lays invisible anchor points in empty space, stabilizing the structure of the area and resisting apparition ambushes and spatial distortion magic. Orion listed them with a reverence that made his voice heavier. These spells are all terrifyingly powerful, and they're just as dangerous. Verdant magic most of all. If you slip up even a little, the raw, violent surge of natural magic will crush you. Eldrin died that way. He drew too much, siphoned too hard, and it killed him. Sky Volcano Curse is brutally demanding on the mind. Lose focus for a moment and it runs wild, and you'll be the first one it burns. Every inheritance memory, every impact of the transfer, is enough to make a grown wizard back away. Something stirred in Regulus at the mention of verdant magic. It lined up too neatly with the experiment he'd done before, coaxing power through a daisy. Maybe this was the path. Maybe this was how you pulled out the lethal magic hidden inside a mandrake. I can handle it. He meant every word. Regulus's voice came out steady. What I showed you earlier wasn't everything. My mind's tougher than most, and my soul is stable enough to withstand the ancestors' memories. Orion's brow drew tight, disbelief written plainly across his face. You're strong, you see further than most, and you're clever. I won't argue any of that. But mental strength and the strength of a soul aren't measured by those things. An ancestor's will has been tempered and fed by centuries. It's stronger than you think. Even I wouldn't claim I could completely resist it. He truly couldn't accept it. An 11-year-old child having power and intelligence was already rare enough. Having a spirit and soul sturdy enough for something like this felt like it went against the rules of the world. Regulus knew words wouldn't convince him. He met his father's eyes and said, then let's test it with Imperio. Regulus had thought it through. In the story, Harry Potter could resist Imperio in 4th year, cast by Barty Crouch Jr. Regulus wasn't about to believe he fell short. Orion froze for a beat, then understood exactly what Regulus was asking. Imperio struck directly at the mind and will. If you could resist it, that was the cleanest proof there was. Orion wanted to refuse. Imperio was unforgivable for a reason. But Regulus's expression didn't waver, and Orion couldn't ignore everything he'd already seen from his son. In the end, he nodded. Fine. Orion stood, wand raised, his tone turning sharp and controlled. I'll manage the strength. We'll start light and increase it. If anything feels wrong, you tell me immediately. Regulus rose as well and took a few steps back, leaving space between them. Imperio. The spell shot out. A dead gray force surged toward Regulus's awareness. Instantly, he felt it, a foreign power trying to push into his mind. It was like someone whispering right beside his ear, over and over, cold and absolute, nudging him into simple actions. Lift your hand. Turn around. Put down your wand. That will wanted his body. It wanted to twist his judgment until obeying felt like the most natural thing in the world. But Regulus's mental barrier held. The invading force slammed into it like surf striking stone and scattered at once, collapsing before it could even reach his thoughts. Orion saw Regulus's eyes go empty, his focus slipping away, and assumed it had taken hold. Softly, he ordered, raise your hand. Regulus didn't move. He stayed exactly as he was, posture straight, not a single twitch of control. Orion's frown deepened. He pushed more power into the curse. More magic poured in. The whispers thickened, multiplying until they seemed to crowd the air itself. The pressure grew heavier, trying to pry at the edges of Regulus's barrier. It even began to interfere with the flow of his magic, searching for a crack. Regulus still didn't flinch. He even spoke, calm as anything. Hold it a little longer. I want to feel it more. Orion stared at him, and his grip on the wand slackened without him meaning to. Disbelief flooded his face. What kind of person asked to experience Imperio longer? This was one of the three unforgivables. A torture aimed straight at the mind and will. Most wizards either fought with everything they had or were controlled in an instant. Nobody, absolutely nobody, resisted it completely and then requested extra time like it was a lesson they didn't want to end. Worse, Regulus wasn't struggling. There was no chaotic magic, no tremor in his casting core. Even his breathing stayed even. It didn't look like an unforgivable was being forced into him. It looked like someone had tossed a cheering charm his way. Imperio's whole nature was the violent rewriting of will. Even if you resisted, you were supposed to feel the tearing, the strain, the pressure of something trying to peel you open. Regulus sounded like he was talking about the weather. That kind of composure wasn't something you expected from an 11-year-old. It was something even a seasoned auror might not manage. Orion could have gone further. He could have made the curse more corrosive, sharper, more invasive. He could have torn through Regulus's barrier entirely and left damage behind that might never heal. But this was his son, and Regulus had already proven enough. This kind of mental strength was more than sufficient to touch the family inheritance. Orion lowered his wand. Regulus's gaze cleared at once. There was no trace of control, no lingering haze. Even his magic flowed as smoothly as ever, as if the spell had never landed. Your mental strength, Orion's voice carried a tremor of excitement. It really is enough to withstand the ancestors' memories. He put his wand away and studied Regulus's eyes, long and serious. After a long moment, he said, "Come with me." When he turned, Orion couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from lifting. His pace even quickened. After a while, he spoke again, trying to sound casual and failing. A thread of hope crept into his words. "Serious is he like you?" Regulus followed behind him, and for a second he couldn't quite hide how done he felt. "Mr. Black, what exactly are you hoping for here?" He hesitated, then answered carefully, "He's healthy." Orion gave a quiet cough and said nothing more. He kept walking toward the stone door at the deepest end of the training hall, Regulus right behind him. They passed through several hidden corridors before arriving at the family's sealed chamber. The door was carved from a single slab of obsidian. Ancient runes covered its surface, and the air around it felt thick with old magic. Orion murmured an archaic incantation. One rune after another lit up red, and the stone door slowly swung inward. A breath of air rolled out, heavy with the weight of time. Inside, the chamber was spacious and solemn. Magic torches were set into the walls, casting a steady light over a stone platform at the center. On the platform sat more than a dozen crystal spheres, each about the size of a fist. Soft silver light swirled within them, and every so often, a flicker of an image flashed deep inside. "This is the family inheritance," Orion said as he approached the platform, all plain in his eyes. He turned to Regulus, his voice firm and careful. "Remember this. The moment you touch a crystal, the ancestors' memories will trigger directly. You can't resist them. You need to accept them, understand them, and make them yours. If you feel your mind can't take it, break the connection immediately. Don't try to prove anything." Regulus stepped up to the platform. His gaze settled on the leftmost sphere, Eldrin's verdant magic. He lifted his hand and let his fingertips meet the crystal. It was icy cold. Then, in the next heartbeat, power and memory crashed into his awareness like a tidal wave. He saw Eldrin sitting still in the mountains and forests. He saw the way he reached outward, how he connected to everything living, how the world answered him in return. The impact wrapped around Regulus's mind all at once. He clenched his jaw and threw his mental barrier wide, not to block it, but to hold steady while he accepted the inheritance. Orion stood beside him, eyes locked on Regulus's face, ready to cut the connection the moment anything went wrong. Regulus's body trembled. Cold sweat beaded at his hairline, but he didn't break. He didn't collapse. Orion's shock deepened again. Regulus sank into the memories. Every insight Eldrin had ever had about natural magic laid itself out inside Regulus's mind with painful clarity. But Eldrin's verdant magic had come from something innate, a gift unique to him, like Parseltongue. And Regulus clearly didn't have that gift. He didn't know how much time passed before he finally pulled his hand back, fingertips leaving the crystal. Orion leaned in at once. "Well, how is it?" Regulus's mouth tugged downward, just slightly. "It's fine." 56, Chapter 56, The Malfoy Christmas Dinner, Bonus. The squeezing pressure of apparition hit harder than Regulus had expected. Orion's magic wrapped around him like a steady shield, and for a split second it felt like being forced through a narrow rubber tube at speed. His organs compressed, the world tightened to a point, and then everything opened up again. When his boots met solid ground, Malfoy Manor was already towering in front of them. The front doors stood open. Two house elves in immaculate uniforms bowed in greeting, Malfoy crest embroidered at their collars. Champagne, roasted chestnuts, and warm magical spices mingled in the air. Somewhere deeper inside, a string ensemble played low and smooth, exactly the kind of music a pure-blood family would choose when they wanted the night to feel expensive. "Plenty of people here," Orion said, straightening his pitch-black robes. His fingers brushed the family brooch at his chest. "Stay close, talk less and observe everything." Regulus nodded, his eyes flicking to the guest list by the entrance, surnames stitched in gold thread. Lestrange, Caro, Knott, Yaxley, Avery, Travers, Goyle, Crabbe. Families from the Sacred 28 that leaned toward Voldemort, plus a handful of neutral pureblood representatives who'd clearly come to take the temperature of the room. Inside the main hall, the marble floor had been polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the enchanted reliefs along the columns. The carvings depicted generations of Malfoy heads of house forging contracts with dragons, griffins, and other magical creatures. The edges gleamed with gold leaf. Every piece of furniture was dark walnut, armrests and chair backs worked with elaborate curling patterns. The cushions were silver-green velvet, cool and smooth under the fingertips, firm in that precise way that screamed money and discipline. A life-sized silver statue stood in one corner, the first head of House Malfoy captured mid-stride with wand raised. A diamond set into the wand tip drank in the light and scattered it, casting tiny specks across the floor like fallen stars. The hall was already crowded. Robes ran heavy on silver green, deep green, and dark red. Wizards spoke in low voices over champagne glasses, witches drifted past in swaying skirts, laughter appearing now and then like a shimmer. People kept stopping Orion as they moved through. "Mr. Black, it's been a long time." A wizard with a neat mustache raised his glass. It was the current head of House Yaxley. His gaze slid to Regulus. "Regulus." Yaxley, Orion replied with a curt nod, then turned slightly. "Regulus. A handsome young man." Yaxley's eyes lingered on him with open approval. Regulus returned a polite nod. "Mr. Yaxley." They went a little farther before a short, broad man approached. Old Crabbe. The current head of House Crabbe wore a smile that tried to look harmless, but his small eyes were sharp. The kind of man who always made sure he stood behind whoever looked strongest. "Orion." Old Crabbe clasped Orion's hand, not too hard, not too soft, pure-blood courtesy done like a practiced ritual. "Crabbe." Orion's tone stayed flat, giving nothing away. He shifted aside, letting Regulus step forward, and lifted his chin. "This is Regulus." Past the crowd, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa stood at the center of the hall receiving guests. Lucius wore a perfectly tailored silver-green robe, his blonde hair combed into immaculate order. He held a wand set with a sapphire, and the smile on his face was controlled and confident. Everything about him, from the angle of his brows to the lift at the corner of his mouth, carried the current arrogance of a house at its peak. Narcissa stood beside him in white robes, her blonde hair swept into an elegant updo. She looked poised and composed, already carrying herself like the lady of the manor. "Uncle Orion." "Regulus." Narcissa spoke first, her voice soft. Her eyes rested on Regulus for a moment longer than necessary. "Lucius." "Narcissa." Orion clasped Lucius's hand briefly. "How's your father?" "He's resting inside. He'll come out later." Lucius's attention shifted to Regulus. "Regulus." "Mr. Malfoy." Regulus's posture was flawless. Lucius shook his hand with practiced warmth. "Call me Lucius. Narcissa mentions you often, the finest of the blacks." Lucius's smile deepened. He stepped aside and gestured them in. "Please. The champagne and sweets are ready." On the raised platform to one side, the musicians kept playing. Guests clustered in twos and threes, and every conversation circled the same subjects: changes in the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort's movements, and the quiet bargaining of family interests. Regulus followed Orion to a corner and accepted a glass of champagne from a house elf. His gaze swept the room fast, memorizing faces, expressions, positions. Orion had drilled it into him. A social gathering was an intelligence gathering, and the truth lived in the details. Before long, a ripple of commotion moved through the hall. Abraxas Malfoy appeared on the platform. He was much older than Orion, hair threaded with gray, but his eyes were bright. His silver-green robes were embroidered with intricate patterns, and rumor said the core of his wand came from phoenix feather, powerful and temperamental. The talking beneath the platform softened, then died. Every head turned toward Abraxas. "Thank you all for coming to Malfoy Manor tonight." His voice, magically amplified, filled the hall with calm authority. "The wizarding world stands at a turning point. The old order is crumbling, and new power is rising. We pureblood families hold magic and resources passed down for centuries. We should be the ones leading this transformation." His gaze moved across the crowd as if weighing each person's value. "Some say this is an age of turmoil. I say it's an age of opportunity. The strong write the rules. The weak cling to them. We will be the ones who write them. Pureblood glory was not handed to us. Our ancestors paid for it with magic, wisdom, and blood. We have a duty to carry that glory forward, and push it higher than it's ever been. The Ministry of Magic has grown soft. It lets half-bloods and those born from muggles act as they please, staining the purity of our world. But now, a great wizard is leading us, clearing away filth and rebuilding order. If each of us offers our strength, nothing will be able to stop us." It wasn't a raging speech. It didn't need to be. Every line coaxed and guided, tying pureblood interests to Voldemort's rise in a way that fit what most of the room already wanted to believe. Regulus watched Abraxas call for unity, and felt mostly unimpressed. Abraxas was powerful, and clever enough to keep the Malfoys blazing like the sun. But he was ignoring Voldemort's hunger for control, and the narrow cruelty at the heart of him. Dragonpox striking Abraxas right when the Malfoys were at their strongest made it difficult not to suspect there was more to it than bad luck. An ally who became too powerful and too hard to manage was never what Voldemort wanted. When the speech ended, applause filled the hall. Abraxas gave a small nod and stepped down, immediately surrounded. The room loosened again. People broke apart, regrouped into new circles, and the quiet trading resumed. Regulus. A familiar voice reached him. Regulus turned and saw Cuthbert's father, the head of House Avery, approaching with Cuthbert at his side. Cuthbert wore dark green robes and looked a bit more restrained than he did at school. When he spotted Regulus, something close to warmth flickered in his eyes. Mr. Black. Regulus. Head of House Avery smiled, all ease and charm. Cuthbert's been fortunate to have you looking out for him at school. Mr. Cuthbert, you're too kind, Regulus replied. Regulus, see you at school. Cuthbert's tone was stiff on purpose, clearly copying the way adults spoke tonight. Regulus smiled back. See you at school. They'd barely moved on when a bright, heated voice cut through the crowd. Regulus. Bellatrix strode toward him in deep red robes, bold and flamboyant, Rodolphus Lestrange at her side. He was tall, severe in expression, but his eyes carried the same sharp fanatic light as hers. They were already engaged, close to marriage, and both among Voldemort's most devoted followers. Bella, cousin. Mr. Lestrange. Regulus inclined his head, polite and controlled, giving her none of the enthusiasm she was offering. Look at the pride of House Black. Bellatrix grabbed his arm, her grip strong enough to pinch, her gaze blazing. She raised her voice just enough to pull a few nearby glances. He's noticed you. That's the highest honor. House Black should be at the front, always. We should be the ones serving the greatest cause. 57, Chapter 57, Just wait until you're ruined, bonus. 57, Chapter 57, Just wait until you're ruined, bonus. Regulus looked into Bella's eyes, into that blazing, undisguised fanaticism, and felt absolutely nothing. With someone like her, blood meant nothing. The only thing that held a relationship together was a shared goal and shared profit. And that goal was loyalty to Voldemort. He went along with her words, smooth and agreeable. You're right, cousin. I'll keep working to improve myself, so I don't disappoint the family or that great man's expectations. It was the perfect amount of approval, not too much, not too little. Exactly what Bella wanted to hear. Sure enough, her smile widened. I knew you were the sensible one. You're already better than Sirius, that idiot. Once you're a little older, we'll serve him together. We'll make everyone understand just how powerful the Blacks and the Lestranges really are. After a few more polite exchanges with Bella and Rodolphus Lestrange, Regulus slipped away at the first opening. He could feel eyes on him from every direction. His performance at Hogwarts, combined with the Black name, already made him a prize worth courting at a gathering like this. Now Voldemort's attention had been added to the list. Some looks held genuine appreciation. Others were measuring and calculating. A few carried quiet hostility. He'd expected all of it. Regulus. Lucius's voice came from behind him. Talk privately. Lucius angled his body and guided him toward the west side terrace off the main hall. Regulus nodded and followed. Narcissa appeared beside Lucius at some point, close enough to feel like she was there as a witness. The wind on the terrace was cool, tugging at the edge of Narcissa's white robes. The garden stretched out below in moonlit silence. Lucius leaned against the railing, lazily turning his goblet between his fingers. He glanced back toward the main hall first, then spoke in that unmistakable Malfoy drawl. The champagne tonight is excellent. A vintage imported from France. Father had someone hunt it down. Regulus stood opposite him and didn't respond, waiting. Lucius didn't care about the silence. He went on. But even the finest things depend on who you give them to. Some people aren't worthy. If they force themselves into places they don't belong, they only ruin what's good. His eyes flicked over Regulus's face. Don't you agree? Things should be used properly, Regulus said evenly. He didn't follow Lucius's bait, but he also didn't slap away the hand being offered. That's exactly it. Lucius gave a soft laugh, still unhurried. Times are unsettled. There are always people desperate for quick results, the type who want to lay out their entire hand just to make sure everyone knows which side they're on. The meaning was obvious. A jab at families like the Lestranges who had thrown themselves in completely, and a quiet probe at where the Blacks truly stood. You understand the situation. That great man's power is growing. Plenty inside the Ministry of Magic have already made their position clear. We pure-blood families have to choose. The Malfoys have already chosen, Regulus replied. He lifted his gaze and continued, calm and precise. Everyone picks their own path. Some people like shortcuts. Others prefer to move carefully. Yes, but choices have depth. Lucius studied him. Something shifted in Regulus's chest. Was this the Malfoy stance, then? It sounded close to Orion's thinking, but words were cheap. This world didn't run on speeches. Still, it was as far as Lucius could safely go. Even he had to survive at Voldemort's side. Regulus looked back toward the main hall. Orion and Abraxas were speaking, and several heads of house had gathered around them. My family's position is being stated, Regulus said. Supporting that great man. Protecting pure-blood honor. Surface words are easy, Lucius said, shaking his head. Regulus looked from Lucius to Narcissa. Narcissa was watching him, calm and intent. He understood. Lucius didn't pull an 11-year-old first year aside to speak like this without a reason, and that reason had Narcissa's fingerprints all over it. Which was fine. This was exactly what Regulus wanted. Regulus suddenly smiled and held out his hand. Lucius blinked, then smiled too, this time with something real behind it. He stepped forward and gripped Regulus's hand firmly, giving it a deliberate shake. "You're more mature than I expected," Lucius said, a thread of admiration in his eyes. "At 11, having this kind of judgment is rare." "You flatter me," Regulus replied, still smiling. But his mind had already drifted. He looked at Lucius, bright and confident, and couldn't help seeing another scene layered over this one, more than 20 years away. Malfoy Manor turned into Voldemort's stronghold. Blood splashed on stone walls. Death Eaters' bodies piled in the hall. Killing done casually, like breathing. Lucius stripped of his wand, kneeling in the dirt before Voldemort, clinging to life for the sake of his family. Everything he had now would not stay his. The world changed fast. The difference between the top of power and the bottom of the abyss was sometimes only one step. Malfoy was a house worth winning over, but not yet. Abraxas was still alive, and the Malfoy voice still belonged to him. When Abraxas died, it would mark a turning point. Not just a transfer of power inside the family, but possibly the moment Voldemort decided to cut away anything he couldn't fully control. Only when Lucius truly held House Malfoy, only when he started to feel Voldemort's grip tighten, would deep cooperation with House Black become possible. "What are you thinking about?" Lucius had noticed the way Regulus's gaze slipped. Regulus came back to himself and looked to Narcissa. "I was thinking about a wedding gift for my cousin." At that, Narcissa's smile softened. "You're thoughtful," she said. Her fingers lightly touched the corner of her lips, the hint of shy delight there without breaking her poised composure. "But the date isn't that urgent yet. Lucius and I haven't said it so soon." Lucius glanced at her, a gentler smile flashing across his eyes before it vanished. Then his gaze moved between Narcissa and Regulus, and he nodded once at Regulus. "House Black coming tonight honors us." Regulus didn't look at him. He kept his attention on Narcissa, his voice gentler than before. "Of course. You and I have always been close." Lucius's fingers paused against the glass. A moment later, he let out a quiet laugh. Narcissa understood too, and her smile deepened. "Once the invitations are decided, I'll bring yours to the old house myself." When Regulus returned to the main hall, he'd somehow become the center of it. Cantankerous Nod approached with his son, walking at an unhurried pace. Nod wore a deep black robe, the collar embroidered with fine silver-gray family markings. His eyes were sharp, and authority seemed to cling to him without effort. He was rumored to be the author of the Pure Blood Directory, and his obsession with blood purity ran all the way down to the bone. Young Nod held a quiet hostility toward Regulus, but he didn't dare show it openly. Regulus remembered him. During that Quidditch conflict between houses, this was the one who'd questioned his place. Among all these faces, some came with genuine interest. Some came to flatter for family advantage. Some carried hidden malice. Regulus could feel it clearly when one wizard smiled warmly and shook his hand with gentle strength. The man's magic, however, was laced with venomous intent, almost spilling out of him like poison he couldn't keep capped. A man like that was either stupid, or empty-headed. A truly dangerous wizard could bury every thought and emotion, greet you with a perfect smile, then stab you in the back with a blade you never saw coming. Someone who couldn't even hide his hostility would never become a real threat. Regulus only needed to keep an eye on him, nothing more. Then a sharper burst of malice reached him, obvious and loud, but still harmless. Regulus followed the sensation and found Alger Travers standing not far away, champagne glass clenched in his hand, face dark with fury as he stared. Regulus met his eyes calmly, and let the slightest hint of challenge show through. The people speaking near Regulus noticed the shift and followed his gaze. They understood at once. The conflict between Travers and Regulus had become common knowledge in pure blood circles. Head of House Knott gave a light cough, his tone clearly slanted. "Why is the Travers boy just standing there?" A younger Yaxley snorted. "Probably still hasn't recovered from what happened at Hogwarts." Every gaze snapped toward Alger Travers, full of amusement and mockery. Alger's face went red in an instant. The hand holding his champagne trembled. He looked ready to explode, but his father caught him and held him back. Head of House Travers's expression was ugly. He forced a stiff nod in Regulus's direction, then dragged Alger away. Watching Alger's retreating, humiliated back, Regulus found it hard not to be amused. Next target 700 PS. 58, Chapter 58, Christmas Gifts. Christmas morning in Cokeworth came wrapped in fog. The cold clung to the window panes and gathered into tiny beads of water. Inside number 4 on Privet Drive, though, it was warm enough to make your shoulders loosen. It was a typical Muggle home, small, but full of comfort. The sofa covers were faded from too many washes. Unfinished breakfast plates sat on the coffee table, jam still smeared along the edges. In the corner stood a short Christmas tree, wrapped in colorful paper garlands and little lights. Lily sat cross-legged on the carpet, several packages piled in front of her, each wrapped differently. She wore a red sweater, her red hair tied back, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Her fingers were already sliding over one parcel, eager. Petunia sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up, staring at the gifts near Lily like they'd wronged her personally. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. All her life, Petunia had noticed things about Lily that didn't fit. Now it was worse. Her little sister had stepped into a world Petunia could never reach. Their parents sat on the opposite sofa. Lily's mother worked on knitting, Lily's father cradled a cup of hot tea. Both of them kept their attention on their younger daughter. "Slow down, Lily," her mother said with a smile. "Surprises are meant to be savored." Lily made an obedient sound and opened the gift from her parents first. A thick book of fairy tales, and a knitted blue scarf, perfectly suited to her eyes. "Thanks, Mum and Dad." She tipped her face up with a bright grin and looped the scarf around her neck. Then she turned, wanting to show Petunia, only to find her sister looking away, pretending to be fascinated by the view outside. The loneliness in Petunia's eyes was impossible to hide. Lily's smile softened, a quiet helplessness passing through her. She knew Petunia couldn't stop thinking about it, that she couldn't go to the magical world with her. It had changed everything. They couldn't go back to being inseparable the way they'd been as kids. But Lily couldn't fix it. She wasn't the headmaster. So she said nothing and moved on to the other parcels. Most of them were simple, cards and small sweets. By the time she reached the last one, a particularly exquisite package caught her eye. It didn't belong with the others at all. The wrapping paper was dark green, embroidered with intricate patterns in silver thread. Even the feel of it was different. The edges were cut perfectly, the ribbon was real silk, the whole thing practically whispered expensive. Lily's heart sped up. She barely had to think to guess who it was from. Petunia's attention snapped over too, fixed on the parcel with a look that mixed curiosity and jealousy in an ugly knot. Their parents leaned in. Her mother lowered her voice. "Who sent that? It's wrapped beautifully." "It's a classmate from the magic school," Lily said vaguely. There was no name, no tag, no obvious mark, but she knew anyway. It had to be Regulus. Even the wrapping carried that restrained elegance, polite and aristocratic in a way that felt unmistakable. Inside was a small shoulder bag, pale purple, made of soft leather that felt smooth and fine under her fingertips. The style was delicate without being childish, cute in exactly the way a girl would love. A folded note lay beside it. "Wow!" Lily couldn't hold back the gasp. Her voice was pure delight. She lifted the bag and tugged the opening apart, then froze. The space inside was far larger than it should have been. She could easily fit her textbooks and her wand, and it still looked like a small, neat little bag. "What is that?" her father asked, leaning closer, fascinated. "It's tiny. How can it hold so much?" Lily unfolded the note. The handwriting was neat and precise. It explained, simply, that the bag had an undetectable extension charm, meant to make carrying things easier. It even included clear instructions on how to use it. She read it aloud to her parents, making sure they understood how rare it was. "In the magical world, things with space charms like this aren't common," she said. "Especially not made this nicely. Most young witches and wizards can't get something like this." Her parents looked stunned. Her mother reached out and touched the bag lightly, worry threading into her voice. "Isn't it too valuable? Why would that classmate give you something this nice?" Lily held the bag and went quiet for a moment. Regulus's gift was far more expensive than anything she'd imagined, and suddenly the knitted scarf she prepared for him felt embarrassingly small. But she could only say, "He's a good friend. I'm keeping it, and I'll help him properly in return." Once something was accepted as a gift, you didn't return it. Not like this. And Lily wasn't the kind of girl who shrank just because someone gave her something costly. She forced herself to straighten her spine inside. She thought of what Regulus had told her, that his family was exploring ancient potion formulas. They needed potion materials that could hold a specific magical effect steadily and release it slowly over time. She made a quiet promise to herself. She had to be even more careful, even more thorough. Regulus had his own reasons when he chose the gift, but to him, it hadn't been precious at all. If anything, he'd spent more effort picking the style of the bag than worrying about the price. When Lily's parents saw how determined she was, how genuinely she liked it, they didn't push further. They only reminded her to thank the sender properly. Lily nodded and turned, wanting to share her happiness with Petunia, only to find her sister already standing. Petunia walked back to her room without a word. Lily let out a small sigh and set the bag carefully beside her. At the same time, in an apartment in Paris, Andromeda received a Christmas gift from the House of Black. The apartment was neat and bright, cozy in its layout. Beyond the window, Paris stretched out under holiday decorations hung along the streets. Andromeda sat by the window reading when she heard a faint sound near the door. She looked up to find Kriaker standing there, holding a black velvet box in both hands, his posture respectful. "Miss Andromeda," Kriaker said with a deep bow, offering the box forward. "A Christmas gift sent by the young master." Andromeda set her book aside, surprise flashing across her face before she accepted it. She hadn't been completely struck from the family yet. The blood tie still existed, which was why Kriaker could appear in front of her at all. She opened the box. Inside lay a small gold key engraved with the Gringotts emblem, along with a note that listed the details of a vault at Gringotts in Paris. "The young master says if nobody asks, do not speak of it," Kriaker added. Then he vanished. Unlike the warmth of Cokeworth and the quiet calm of Paris, Christmas at the Potters was loud and full of life. James Potter wore a gaudy Christmas sweater and waved his wand around the living room, performing for an audience. He turned an apple into a little bird that sang, and the room erupted with cheers. Sirius lounged on the sofa, laughing like he hadn't laughed in years, a mug of butterbeer in his hand. He'd fully slipped into the Potter family's life. There were no black rules here, no mother's scolding, only friends and the feeling of freedom in the air. His smile was real. The shadow in his eyes had been chased out by sunlight, and he carried himself with bright, reckless energy. Mr. and Mrs. Potter sat in the best seats, watching the boys roughhouse with nothing but pride on their faces. Sirius threw himself into the happiness, playing right alongside James. And in a small house on Spinner's End, Snape sat at a cold table, opening the only Christmas present he'd received besides lilies. An owl had delivered it. The packaging was plain, with no mark of who it came from, only 2 slips of paper. Snape's fingers were stiff as he unwrapped it. Inside was a handwritten potion recipe and a piece of parchment describing a basic dark magic spell. Snape's eyes lit up. He gripped both pages tightly. On one of the notes was a single line. Effort is rewarded. Knowledge is built through accumulation. He knew at once. This was payment from Regulus, for passing along information. Snape stared at the words, something strange rising in his chest. He'd offered those messages willingly. In his mind, they'd been of little value, not even worth mentioning. He'd assumed Regulus might not care at all. And yet there it was, a return. Snape had always thought Regulus was like other pureblood nobles. Proud, cold and thinks they are above everyone else. He hadn't expected fairness. To Snape, it felt like Regulus had treated him as an equal partner, trading knowledge for what Snape provided, even if Snape himself considered his contribution almost insignificant. He carefully tucked the recipe and parchment away, slipping them into his most treasured potions book. Then he reached for his wand, ready to try the dark magic described. A second later, he paused, as if a thought hit him hard. He set the wand down. The trace. He couldn't practice. The moon hung high by the time the Malfoy gathering finally ended. Orion brought Regulus back to Grimmauld Place by apparition. The moment they stepped inside, Creaker appeared to greet them with a deep bow. "Master, young master, supper is prepared." The fireplace in the sitting room was still burning. Creaker had already set the table with steaming cream of mushroom soup, truffle-baked snails, and fresh fruit tarts. Regulus and Orion sat across from each other and each took a spoonful of the thick soup. Warmth spread through Regulus at once, driving the chill out of his body. The food at the party had been refined, but the portions had been laughable. No one left full. 59, Chapter 59, Verdant Magic. Eldrin's Verdant Magic inheritance didn't come as a neat list of spells. It branded itself straight into Regulus's mind as pathways, patterns, and the method of resonating with nature. Alongside it came Eldrin's own understanding of it, the way a lifetime of trial and error had shaped his instincts. Verdant Magic had attributes. It had roots. It had temperament, like something alive. Wind didn't ram straight through obstacles. It slipped around them. Water didn't force itself upward. It followed the grooves and hollows it was given. This magic needed resonance and guidance, not crude taking. Eldrin's talent had been a bridge he'd been born with. He could speak directly with Verdant Magic. He could see how it flowed, as if it were as visible as torchlight to him, and that sight had been his by nature. Regulus didn't have those eyes. He didn't have that kind of luck. But he could feel a plant's mood and condition, like a second set of senses no one had taught him. It wasn't sight, exactly, but it was something. That was enough. Because Eldrin had left decades of experience behind, every path that worked, every dead end, every hidden snare, every place where treasure waited if you were patient enough to notice. Now Regulus only needed to walk that road in his own way. He thought back to the daisy experiment. He'd guided the magic in a healthy daisy to repair a damaged one, and it had worked, but it had been clumsy and slow. Now he understood why. He'd been hauling magic around like water in a bucket, while Eldrin's method was closer to digging a channel and letting the water flow where it wanted to go. Even so, the wizarding world had never had a rule where inheritance meant you could reach the heavens in a single step. If it worked that way, then Grindelwald or Voldemort would have already gathered an army of heirs and swept the earth. Inheritances carried an ancestor's spirit and will. This was one of the Black family's few dozen inheritances across 1,000 years, each one condensed from an entire life's work. There was no way to master it without paying the price in effort. Regulus had to digest it, break it down, make Eldrin's understanding his own. "Creaker," he called softly, seated at the wooden desk in the attic. "Bring a few pots of dittany." The house elf appeared at once, nose nearly brushing the floor, cradling 3 lush pots of dittany. The leaves were thick and vivid green, with a faint fuzz along the edges. It was a magical plant famous for healing. Pureblood families often grew it in warm greenhouses at home. It could be used in potions, and its magic carried a defensive, restorative quality that made it difficult for dark magic to taint. "Dittany's just been picked from the garden greenhouse, young master," Creaker said. "Freshest there is." Regulus nodded and motioned for him to place the pots by the window. Sunlight spilled through the glass and settled on the leaves. Regulus lifted his hand, palm hovering above them, and let his magic spread over the plant. Following the inheritance's logic, he started by sensing Ditani's magical roots. The power ran along the veins, gathered at the tips, and carried a warm, gentle comfort with it. He let his own magic sway with the plant's rhythm, searching for the point where their currents could align. This was far more precise than when he'd worked with daisies. Eldrin's insights helped him locate the main channels quickly, skirting the stubborn knots where a plant naturally guarded its own magic. 15 minutes passed before he finally felt it, a faint warmth sliding into his palm. That magic held the clean freshness of grass and leaves. It was nothing like his own, gentle but unshakably steady. Regulus shifted his fingers and guided it to his fingertips, condensing it into a pale gold bead no larger than a pinhead. Then, with a thought, he split the skin near it, a shallow cut, just enough to redden. He pressed the pale gold bead over the wound. The sting vanished almost instantly. After half a minute, the irritated skin began to close. After a minute, it scabbed. After 3, the scab fell away, leaving only the faintest mark. It wasn't as strong as a healing potion brewed from Ditani juice, but the method was right. He'd skipped harvesting, grinding, brewing, all of it. He'd extracted the plant's healing magic directly. As he compared it in his head, he realized it was different from a healing charm's blunt force repair. This felt closer to a plant's own process, cell division, tissue rebuilding, slow but natural. He placed his palm over the leaves again. This time he sped up. He split his magic into 2 threads, one synchronizing with the plant, the other giving a light guiding push. His efficiency jumped by half compared to the first attempt. On the third extraction, he felt the plants flow slow. He looked up at the pot. The leaves that had been such a bright green had dulled. Their edges began to droop, and the outermost leaf even showed a hint of yellowing. Regulus withdrew at once. Warmth still lingered in his fingertips. The reason clicked immediately. Magic was the foundation of a magical plant the way blood was for a human body. If you took too much, it would wither. Worse, it could revert into an ordinary plant and lose its magical properties entirely. Regulus extended his hand and fed a small amount of his own magic back along the leaf veins, combing it gently through the plant and mimicking the steady pace of natural growth. 10 minutes later, the drooping Ditani perked up. The yellowing didn't spread, but the lost sheen didn't fully return. That gave him a clear conclusion. The core of verdant magic was symbiosis, not plunder. Extraction and nourishment had to be balanced. For the rest of the day, Regulus practiced. At one point, Orion came up to the attic. He stood in the doorway for a while, watching without interrupting. There was something about Regulus's concentration that reminded him of how the ancestors' notes described those who truly went far in magic. Only a wizard who could sit down and sharpen a skill, day after day, ever reached real heights. Regulus never noticed his father's visit. He was caught up in a new discovery. Different attributes of verdant magic could briefly coexist. He mixed Ditani's warm, soothing magic with the sharp magic of a thorn flower, adjusting the ratio, and guided it onto a cut at his fingertip. The healing was faster than using either alone. And the healed skin was smoother, with no faint mark left behind. It made him realize verdant magic's potential wasn't limited to single attributes. The combinations mattered. Then he began blending verdant magic with his own spellwork. When he cast Protogo, he threaded in a small amount of magical mint's cool magic, making the shield not only resist impacts but also ease the mental pressure that came when a barrier cracked under force. He also tried combining Fluxweed's thick, clinging magic with Aguamenti, so the water wouldn't only put out flames but could also neutralize mild toxins. He tested it with a small amount of venomous tentacula juice. With Fluxweed's magic mixed into the stream, he spread it over a fingertip scratch left by the venomous tentacula. The swelling and itch faded quickly, proving the combination really did work. This path was real. Regulus stayed in his room all day. Orion knew his son was practicing inherited magic and didn't let anyone disturb him. At dusk, Walburga knocked on his door. Regulus. Dinner. At the table, Walburga praised his performance at the Malfoys' gathering first. Regulus, you did very well at the Malfoy dinner, she said as she cut into a piece of roast lamb, pride thick in her voice. Steady, proper. You gave House Black plenty of face. Regulus kept his eyes on his plate and cut his vegetables without answering. In the next few days, I've already arranged everything, Walburga went on, setting down her knife and fork and dabbing at the corner of her mouth with her napkin. It's holiday. Don't stay shut up in your room all day. Go out, meet the other heirs. The Malfoys, the Knotts, the Yaxleys. You'll be working alongside them in the future. As she spoke, her eyes brightened. Connections between pure-blood families should be built young. Later, you'll support each other. That's the foundation of black honor. Regulus set his fork down and lifted his head. His gray eyes were calm as they held hers. Mother, I want to practice magic right now. Walburga's brows rose. She clearly hadn't expected him to push back. Practice can be done slowly. Social ties matter too. Her frown deepened. House Black can't stand on magic alone. Relationships. Relationships are built on power, Regulus cut in, his voice steady. If I don't have enough strength, they won't even look at me. Walburga opened her mouth, ready to argue, and then stopped. She couldn't find the words, because he was right. I'm 11, Regulus continued, unhurried. The power I've shown already makes them take me seriously. If I get strong enough that they have to look up at me, he held her gaze, then it won't be my job to maintain those relationships. It'll be their job to figure out how to please House Black. Pureblood honor isn't kept alive by dinners, he said, still calm, still firm. It's kept alive by power people don't dare to dismiss. You know it. That man has never cared who knows who. He cares who can offer real value. Walburga's expression shifted. Silence fell. More than anything in her life, she cared about House Black's honor and standing. She was fanatical about pureblood pride, but she wasn't mindless. She stared at her son for a few seconds, then finally nodded. You're right. Power is the foundation. Then her tone softened. But you can't only practice. Magic matters, but so does your body. 60, Chapter 60, Some Thoughts and Apparition, Bonus. After dinner, Regulus returned to his room. He stood at the window, watching the London street outside dusted with a thin layer of snow. Farther off, Muggle lights blurred into soft halos behind the snowfall. They looked almost dreamlike, and Regulus could feel the faint dividing line where that ordinary world met the invisible magical barriers around Grimmauld Place. He thought of Walburga's expression at the table. It wasn't that she lacked maternal affection. It was simply that it always came second to honor. Her eyes always held that particular shine, something hot and stubborn that never truly cooled. She'd praised him for the way he'd carried himself at the Malfoys' dinner, said he'd brought glory to House Black, said the other families now understood the Blacks had an heir with a dazzling future ahead of him. Regulus dragged a finger across the cold glass and drew a smiley face. He did understand Walburga, or rather, he understood people like her. She didn't want her son to be happy and comfortable. What she wanted was for him to become the finest badge she could display in her social circle. Family honor was her faith, and her children were offerings placed on its altar. The brighter the offering, the higher she believed it lifted her in the eyes of that faith. A mother like that wasn't difficult to handle, though. You listened to what she said. You told her what she wanted to hear. The important part wasn't how much truth he spoke. It was whether his words made her believe, more deeply than ever, that she'd raised a son who could lead House Black back to its peak, or even beyond it. If he gave her enough material to boast about, she'd sink into the glorious fantasy she'd woven for herself, satisfied, and she'd stop interfering with what he actually needed to do. Regulus stepped away from the window and sat at his desk. His verdant magic practice was finally settling into a steady rhythm. Magical plants truly did carry natural tendencies in their magic, as instinctive as water flowing downhill or flame climbing upward. Wizards usually took those tendencies and turned them into drinkable potions through boiling, mixing, fermenting, and ritual. Regulus skipped all of that and guided the raw magic itself. The direction was right, but the efficiency was laughable. A whole Dittany plant's magic could only heal a small cut, and growing a single Dittany plant took a full 3 months. Still, Eldrin's memories told him it wouldn't stay like this forever. Once he could stir the life of an entire forest, draw on the surging power of a river, even touch the natural force hidden in storms and lightning, then it would become something truly worth devoting himself to. Right now, he was still at the starting line. He only held a few seeds in his hands, but at least he knew where to plant them. He leaned back in his chair and let his mind drift. His current magic system felt like something assembled from spare parts. Star-guided meditation laid the foundation, and everything else was stacked on top. He could do a bit of everything, but nothing ran deep. Nothing, not yet, could become the kind of absolute power that decided a battle on its own. When a wizard's strength was still developing, learning a handful of powerful spells really could boost combat ability quickly. A disarming charm could still drop plenty of people, and Protego could block most attacks. But if he wanted to climb higher, spells alone wouldn't be enough. That was like building a tower out of sand. No matter how high you stacked it, it was still sand, and one wave could wash it away. He thought of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Neither of them had been powerful because of a single spell. They had their own understanding of magic, a complete system, and the ability to weave different branches together. He wasn't sure whether Voldemort counted the same way. Dumbledore had said clearly that Voldemort had gone farther down the road of dark magic than anyone, and that his understanding of death ran deeper than anyone else's. But Voldemort did love to open with the killing curse, and he rarely relied on much else. Harry Potter's habit of winning everything with a disarming charm didn't count. That was just ridiculous. Regulus brought his thoughts back and kept going. He was still in a rapid growth phase. His talent meant his ceiling was high, and aside from magic that required a specific gift, he had almost no obvious weaknesses. So until he found his true core path, developing broadly was the best answer. Space magic was a good direction, and apparition was the first step into that field. In the original course at Hogwarts, apparition was taught in 6th year, and you had to pass a Ministry of Magic test to use it legally. That, in itself, was interesting. Space magic should have been high-level power, yet it had become something students could learn. The most likely reason was that apparition's principle was relatively straightforward. You moved your wand, fixed your destination, held your will steady, kept your intent clear, and you could tear space and relocate. For Regulus, those conditions were already met. Learning it shouldn't be difficult. More importantly, apparition would let him brush against the nature of space itself, laying groundwork for exploring more complex spatial magic later. He needed the skill, not only for mobility, but for understanding the rules of space, the same way verdant magic helped him understand the nature of natural magic. He stood, straightened his robe sleeves, and left his room. Orion was in his study, working through a backlog of Wisengamot documents. His quill scratched softly across parchment as he marked a clause without even glancing up. When Regulus knocked, Orion said, "Come in," and kept writing. Regulus stepped inside and stopped in front of the desk. Orion finished the last few words, set the quill down, and leaned back in his high-backed chair, looking at his son and waiting. "I want to learn apparition," Regulus said plainly. "I need you to supervise." He wasn't terrified of splinching, but he wasn't reckless either. More than that, the house had anti-apparition wards, and Orion would have to lift them. Orion studied him for 2 seconds, then nodded. He closed the open file, stood, and said, "Training room." The black iron door to the family training room opened slowly. Orion crossed to a rune array by the wall, raised his wand, and a streak of silver light flashed. "The anti-apparition charm is lifted," he said. "Only for this room. Don't try to jump outside." The training room settled back into stillness. Regulus walked to the center, his wand sliding into his palm. For no good reason, he suddenly thought about what this old house would become 20 years later. The Weasley twins would turn this training room into their workshop, filling it with bizarre experiments and inventions, blasting the walls and floor into worse ruin than even Regulus's last duel with Orion had left behind. By then, the Fidelius charm would probably be the only thing still holding, assuming it hadn't been placed later. The other protections, including the anti-apparition charm Orion had just lifted, would have long since failed. Like the house itself had died, leaving only an empty shell. All the magic that once felt alive would have vanished with its masters. Sirius, what a wasteful idiot. Regulus pulled himself back and focused on the present. Orion stood near the door, voice even as he laid out the rules. 3 things you must remember. Your destination must be clear, your will must be firm, and your intent must be sharp. Miss any one of them and you can splinch. Best case, you leave behind a few hairs. Worst case, you leave behind an arm or a leg. Regulus nodded, eyes settling on the stone platform in the far corner. That was his target. He drew in a breath and held his wand level. Apparition. The squeeze hit instantly from every side. That strange sensation of rubber tubing returned. The walls of the invisible tube pressed inward all at once. The air was forced out of his lungs. His ribs creaked under the pressure. His vision dimmed, and a sharp ringing filled his ears. Then, in the next heartbeat, it vanished. He was standing beside the stone platform, wand still in hand. Orion was watching him. His face stayed blank, but something like approval flickered in his eyes. One try, one success. Of course. Regulus stayed where he was, carefully replaying every sensation from that single moment. This was different from side-along apparition with Orion. Back then, Regulus had been a passenger, dragged along, forced to endure the squeeze and release with no control at all. It was also different from Kriaker's space travel. A house elf's magic felt like it had no process, like you blinked and the world changed around you. This time, Regulus had been the one in control. He'd felt space forced open by sheer power, a seam pried apart. He'd pushed into that seam and pushed out the other end. Tearing space open and crawling through from one side to the other worked, but it was rough, blunt, and completely inelegant. Orion walked over. "How does it feel?" "Like getting stuffed into a pipe," Regulus said, rolling his shoulders as if to loosen his body. "And then having to shove myself out the other end." "That's exactly it." A faint smile touched Orion's mouth. "Do it a few more times and you'll get used to it. Once you're used to it, it won't feel so awful." Regulus didn't answer. He lifted his left hand and slowly traced his fingertips through the air, as if drawing an invisible path. Because in that instant, he'd seen something. 61, Chapter 61, Spatial Perception, Bonus. Regulus's perceptive gift had been with him since birth. The faint silver traces left behind when magic moved, the rippling creases that appeared when space was forcibly twisted, the glittering points of power along the edges of pried open seams, all of it, all the things you normally couldn't see, rose up in that brief instant and laid themselves bare. He knew it immediately. His perception had grown. At first, he'd only been able to sense that magic existed at all. Later, he'd learned to read a plant's mood and condition. Now he could even catch the outline of space shifting, faint and hazy, but undeniably there. It was still blurred, more shape and direction than detail, but it had gone from nothing to something. That could mean a lot. It meant finer control when he cast. It meant he could notice an incoming spell's path earlier when he was under attack. It meant he could push deeper, closer to the real question of what magic changed, and how it changed it. "I'm doing it again," Regulus said. Orion stepped back to the doorway, arms folded, and gave him an easy, permissive gesture. Then came the second attempt. The third. The fourth. Each one felt a little clearer than the last. The resistance the instant space was forced open. The line his magic carved as it tore through. The awkward, sickening squeeze as his body was compressed and released again. He started to adjust to the brutality of it, and when the pressure hit, he even learned to manage his breathing so the whole thing went a fraction smoother. After the fifth apparition, Orion finally spoke. That's enough for today. If you keep going, you risk problems. When your mind can't hold steady, that's when splinching happens. Regulus stopped. His will still felt firm, and he wasn't tired yet, but he accepted it. It gave him time to digest what he'd gained. Repeated apparition drains you fast, Orion said, coming closer and pressing a hand to Regulus's shoulder. When you're starting out, don't do more than 10 a day. Once you're used to it, we'll talk. Understood. Regulus barely heard him. His thoughts were fixed on what he'd seen. Space felt like an elastic membrane. Apparition was stabbing a hole through it and forcing your way in. So what if you did it differently? What if you didn't punch a hole at all, but made the membrane dip, creating a smooth chute you could slide along? Or even more than that, what if the membrane itself carried you from one side to the other? Orion reactivated the training room's anti-apparition charm. This time, Regulus could feel the change clearly. Something closed around them, like an invisible wall sealing into place. He stopped Orion as he turned to leave. Let me try again. Orion raised an eyebrow, then nodded. With the anti-apparition charm restored, apparition wouldn't succeed. There was no real danger. Regulus lifted his wand, still aiming for the stone platform. Apparition. His magic surged. The familiar squeeze returned and then nothing. Space didn't open. That invisible wall was solid in front of him, hard as real stone. It felt like shoving against a thick, unmoving block with every ounce of strength he had, and the wall didn't give at all. The backlash snapped down his wand and into his arm. Regulus staggered back half a step, caught himself quickly, and felt a faint numbness shiver through his wrist. But he'd seen it clearly. The anti-apparition charm looked like a net, woven from dense strands of magic, stretched tight over the entire room. Apparition had to tear through that net to pass, but the weave was too strong, too elastic. With his current power, he couldn't rip it at all. Which raised an obvious question. How did house elves do it? Regulus remembered Christmas Day, when Kriaker had brought him back from King's Cross to Grimald Place. There had been no squeeze, no tearing, none of that suffocating sensation of being shoved through a tube. It had felt as if space itself simply stepped aside and let them through, like a door held open for a moment. Father. Regulus turned to Orion and lowered his wand. House elf space magic isn't the same as apparition, is it? Orion blinked, caught off guard. It was clear he'd never really considered it. He frowned, thinking for a few seconds before answering, hesitant. Elf magic is different, yes. They don't use wands. A lot of their magic seems inborn. They don't learn it. Apparition is a skill wizards have to practice. For them, it's probably as natural as walking. They can cross anti-apparition wards, Regulus said flatly. Yes. Orion nodded. Why? Regulus pressed. Orion went quiet for longer this time. He walked to the wall and ran his fingers over the carved runes in the stone, then finally shook his head. No wizard has studied it. Most don't pay much attention to elf magic. Regulus knew what most meant. It meant almost all. Wizards had grown used to house elves. They could clean, cook, look after children. No one asked how they did it, because it worked, and that was enough. Arrogance, carved right into the bones of the world. For thousands of years, wizards had stood at the top of the magical food chain. Even when they acknowledged other races, it was with a faint, casual condescension. Goblins minted coin. Centaurs watched the stars. Giants had brute strength. But wizards had wisdom, civilization, a system of magic passed down generation after generation. And house elves? A bit of household magic. Nothing worth discussing. Yet Regulus knew about the cave Voldemort had used to hide a Horcrux. Even Dumbledore couldn't apparate directly inside, and he'd been forced to take a boat across that inferi lake. Kriaker, though, had come and gone freely. That was not something household magic could explain. Kriaker, Regulus called softly. Without a sound, the house elf appeared in the corner of the training room, still wearing that filthy tea towel, a rag in his hand as if he'd been cleaning somewhere. Young master called Kriaker. Kriaker's eyes flicked between Regulus and Orion. His ears twitched with nervous energy. Take me through space once, Regulus ordered. From here to the entrance hall, then bring me back. Kriaker looked to Orion, silent and questioning. Orion nodded. Do as he says. Only then did Kriaker extend his thin, wrinkled hand. There was dust caught beneath his nails. This time, Regulus put all of his focus into sensing. He was absolutely sure there was no squeeze, no tearing, not even a clear surge of magic. He only felt the space around them ripple, like water disturbed by a fingertip. A soft distortion formed around him and Kriaker, so subtle it was almost nothing. And then they were standing in the entrance hall. The fire in the hearth burned brightly, snapping and crackling. The portraits on the walls turned as one. Some yawned, some frowned, a few leaned together to whisper. Regulus stood perfectly still. He saw it. Space had folded, just slightly, and handed him from one side to the other. Like folding a sheet of paper. 2 points that were far apart suddenly touched when the paper bent. No wonder it could bypass anti-apparition wards. That net of magic was built to resist tearing and piercing, but it couldn't stop folding. The net was still there, intact, but the path no longer went through it. It went around it, slipping beneath without ever forcing its way through. Back, Regulus said. Kriaker brought him to the training room again. Orion was still waiting, watching him closely. You felt it. Completely different, Regulus said, already sorting every detail in his mind. Apparition is forcing your way through. If you can't open the door, you smash a hole in the wall. Elves take a detour. The wall stays, but they dig a tunnel underneath it. A detour. Orion frowned. How do you detour through space? Space can fold, Regulus tried, and realized how impossible it was to put into words. Like two cities on a map. They're far apart, but if you fold the map, they end up side by side. Orion considered that seriously, tapping a finger lightly against his wand handle. After a long moment, he still shook his head. I can't picture it. But if you can sense it, remember the feeling. Magical perception is your gift. It'll be a strong advantage. Regulus nodded, knowing Orion struggled with abstractions. But Regulus's mind was already elsewhere. If he could learn to fold space like that, he didn't even have to master it completely. House elf magic might be tied to their species. Wizards might never replicate it in full. But if he understood the principle, even if he could only imitate a tiny fraction of it. Stone plzzzzz, smiley face. 62, Chapter 62, Spatial Shifting. Over the next 3 days, Regulus didn't practice apparition again. Once you had it, you had it. He spent all his time in his room instead, and his desk became a mess of random objects. A few quills, 2 ink bottles, a roll of parchment, several galleons and sickles, even the black family brooch he usually wore. Regulus picked up the brooch and laid it in his palm. He closed his eyes and let his perception spread. In his senses, the room's spatial structure took on a strange shape, an invisible net made of countless nodes and lines. Every object occupied a particular point on that net, and no 2 points felt the same. Some were dense, some were strong, some vibrated with a faint, living hum. The brooch's node sat right in the center of his palm, fine and stable. He wanted the net itself to move, like Kriaker had done. Fold the net, bring 2 nodes close together, then pass the brooch from this one to that one. The theory was simple. Doing it was something else entirely. On the first day, the brooch didn't move at all. On the second day, the air around it began to warp slightly. The edges of nearby objects wavered, just a little, like heat shimmer. But the brooch stayed planted in his palm, not even shifting a millimeter. On the third afternoon, Regulus changed his approach. He stopped trying to fold the whole room. That was far beyond him. Instead, he focused on making only the tiny patch of space around the brooch move, even if it was barely anything. He concentrated until his thoughts felt razor-thin. Magic gathered in his palm. No incantation, no wand movement, only will, perception and magic working together. He locked onto the brooch's node and imagined it like a buoy on water, sliding gently toward a nearby empty point, drifting along some invisible slope instead of being shoved. The air around the brooch pulsed violently. The structure of space rippled in rings no eyes could see. At the center of those ripples, the brooch began to blur, turning faint and translucent, and then it vanished. Regulus's eyes snapped open. The brooch was gone from his palm. It wasn't on the desk. It wasn't on the carpet. It wasn't anywhere in the room. There wasn't even a trace left behind. 3 seconds stretched like taffy, each one unbearably slow. Then came a soft, sharp sound. The brooch dropped onto the edge of his desk, about 5 centimeters from where it had been, the silver surface warm to the touch. He'd done it. It had only moved 5 centimeters. He'd nearly lost it to whatever nowhere lay between points. The magic cost had been ridiculous. But it was a success. Something he'd worked out himself, based on the barest sliver of understanding about space. Regulus picked up the brooch, still faintly warm, and rubbed his thumb over the star etched into it. In a duel, mobility was one of the deadliest advantages you could have. Your spells could be vicious. Your power could be overwhelming. If you couldn't hit your opponent, it meant nothing. That was why apparition was considered important magic. It let a wizard appear out of nowhere, vanish just as fast, strike once and slip away before the other side could react. But apparition had limits. It required a moment of preparation. It couldn't be chained endlessly. It had distance constraints. Anti-apparition wards could shut it down completely. If one day he could truly master this sort of spatial shifting, it didn't have to be his entire body hopping around, though that would be ideal. It could be his spells. A disarming charm could shoot out, vanish mid-flight, and reappear behind an enemy. A protego could form from far away and wrap around someone else instead, a reversed protection that pinned them in place and made it impossible to cast. And if he pushed the thought even further, if his spatial perception grew sharper, could he see the structure inside a body? Could he make a spell bypass every external defense and detonate inside a person's organs or brain? Protego, shield spells, every kind of ward and charm, all of it would become decoration. No process. No warning. You acted, and the result was already there. That was like striking at cause and effect itself. Regulus set the brooch down and walked to the window. Night had fallen. Snow had started again, flakes drifting down to melt into tiny beads of water on the glass. London's lights blurred into soft patches behind the curtain of snow, impossible to tell which belonged to muggles and which to wizards. The ideas were exciting, but it was far too early. Right now they were castles in the air, without even a foundation poured. He'd only just touched the edge of space magic. Verdant magic had only just begun. Transfiguration was still groundwork. None of it was solid yet, and all of it demanded time and focus. But at least he had direction. A road no one else had walked, a road carved from understanding the nature of magic itself. At dinner, Walburga brought up Sirius again. That ungrateful boy. She spat, sawing into her steak as if it were an enemy. Knife and fork scraped against the plate with an awful, sharp sound. Didn't come home for Christmas, didn't even write a letter. What did the Potters pour into his head, that he'd throw away his own name? Orion kept his head down, eating his roast potatoes in silence. Regulus also stayed quiet, cutting his lamb into neat, even pieces and eating them one by one. They both understood. Walburga didn't want a discussion. She wanted to vent. If anyone answered, she'd latch onto it and keep going for half an hour. If no one did, she'd burn herself out and stop. Fast to ignite, fast to fade. Regulus though thought, this is only the beginning. Sirius hadn't come home this Christmas, so Walburga raged for an evening. If he didn't come back next year, she'd rage for 3 days. And when he stopped coming home entirely, moved in with the Potters for good, she'd pull this performance out every Christmas and recite it all over again. From ungrateful son to traitor. From throwing away the name to not deserving the name. Like a play that never changed, lines memorized, emotions rehearsed on cue. Walburga went on for about 10 minutes before she finally stopped. She set her utensils down, lifted her wineglass, and took a long swallow of red wine. The anger hadn't fully drained from her face, her cheeks still flushed with agitation. Then she turned to Regulus. Oh, right. Her tone softened suddenly, deliberately casual, as if she'd just remembered some small detail. Several people have been praising you lately. Mrs. Malfoy, Mrs. Knott, and Mrs. Yaxley. They keep hinting that you're going to amount to something extraordinary. She watched him with curiosity, and with that familiar expectation that always carried a hint of prideful display. Regulus knew that look too well. He'd seen it his entire life. Your Walburga leaned forward, lowering her voice as if she were fishing for a secret. How far along are you now? The way they talk, it's like you'll be walking into the Ministry of Magic tomorrow and taking the minister's chair. Regulus set his fork down, lifted his napkin, and dabbed at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked toward Orion at the far end of the table. With Walburga, you couldn't tell the whole truth. She wasn't Orion. She didn't weigh risks calmly, and she didn't keep things quiet. If she knew something, it meant every lady in her tea circle would know it too. Tell her today, and tomorrow the whole pureblood world would be talking about how brilliant the youngest Black had become. But he also couldn't refuse completely. She needed something real to show off, proof that her son was better than everyone else's. If he gave her nothing, she'd keep pressing, or she'd start inventing theories on her own, and that was worse. There was no telling what absurd conclusion she'd reach. Orion caught his son's glance and set his wineglass down. Regulus does have some talent, he said, steady as if he were delivering a report at the Wisengamot. Most of the first-year material at Hogwarts, he's already mastered. Some higher-year content, he's studying on his own. Walburga's eyes lit instantly. Like what? For example, apparition, Orion said simply. I practiced with him 2 days ago. He succeeded on his first attempt. Truly. Walburga's voice jumped, delight flooding her face. He's only 11. He is. Orion nodded and continued, listing each point with the same measured calm. In potions, Professor Slughorn says his current level is already beyond 5th years. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall has been personally guiding him, and she even gave him a copy of her own research notes. In Charms, Professor Flitwick often awards him extra points. He says Regulus's standard is far above his classmates. With every item, Walburga's smile widened. The light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. By the time Orion finished, she looked as if she were glowing, the joy and pride rising up from her so strongly it nearly spilled over. I knew it. She declared, pure triumph in her voice. My Regulus has been different since he was little. Those other ladies' sons, what are they? One's good at Quidditch, another can brew a decent potion. Our Regulus can do everything. 63, Chapter 63, all of it belongs to me. Walburga started comparing again, stacking Regulus up against every pureblood heir she'd ever heard of. No matter how many names she ran through, she always landed in the same place. Her Regulus was the best of them all. Regulus kept his head down and went on eating the lamb chop on his plate, already a little cool. Orion picked his knife and fork back up and cut into his roast potatoes. Neither of them offered anything deeper. Verdant magic. The experiments with spatial shifting. The progress on star-guided meditation. What Regulus had been absorbing from the restricted section, including the darker knowledge tucked into those shelves. The strategies they'd been building in the quiet, for Voldemort and the Death Eaters that were gathering in his shadow. Walburga didn't need to know any of that. She couldn't know. It wasn't her world to worry about, and it wasn't a field she should ever step into. But what Orion had just said was more than enough to keep her glowing for months. It would carry her through tea parties, dinners, and every social gathering she attended, letting her drop hints with a smile and watch other women's faces tighten. She'd become an object of envy. More families would angle for alliances and marriages with the Blacks. More resources would drift their way, simply because people liked the look of Regulus's future. That was what they needed. Then what about after he graduates? Walburga asked, her voice bright with yearning. How far can he go? The Ministry of Magic? The Wisengamot? Or like Dumbledore? Regulus nearly choked on the sheer audacity of it. You really just said that out loud, Dumbledore? Even he didn't allow himself dreams that ridiculous. Not yet. Someday, maybe. Orion went quiet for a few seconds, genuinely wrong-footed. Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the century. If he lived into the next one. Orion's eyes slid, almost without meaning to, toward Regulus. If Dumbledore really lived into the next century, it wasn't guaranteed who would end up standing taller. At the rate he's progressing, Orion said at last, meeting Walburga's eager stare with a thoughtful calm, after graduation, he should reach the level of an elite Auror. Even in the most extreme, worst-case scenario, even if Regulus somehow lost every spark of instinct and brilliance he had, it was still the safest estimate. What Orion didn't say was that if Regulus kept moving at this pace, he wouldn't need to wait until graduation at all. By the end of third year, he'd likely surpass most working Aurors. And by 17 Orion didn't let himself finish that thought. He didn't want to imagine it too clearly, because it started to look like the kind of talent people compared to a young Dumbledore, or even Grindelwald. But he could never say any of that to Walburga. She'd leap to her feet and dance right there, then spend tomorrow telling everyone she knew that her son would be head of the Auror office by second year. It would shove Regulus straight into the spotlight, drawing attention he didn't need, and jealousy he couldn't afford. Possibly outright hostility. Worse, it might pull Voldemort's gaze in a sharper, more direct way. Not a distant feeler, not an invitation passed through others. Voldemort himself, stepping in personally, making an offer that was hard to refuse. That would be real trouble. An elite Auror, Walburga echoed, savoring the words like they were sweet on her tongue, her smile blazing as if she'd just downed an entire bottle of Felix Felicis. Good, good. The Black family is finally going to produce a true pillar of the wizarding world. Let's see who dares claim we've got no future now. She launched straight into daydreams, carrying Regulus from the Ministry of Magic all the way to the minister's chair. The Blacks rising again to the top of the sacred 28. 12 Grimmauld Place bustling with visitors, pureblood families lining up to flatter and fawn, eager to curry favor. Regulus listened quietly. He nodded now and then, but his mind had already drifted elsewhere. Which plant should he try tomorrow for verdant magic? Mandrake was still too risky, but maybe venomous tentacula. Or devil's snare, if he prepared properly. Spatial shifting cost too much. He needed a way to reduce the drain, or it would never be usable in a real fight. His occlumency model, that labyrinth built from star paths, was nearly complete, but he still needed to test its defenses a few more times. And there were those books in the restricted section about passive magic. He needed to find time to skim and copy a few more. The road ahead was long. There was still far too much to learn. One dinner wasn't enough to sort through every plan and preparation he needed. But at least one thing was certain. He was moving forward on this path step by step, and every step felt solid under his feet. Outside the window, the snow kept falling, layer after layer settling over London streets and rooftops. It muffled the noise of muggles, and it muffled the secrets of wizards too. Inside 12 Grimmauld Place, the fire in the hearth burned hot. The flames threw dancing shadows across the dining room walls while the family sat around their long table. A mother lost in visions of glory, wrapped up in the future she'd woven for herself. A father weighing reality like a set of scales, calculating risks and rewards with every breath. A son plotting his own road, thinking about how to grow stronger, how to go farther. Such a warm, lovely Black family. A few days before the holiday ended, Orion set down the Daily Prophet at breakfast. "Come with me today," he said, cutting off a piece of fried egg as he looked at Regulus. "We're going to check on the family businesses." Regulus lifted his head. He was spreading butter over bread, and something in his chest shifted with interest. He didn't speak. He just watched his father, waiting. Orion took a sip of coffee before continuing. "You're going to take over the Black family someday. You can't spend your whole life only at Hogwarts and Grimmauld Place. There are things you should see." Regulus nodded, took a bite of the buttered bread, chewed, swallowed, then said simply, "All right." This wasn't wasted time. The Black family's businesses were going to be his one day anyway. Learning them now meant getting familiar with what already belonged to him. And going out with Orion meant seeing more of the wizarding world than he ever could from a school castle and a London townhouse. After breakfast, Regulus went upstairs and changed into a dark robe. He slid his wand into the inner pocket, then pinned the Black family brooch neatly to his chest. When he came down again, Orion was already waiting in the entry hall. He held a rolled parchment covered in cramped writing. First, the shops in Diagon Alley. Orion unfurled the parchment and glanced over it. Then the potion workshop in the Scottish Highlands, the alchemy workshop in Wales, the herb gardens in Cornwall, the magical creature breeding grounds in Ireland, and finally Knockturn Alley. As Orion spoke, Regulus understood immediately. By the time they finished, they'd have crossed half the British Isles. "For the far locations, we'll use port keys," Orion said, rolling the parchment back up. "You can't apparate somewhere you've never been." They stepped to the center of the hall. Orion extended his left hand, and Regulus placed his own on top. The familiar crushing pull hit, and a few seconds later they were standing in a quiet side alley off Diagon Alley, with the dark, grim wall of the Nocturne Alley entrance behind them. The Black family owned 3 shops in Diagon Alley. The first was a potion shop, set in the middle stretch of the street. The sign above the door read, Silvermoon Apothecary. It wasn't large, but the location was excellent. The display window was packed with potion bottles in unsettling colors, each one labeled neatly. Skelegro, Pepper-Up Potion, Baruffio's Brain Elixir, Draft of Living Death, Elixir to Induce Euphoria. All common stock. Regulus couldn't help wondering if the family also had a potion shop in Nocturne Alley, selling the sort of things Diagon Alley wouldn't touch. A thin, tall wizard was organizing supplies behind the counter. The second he spotted Orion, he straightened like he'd been yanked by a string. "Mr. Black," he said, respectful. "Marcus." Orion dipped his head with restrained acknowledgement. "I reviewed this month's turnover. Up 7% from last month." "Yes." Marcus smiled, clearly pleased. "The new sleep aid is selling well. A lot of parents have been coming in to buy it." Orion walked the shop, checking expiration labels on the shelves and asking several questions about suppliers. Marcus answered each one clearly, without hesitation. He knew the business inside and out. Regulus followed quietly, studying the layout, the product placement, the way customers came and went. The shop might be small, but it carried everything, from basic Boils Cure potions all the way up to expensive Felix Felicis. Every label sat straight. Every bottle looked freshly wiped, spotless. Marcus's grandfather worked for the Black family businesses too, Orion told Regulus after they left. His father managed the Wales herb gardens. Now it's his turn. There are many families like that. The second shop was an alchemical goods store in the northern end of Diagon Alley, its sign painted with a cauldron crossed with a wand. Inside, the items were a jumble of everything. Cauldrons that stirred themselves. Potion racks that held a steady temperature. Hourglasses that chimed the time. Wand attachments that amplified spell power. The owner was a short, stout witch with hair pulled so tight it looked painful. When she saw Orion, her eyes lit up. "Orion, you finally showed up." She boomed. That last batch of self-stirring cauldrons had an issue. The stirring rod turns 3 times and then quits. They need reworking. Orion's brow tightened. "Which workshop produced them?" "The Wales one. I've told them 3 times. Every time they swear they've fixed it, and every time they send the same rubbish." She planted her hands on her hips. "You need to rein them in. Keep this up and the shop's name will take a hit." Orion pulled a small notebook from his pocket and jotted a few lines. "I'm going to Wales this afternoon. I'll look at it myself." 64, Chapter 64, The Real Weight of an Ancient Pureblood House, Bonus. Regulus wandered the shop while Orion spoke with the owner, and his attention snagged on a cauldron etched with temperature markings. He picked it up and turned it in his hands. It was cleverly made. A heat-sensing charm had been carved into the inner wall, and the outer wall displayed the current temperature in a corresponding spot. No more guessing by instinct while brewing. "If you like it, take one," the witch said, catching the movement. She winked at him. "Your father won't charge you." Regulus set the cauldron back with an exaggerated sigh. "Hogwarts won't let us use them. So many rules at Hogwarts." She shook her head, annoyed. "My grandson goes there too. He writes home constantly just to complain." The third shop was a general store, selling all sorts of everyday magical goods. Self-sweeping brooms. Boxes that kept food fresh. Crystal balls that predicted the weather. Quills that wrote on their own. It was the largest of the 3, and it was packed. 5 or 6 customers stood in a loose line at the counter. The owner was a balding wizard, busy ringing up an elderly witch. When he spotted Orion and Regulus, he gave a brief nod in greeting without slowing his hands. Orion didn't interrupt. He walked Regulus through the shop, checked the dates on a few shelves, then glanced over the ledger near the register. Only after the owner cleared that wave of customers did Orion step up. "John, business looks good. Thanks to you." John wiped sweat from his forehead. "Christmas just ended. Everyone's been buying gifts." "This is Regulus," Orion said, shifting slightly to make room. "My son." John studied Regulus for a moment, then smiled. "He looks like you. A bit like Walburga too. When you take over the shop someday, look after us old folk." Regulus nodded politely. "Hello." When they left Diagon Alley, Orion led Regulus into an even narrower side passage. He pulled 2 battered teapot lids from his pocket and handed one to Regulus. Both looked ancient. "Portkey," Orion said. "Hold tight. It activates in 5 seconds." Regulus gripped the cold, rusty lid. 5 seconds later, a brutal force yanked at him like a hook had caught his navel and jerked hard. The world spun. Color and sound smeared together. This wasn't like apparition's crushing squeeze. It felt more like being flung into a laundry machine on spin cycle, and not a gentle one either. When it stopped, they were standing on a bleak stretch of highland. Wind screamed across the open ground, snapping at their robes. In the distance, gray-green hills rolled on and on. Nearby, several low stone buildings squatted against the cold, white smoke curling from their chimneys. The air was thick with herbs, layered over wet earth and rain. Scottish Highlands. Potion workshop. Orion pocketed the port key and started toward the stone buildings. The workshop's overseer was an elderly wizard with graying hair and a face carved with deep lines. He wore a leather apron stained with every imaginable residue, and he held a long-handled stirring rod like it was part of him. When he saw Orion, he nodded once, expression stern. "Ingredients are up," the old wizard said as his opening greeting. "Acromantula venom from Africa is 30% higher than last year, and mooncalf horn powder from South America is up 20. "Noted," Orion said shortly. "Let's go inside." The interior was much larger than the outside suggested. A space expansion charm had been used. A dozen huge cauldrons bubbled over enchanted flames. Wizards in matching aprons stood at each station with stirring rods, adding ingredients at intervals. The walls were covered in recipes and warnings. Shelves held hundreds of glass bottles filled with powders and liquids in every color imaginable. The old wizard led them around, explaining what each cauldron was brewing, how far along it was, and when it was expected to ship. Orion listened carefully, asking a question now and then. Regulus followed behind, watching the workers handle ingredients, control the heat, and adjust recipes on the fly. Their movements were quick and practiced. Their eyes never drifted. They were all seasoned. One younger wizard was brewing elixir to induce euphoria. The liquid threw up golden bubbles and smelled faintly sweet. "This batch will yield 30 bottles, the overseer said. "We'll bottle it tomorrow, deliver to Diagon Alley the day after. Keep a close eye on quality," Orion warned. Last time a customer complained the effects only lasted 3 hours. That was the ingredients. The old wizard's mouth tightened. "Billywig stingers aren't what they used to be. I'll see what I can do." After the potion workshop, they used 2 more port keys and visited the alchemy workshop in Wales, then the herb gardens in Cornwall. The Welsh alchemy workshop was built into a cave, and it was so hot inside it felt like a steam room. Dozens of anvils sat in 2 neat rows. Goblins and wizards worked side by side, the clanging of metal ringing without pause. Regulus looked around and realized this was less an alchemy workshop and more a smithy. The work didn't seem particularly sophisticated. It didn't match his picture of a proper alchemy lab at all. Then he considered what the shop in Diagon Alley sold. Most of it was meant for ordinary customers, mass-produced rather than rare or cutting-edge. Low complexity made sense. The Cornwall herb garden sprawled across dozens of acres, hidden behind magical wards. Inside, rows upon rows of magical plants filled the land. Venomous tentacula twisted restlessly beneath glass domes. Mandrake grew in soundproof greenhouses with warning signs hung outside. The head gardener was a short witch with sun-darkened skin and thick fingers. Dirt lived under her nails. "Weather's been good this year." She spoke while loosening soil around a patch of dittany. "Yields up 20%. Only problem is the gnomes, always causing trouble. I set traps and caught more than a dozen." "Handle them the usual way," Orion said. "Sell the pelts in Nocturne Alley. Feed the meat to the animals in Ireland." Their last stop was the magical creature breeding grounds in Ireland. It was larger than everything that came before, so vast Regulus couldn't see the end. Magical fences divided it into regions, each one holding different creatures. Grindylow swam in one pond. Bowtruckles lived in a stretch of woodland. A cave housed several nogtails. On a steep, rocky rise with sparse vegetation, a grafforn wandered at leisure. Near a tall wooden building, he caught glimpses of an akami's feathers. The breeding grounds manager was a large man with a ruddy face and a booming voice. "Everything's in order," he promised, thumping his chest. "Only thing is feed prices keep rising. Dragon liver costs 40% more than last year." "Then pay it," Orion said easily. "Don't cut corners on the animals. If you raise them poorly, you won't sell them for a good price." Regulus stood by the fence as a bowtruckle poked its head out of a tree hollow, watching him with bright curiosity. It was only about the size of his palm, with glossy black eyes and delicate fingers. It stared for a moment, then abruptly tossed an acorn at him. It landed near his shoe. The bowtruckle immediately vanished back into the hollow, making a soft rustling sound that somehow felt like laughter. "It likes you," the manager said, laughing loudly. "Bowtruckles usually don't bother with people." It took 3 days of following Orion around before Regulus finished seeing the Black family's main holdings. Even then, it wasn't a deep dive. It was a quick sweep, the sort of tour you take to learn the outline of a place. And it was only then that he truly understood. The Black family's assets were not just the old house at 12 Grimald Place. Not just 3 shops in Diagon Alley. From the Scottish Highlands to the Irish coast, from Welsh valleys to the Cornwall plains, there was black land everywhere. Workshops, plantations, breeding grounds. And that was only on British soil. What about outside Britain? Regulus asked one night, when they were staying at an inn in Ireland. Orion sat by the fireplace with a ledger in his hands. "France has vineyards for enchanted wine. Germany has mines that produce certain rare metals. India has spice plantations. North Africa has a magical creature reserve." He flipped a page. "But you're going back to school soon. We'll visit the rest later." Regulus sat across from him on the bed, trying to process it all. He'd always known the Blacks were rich. He'd never understood where the money actually came from. Now he did. Potions, alchemy, herbs, magical creatures. The things the wizarding world always needed, the industries that never ran out of customers. The Black family didn't own all of it, but they had a hand in every part of it, and not in a small way. And they'd been doing it for centuries. The whole chain was connected, from growing and breeding raw materials, to processing and production, to sales and retail. An entire system, and the Black sat at the center of it. What surprised him even more were the people. Every manager, every craftsman in the workshops, every gardener in the plantations, every handler in the breeding grounds. They didn't all carry the name Black, but they were tied to the family all the same, tangled together in thousands of quiet threads. Some families had worked for the Blacks for generations. Some were distant branches. Some were small houses that survived by clinging to the Black family's protection. It was an enormous, self-contained ecosystem. The Black family at the top, and beneath them layer upon layer of businesses and dependents, like a great tree. The trunk was the name Black. The branches and leaves were the industries. The roots were the countless people who made their living because the Blacks existed. That was the real value of an ancient pureblood noble house. 65, Chapter 65, Boundless Emotion, Patroness, Bonus. Regulus had a clearer understanding now of what that ancient surname truly meant. It wasn't just prestige, or old portraits glaring from dark hallways. It was something real, something that shaped the lives of countless people. A thought popped into his head, so abrupt it almost made him laugh. Have I been too frugal? At Hogwarts, he never spent more than he had to. Books, supplies, necessities. That was it. But looking at it now, the Black family's wealth was the kind that didn't run out. Even if he tossed 100 galleons a day into a fire, he could keep doing it for 10 years and still not empty the vault. What could a Muggle-born or a half-blood possibly compare with? Even some pure-blood families couldn't. There were houses that had to pinch pennies just to buy a decent wand, while Regulus stood behind a name that controlled an entire chain of industries in the magical world. That gap wasn't something personal talent could bridge. It was structural, centuries old, deeply rooted. An advantage built over hundreds of years. Then another question followed right on its heels. With a foundation like this, in the life he was supposed to have, who had it benefited in the end? Even if Sirius squandered money like it was water, could he really ruin all of it? How much was the old house at 12 Grimmauld Place worth, truly? Compared to holdings spread across the British Isles, one townhouse was nothing. Maybe, in the original story, after Walburga and Orion died, the Black family's businesses had been carved up by other houses. The Malfoys taking a portion. The Lestranges taking a portion. Other pure-blood families dipping their hands in for their share. Sirius inheriting an empty shell, never realizing the real wealth had already been swallowed. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that the businesses were still in Black hands. What mattered was that one day they would be his, and no one was taking them. And then Regulus thought of Voldemort. Voldemort was a half-blood too. He hadn't been born into any of this. Unlike everyone else, though, he could take what he wanted, and he could get away with it. Regulus narrowed his eyes, thumb brushing the smooth wood of his wand as he replayed everything he'd seen these past days. Even Voldemort was not taking what belonged to him. On the afternoon of the third day, they stood on a cliff along Ireland's western coast. Below them, a black drop of rock plunged dozens of meters down. Waves hammered the stone and burst into white foam. Far out where sea met sky, the sun was sinking slowly into the water. The wind came in hard, sharp with salt, snapping Regulus's robe backward. He stood near the edge and stared. For 11 years, most of his life had been spent inside the old house at Grimmauld Place. Then he'd gone to Hogwarts, but that was still only a castle and the land that surrounded it. He hadn't seen a truly wide world. He hadn't seen mountains and oceans, wilderness and endless plains. In 3 days, he'd crossed half the British Isles with Orion. He'd seen the Scottish Highlands, bleak and magnificent. He'd seen forests in Welsh valleys, drowned in fog. He'd seen Cornwall's herb gardens bursting with life under sunlight, and he'd seen the Irish coast where the sea surged like something alive. The world was this big. The wizarding world was this rich. It wasn't only Hogwarts classrooms and corridors, Diagon Alley shops and streets, pure-blood feasts that never ended and the constant politicking that came with them, and the stars overhead. There were places like this too. Open land, grand views, living, breathing life. Regulus drew in a deep breath of sea air, and something inside him loosened. All his life, he'd lived like a machine built for calculation. Every step planned. Every decision weighed for profit and loss. Every action measured for consequence. He'd wrapped himself in calm and reason, keeping emotion at arm's length so it wouldn't distort his judgment or disrupt his plans. But standing on this cliff, watching the sun sink into the ocean and listening to waves shatter against rock, he suddenly thought that maybe he didn't have to live so tightly wound. Magic was his path. Power was his pursuit. But even on that path, he could look at the scenery. Why did he want strength in the first place? Wasn't it so he could live freely, go anywhere he wanted, see any view he wished to see? Orion stood beside him, silent. The head of the House of Black watched his son's profile, watched gray eyes catching the sunset's gold. He noticed Regulus looked different. Not that too old calm and steadiness he wore like armor. This was something else, something Regulus's age should have, a pure focus and curiosity. Relief eased through Orion. He'd worried for years that his son carried too much weight inside him. Even as a child, Regulus rarely cried, rarely fussed. He never ran wild. He always looked like a miniature adult. In a pure-blood family, that was praised. What parent didn't want a child who was mature and composed? Orion had taken pride in it. He still did. But as a father, he also wanted Regulus to feel good things, to taste what it meant to be alive, to be a real child who looked at the world with wonder. Now, finally, he saw the first hint of it. Regulus didn't notice his father's gaze. All of his attention was on the view ahead. The wind grew stronger, tootling his hair. He lifted a hand and let it stream between his fingers, feeling that invisible force as it passed. Then he closed his eyes and let his magic circulate naturally through his body. Something extraordinary happened. In that moment, his magic became lively, as if some restraint had been undone. It flowed through him with a lightness he'd never felt before, bright and buoyant. It was responding to him. Regulus understood all at once. Magic wasn't only a resource to calculate, control, and spend. It was alive. It changed with the witch or wizard who carried it, shifting with emotion and state of mind. When he was calm and calculating, his magic was precise and steady. When he felt moved, it became quick and joyful. Maybe those two sides weren't enemies. Magic could be a precise science. It could demand logic, careful deduction, rigorous practice. But magic could also be warm, alive, full of endless possibility. Like the sea below him, he could calculate tides and waves with mathematics and physics, or he could stand here and simply feel its vastness. And what was the nature of magic, really? A wizard used will and magic to influence the world. The wizard was the center. Magic was the tool. The world was what was shaped. If a wizard lived like a machine, then the magic they cast would be nothing but cold spells. But if a wizard was alive, truly alive, with emotion and awe and longing, would their magic become something different too? Regulus opened his eyes. The sun had already sunk halfway. The sea looked like it was on fire, gleaming gold red. A seabird rose from below the cliff, spread its wings, and circled on an updraft. The idea he'd clung to for so long began to loosen. Maybe he didn't have to choose between rational calculation and emotional experience. Maybe he could have both. Plan the road with reason, experience the journey with feeling, control magic with calculation, and understand magic with the heart. Maybe that was better. The instant the thought formed, his wand was already in his hand. He gave himself to the rush rising in his chest, a pressure that had been building far too long. His longing for freedom, his hunger for the wider world, his desire to break every chain, and the pure, immediate emotion of standing before something so vast and beautiful. It was stronger than anything he'd felt before. Stronger than the satisfaction of mastering a new spell. Stronger than the control of defeating an opponent. Stronger than the quiet fullness of gaining knowledge. This was deeper, something that surged up from the soul. Being alive is good. The world is beautiful. I want to see more. I want to feel more. I want to become more. Magic boiled in his body, bursting past the calm circulation of star-guided meditation. It rushed like a jubilant stream, each thread of it carrying the same feeling. Joy, longing, freedom and hunger. Regulus raised his wand. Orion turned, his thoughts shifting from quiet pride to confusion. He had no idea what Regulus intended. The place, the time, the whole scene didn't look like a practice session. Regulus wasn't paying attention to his father anymore. He drew in a breath, filling his lungs with salt wind. He let the sunset's gold flood his eyes. He let the roar of the waves fill his ears. He pushed that swelling emotion to its peak. Then, facing into the wind, bathed in the fading light, he spoke the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Silver-white light erupted from the tip of his wand, pouring out like a broken dam. In an instant it lit the cliff's edge, wrapping Regulus in brilliance. The light was powerful but not harsh. It felt warm like a fire in winter, pure like snow on a high mountain. The silver glow began to gather. Stone PLZZZZZZ. 66, Chapter 66, A True Desire, The Starlight Kite. The silver-white light suddenly collapsed inward, shrinking into a hazy, pulsing knot. Then it stretched, unfurled, and began to take shape. Wings pushed out from either side, each feather made of pure silver glow, its edges dusted with points of light like tiny stars. A sleek, powerful body formed, head lifting, beak sharpening, eyes becoming two brighter sparks of silver. At last, the tail feathers spread wide, trailing like a comet. A silver bird hovered before Regulus. It was somewhere between an eagle and a kite in size, its wings built from countless fine fragments of light. With the faintest movement, those fragments flickered like starlight winking in and out. The tips of its feathers were a clean, perfect silver, and in the dying sunlight they refracted a halo of color, almost like a rainbow mist. Its eyes were bright silver gray, so close to Regulus's own that it hit him like a jolt. The gaze was sharp, and deep. It spread its wings and held steady without flapping, suspended as if gravity had simply stopped applying to it. Fine grains of stardust drifted from the edges of its wings. When they touched the ground, the shadows within a few meters thinned, as if darkness itself had been pushed back. Regulus stared at it, and a strange feeling rose in his chest, like he was looking into a mirror. A thought surfaced, sudden and undeniable. This wasn't something he had manufactured. It wasn't a creature he'd constructed with spellwork and raw magic. It had grown from inside him. It was the shape of his deepest desire made real, the projection of some part of his soul. A patroness answered the truest thing in your heart. So what did he truly want? Regulus asked himself, quietly, with complete honesty. He wanted real freedom. Not the small-minded version some people dreamed of, an excuse to indulge themselves and call it independence. He wanted the freedom to choose his path, to live without being tied down by anyone's leash. He wanted the endless night sky. He wanted to break past the boundaries of the physical world, to reach places others declared impossible. He wanted power, so he could protect what he meant to protect, accomplish what he meant to accomplish, become what he meant to become. All of it gathered into the silver bird in front of him. In the way it opened its wings was the determination to smash through obstacles. In the way it hovered was freedom from restraint. In the starshine in its eyes was longing for a vast world. It was Regulus. Or rather, it was the truest and purest part of him, laid bare. He didn't know what kind of patroness it was. He'd never seen a bird like it, and he couldn't remember any book describing it. But he could feel it, perfectly, unmistakably. It fit him. Orion stood 3 steps away, rigid. He stared at the silver bird as if he couldn't blink. His eyes were wide, his lips parted, and his wand nearly slipped from his hand. The head of the House of Black was usually the definition of control. Right now, his face was nothing but shock and disbelief. Several seconds passed before he found his voice again, and when it came it trembled. Starlight Kite. Regulus turned his head. What? Starlight Kite. Orion repeated it, still staring at the bird. A legendary magical creature. I thought it was extinct, or that it was never real in the first place. He took 2 careful steps forward, drawn in by instinct, then stopped, afraid of startling it. The Starlight Kite turned its head and looked at him. Those silver-gray eyes were calm. No hostility, but no warmth either. There are only scattered records, Orion said, his voice steadying even as his words sped up. Starlight kites only appear in places where magic is pure. They feed on starlight. They can pass through space itself. When they fly, they don't flap their wings, they let space carry them. Their feathers can dispel dark magic. Their eyes can see through illusions. With every sentence, the sense of familiarity in Regulus deepened. Feeding on starlight, just as he practiced star-guided meditation, drawing on the stars, yearning toward them. Passing through space, just as he studied space magic, trying to understand folding and shifting. Flying without flapping, and what he pursued was exactly that, understanding the rules, moving with them, using them. Dispelling dark magic, the way he believed power itself had no inherent good or evil, only purpose and use. Seeing through illusions, the way he'd always tried to look past surface and into truth, refusing to be fooled by false glory or hollow threats. It wasn't just similar to him. It was him, translated into something animal and elemental. Or perhaps it was his heart, made visible through magic. As Orion spoke, something in Regulus stirred. He wanted to test it. A thought flickered through him. Go over there. The starlight kite reacted as if it had heard him. Its shape blurred, and it vanished. Regulus didn't even feel where it went. The ripple of space was too light, too natural, leaving no trace. In the next instant, it appeared 100 meters away, hovering above the sea. Behind it, the sun continued sinking into the horizon, and the bird's silver outline was clean and unmistakable in the gold. Then it disappeared again. When it returned, it stood at the far end of the cliff on a jutting rock, head tilted down as it watched waves crash below. Regulus's thought shifted. Come back. The starlight kite was instantly in front of him again, as if it had never moved. It lifted its head, meeting Regulus's gaze. There was something in those eyes that felt almost intelligent, depth that went beyond instinct. As if it truly understood him, truly moved with his will. Orion watched, and his breathing turned sharp. He fought to keep his composure, but his fingers trembled slightly, and excitement had flushed his cheeks. This was a man who could sit through a Wizengamot session under crushing pressure without changing expression. Right now, he looked like a child seeing magic for the first time. Dumbledore, he murmured. Dumbledore's patroness is a phoenix. Regulus looked at him. A phoenix is a legendary magical creature, Orion continued, and there was no hiding the thrill in his voice now. It can be reborn from ash. Its tears can heal. Its song can fill people with courage. Everyone says Dumbledore's phoenix patroness foreshadows greatness. He looked back at Regulus, eyes shining with a brightness Regulus had never seen in him before. A starlight kite in the legends, it's on the same level as a phoenix, maybe even rarer. At least people have seen phoenixes. Starlight kites exist only in the oldest records. Regulus, you. He couldn't finish, too overwhelmed to push the words out, but the meaning was obvious. Regulus would be great. Not just successful, not just powerful, but the kind of wizard who left a name in magical history. Orion's mind even leapt ahead to ridiculous distance. When Regulus eventually stepped onto the public stage and showed what he could do, should the House of Black crest be changed? The thought passed like a spark. It was far too early for that. Still he wanted to see that day. Regulus listened, thoughtful. A starlight kite could pass through space like a phoenix, maybe even better. If legends were true, it had an affinity for space itself. But right now, he had only just managed to conjure a corporeal patroness. He could hold it, communicate with it in the simplest way, and that was all. There were many advanced uses for a patroness. Sending messages, driving off dementors, scouting, assisting in combat. All of it would take time and practice. And if the Starlight Kite truly had space abilities, maybe it could do things other patron uses couldn't. He could use it to practice space magic. Have it slip through certain barriers to gather information. Make it appear behind an enemy in the middle of a fight. Maybe he could find a chance to speak with Dumbledore. When it came to patron uses, Dumbledore was likely among the very best in the wizarding world. With a Phoenix patroness, he must have developed all kinds of frighteningly brilliant uses. But Regulus would need the right opening. He wasn't Harry Potter. Professors didn't automatically warm to him. This wasn't the same as asking a professor a simple question after class. He couldn't just walk up and request help. Still, opportunities existed. They always did. Orion drew several slow breaths, forcing himself back into calm. Excitement was one thing. Reality still had to be considered. He stepped closer to Regulus, eyes on the Starlight Kite hovering nearby, and lowered his voice. This patroness, you should hide it for 2 years. Regulus looked at him, waiting for the reason, even though he already understood the shape of it. The patroness charm is truly advanced, and it's undeniably positive white magic, Orion explained. If you show it now, it might clash with Voldemort's side. They won't say it aloud, but they'll think it. A black who can cast a patroness, and not just any patroness, doesn't feel like someone who belongs with them. Regulus nodded. Anything beautiful sat badly against Voldemort. The Death Eaters and Voldemort worshipped power, control, fear. The patroness charm stood for protection, hope, and the kind of emotion that pushed back darkness. Those ideals were at odds. And for now, Regulus still needed to maneuver under Voldemort's shadow. He couldn't afford to reveal that incompatibility too early. 67, Chapter 67, Welcome to Nocturne Alley. Regulus suddenly thought of Snape. Snape's patroness had to be something he kept hidden. Otherwise, he never could have used it to guide Harry Potter to the Sword of Gryffindor. That had been for destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. If Snape's patroness had been exposed early on, and even one person from the hero side got caught, Snape would have been finished. Orion's tone shifted as he went on. Of course, if you truly need to use it, then you use it. You can't put yourself in danger just to look weak, he added. But there's one thing. If you do cast it, you should hide the unusual parts. He pointed at the Starlight Kite. Make it look like a normal bird of prey. It's close enough already. Keep the wings a bit tighter. Let the starlight fade. Darken the eyes. An eagle works too. Wisdom and strength. Suits you. Most people won't be able to tell the difference. Regulus focused inward for a moment, testing it, and realized Orion was right. A patroness's core form was fixed, but details could be adjusted. The intensity of the glow could be controlled. Making the Starlight Kite resemble a silver-white eagle was entirely doable. I understand. Regulus nodded, serious as he promised it. Orion let out a quiet breath of relief. He trusted his son's judgment. Regulus turned his attention back to the Starlight Kite, studying the silver bird hovering near him, and another thought slid into place. Maybe he simply wasn't meant to become an animagus. An animagus form often matched a wizard's patroness, or at least came close. His patroness was the Starlight Kite, a legendary magical creature. There was no world where he was turning into that, which meant that if he ever learned the transformation, he'd either fail or end up as something else entirely. But once the thought settled, he found he didn't care as much as he expected. Being an animagus was useful, yes, but it wasn't necessary. With a patroness, a lot of those functions could be replaced. And a patroness was pure, concentrated positive energy. It didn't come with the risk of animal instinct bleeding into your mind the way an animagus form could. On top of that, the training took a ridiculous amount of time, and the uncertainty was brutal. It depended too much on weather and luck, and if you made one mistake, you could end up back at the beginning. Besides, what was so amazing about turning into an animal anyway? If he really wanted a different body, why wouldn't he just pursue human transfiguration? Animagus training. He could live without it. Regulus flicked his wand gently. The Starlight Kite scattered into silver motes and vanished, leaving the air faintly warm, like starlight lingering on skin. He held on to what he'd felt today. The quiet ache of watching the sunset from the cliff. The way his magic had flowed, bright and eager, following his emotions. The deep, soul-level resonance when he'd called the patroness into being. None of it changed his path. He'd still calculate. Still plan carefully. Still treat power as the foundation of everything. But something was different anyway. Magic wasn't only a tool. It was part of him. The world was worth looking at, worth experiencing. And he, too, was a living person. He could be moved. He could yearn. He could feel real joy at beautiful things. That was good. They returned to 12 Grimmauld Place by Port Key. The old teapot lid yanked them through a whirl of color and noise, then dropped them into the entrance hall of the black townhouse. Kriaker was already waiting, holding hot towels and steaming tea. Welcome back, master. Welcome back, young master. Orion took a towel and wiped his face, then looked at Regulus. Tomorrow is the last day. We'll go to Nocturne Alley to collect what's owed. Get to bed early tonight. Regulus nodded and went upstairs to his room. He stood by the window, looking out at London's nightscape. Compared to the raw sweep of the Irish coast, it was almost plain. And yet, what had happened today felt like the first streak of color painted into a world that had always been black, white, and gray. It was only a light brush, but it was enough. The world was big. The world was beautiful. It was worth seeing. And he had time. He had resolve. He would climb high enough to see it all. On the last day of Christmas break, with the holiday warmth reduced to the faintest aftertaste, Orion brought Regulus to the entrance of Nocturne Alley. Unlike the clean brick wall that hid Diagon Alley, the way into Nocturne Alley was wedged between two leaning buildings, as if the city itself wanted to squeeze it shut. The walls were stained a dark brown with grime Regulus didn't want to think about. The air carried a sour blend of rot, mold, and something sharper, chemical enough to burn the throat. Regulus followed his father into the passage, and the light died almost instantly. The walls on either side were slick with damp. He didn't need to touch them to know they'd feel sticky. A few battered oil lamps hung overhead, their flames jumping behind dirty glass, casting a sickly green glow that stretched shadows long and warped. The ground was uneven, littered with puddles of different depths. An oily rainbow film floated on the surface like spilled poison. After 20 steps or so, the corridor opened up, and Nocturne Alley revealed itself. It was a completely different world from Diagon Alley, like stepping from something civilized into something rotting and lawless. Buildings leaned toward each other on both sides, cramped and crooked, their walls crawling with dark moss. Most windows were nailed shut with boards. Behind the few panes of intact glass, heavy black curtains hung, hiding whatever was inside. The alley itself was narrow, barely wide enough for two carriages side by side, and the street was choked with junk. Broken crates, torn sacks, rusted metal barrels, even a few animal skeletons, so picked clean Regulus couldn't tell what they'd once been. There weren't many people, but the ones there kept their heads down. Everyone was wrapped in dark robes, hoods pulled low, moving fast and keeping close to the walls, avoiding eye contact like it was a curse. In a place like this, Regulus's gift for sensing magic sharpened until it felt like a blade. He could feel the magic rolling off the shops and the passers-by. Most of it was murky and chaotic, threaded through with scraps of bad emotion. It was almost absurd. You could read all the descriptions you wanted about illicit trades and dark artifacts, but none of them did this justice. Every brick, every breath of air, every corner felt soaked in disorder and decay. The only rule here was power. The strong spoke. The weak disappeared. If someone died in Nocturne Alley, their body would probably be dragged away immediately and put to use. No one would ask questions. No one would care. Like a fox taking a rabbit in the woods. Just nature. And the truly ridiculous part was that all of this was illegal under British wizarding law. Everyone knew Nocturne Alley was illegal. The Ministry of Magic knew. The Wisengamot knew. Even Muggle families with a magical child probably heard about it through whispered stories. A horrible place beside Diagon Alley. And yet it still existed. It had existed for centuries. It was still here. The Ministry, or rather the upper levels of wizarding society as a whole, acted as if it was simply accepted. They preached the sanctity of law and order, and then left a huge lawless pit right beside the biggest shopping district in the country. The statutes were written in ink, clear as day. What was allowed, what wasn't. But Nocturne Alley sat here anyway, an open secret, a lie everyone knew was a lie and no one bothered to challenge. A thought flashed through Regulus's mind. This was probably politics. The law's meaning seemed to be nothing more than a declaration: everything here is illegal. And that was all. Declaring was one thing, enforcing was another. Regulus wasn't naive. Nocturne Alley existed because it had value. Pureblood families needed a place to handle business that couldn't survive the light. Dark wizards needed resources and information. The Ministry needed somewhere to shove the people and objects that were difficult to control. Pack it all into Nocturne Alley, and as long as you didn't look too closely, you could pretend it wasn't your problem. Britain had always been Britain, but none of that really mattered to Regulus. As a wizard, as the heir to the House of Black, he would need Nocturne Alley too. Or rather, everyone needed it. Purebloods did. Half-bloods did. The Ministry did. Even the so-called righteous light wizards probably did, sooner or later. There had to be somewhere for inconvenient things to be dealt with. This was another ecosystem of the wizarding world. The other face of order. Light and darkness were never cleanly separated. Most of the time, they fed into each other, tangled together until you couldn't fully tell where one ended and the other began. Nocturne Alley was Diagon Alley's shadow. Without shadows, light didn't mean anything. In the end, maybe the simplest truth was this: if it exists, there's a reason. Orion stopped, then leaned slightly toward Regulus and spoke in a low voice. While we're here, only look. Don't talk. Don't touch anything. Every object you see could have a curse on it. Every patch of ground you walk over could be trapped. Every person you meet could be carrying malice. His voice stayed calm as he emphasized, Nocturne Alley is the back of order. There's only one rule here. Stay alive. Everything else is nonsense. Regulus nodded. 68, Chapter 68, The Real Wizarding World, Bonus. The first shop they entered didn't have a sign. The only thing hanging from the doorframe was a string of dried bats. Where the bats' eyes should have been, someone had set glowing red gemstones. In the dim light, they looked like bloodshot eyeballs. It was darker inside than it was outside. Most of the items on the shelves were nothing but vague shapes, shadows of bottles and jars. Behind the counter stood a wizard so thin he looked like a skeleton. His eyes were sunken, his skin chalk-white, and his fingers were long and sharp, like a bird's talons. When he saw Orion, he pulled his mouth into a grin, showing teeth stained yellow and black. "Mr. Black," the man rasped, his voice like sandpaper on wood. "This month's goods are ready. Same arrangement as always." He dragged a black leather case up from beneath the counter and cracked it open. Regulus caught a glimpse inside. Dozens of glass jars were stacked neatly, each one holding something pickled in cloudy liquid. Eyes, hearts, fingers. And in one jar, an entire fetal body, curled in on itself. Its skin was so pale it was almost transparent, veins visible beneath it like thin blue threads. Orion didn't touch the case. He simply handed over a cloth pouch heavy with galleons. The wizard took it, weighed it in his hand, then nodded in satisfaction. "Tell me ahead of time if you need anything next time," the man said as he shut the case again. "Supplies tight lately. The werewolves are causing trouble, and the Ministry of Magic is cracking down." "Noted," Orion replied, curt and flat, then turned and left. Regulus followed, watching everything without a change in expression. The second shop sold dark artifacts. A few items were displayed in the window like trophies. A wand carved from human bone, the shaft covered in dense curse runes. A mirror that reflected the deepest fear in a person's heart, its frame pieced together from baby skulls. And a set of ritual daggers, dried blood still clinging to the blades, the handle set with pain-filled memories that had been torn out of someone and preserved. The owner was a witch in black robes. A pure white mask covered her face, with only 2 holes for eyes. Inside those openings, something seemed to burn, like pale ghost fire. When she spotted Orion, she lifted a gloved hand and pointed toward a pile in the corner draped in black cloth. Orion walked over, lifted one edge, glanced beneath it, then nodded. He handed her another pouch of galleons. The third shop was even more hidden, tucked at the end of a dead-end alley. There was no sign here either. Only a twisted symbol painted on the wall in blood. Orion stopped in front of it and traced an inverted pattern through the air with his wand. Only then did the door slide open without a sound. Inside was a cramped room. Chains and manacles hung across the walls. A creature that was half human and half beast was curled in the corner. It might have been some kind of human hybrid. It might have been the result of a failed transfiguration. Either way, it felt wrong to look at. When it saw them enter, it let out a low, threatening growl, but the chains kept it from moving far. A hunched old wizard came out from the back, carrying a thick ledger. "Mr. Black, this month's accounts." His voice was hoarse and rough. "There was a problem with the smuggling route. 2 shipments got seized by Aurors. The loss has to be included." Orion took the ledger and flipped through it, a frown tightening his brow. "Why were they seized?" Someone inside talked. The old wizard spat. "We handled it. But the goods aren't coming back. Don't let it happen again." Orion signed the page and handed the ledger back. "If it does, you cover the losses yourselves." As they left, Regulus noticed the half-beast creature staring at him. There was hatred in its eyes. Pain too. And beneath it all, something that looked uncomfortably like desperate pleading. Regulus looked away and followed his father out. Shop after shop, Regulus saw things he'd only ever read about in the restricted section. Instruments designed to extract souls, candles rendered from infant fat, skin and fur flayed from living magical creatures, still twitching as if it hadn't accepted it was no longer attached to anything. Crystal orbs that held other people's pain like captured smoke. Records of experiments and results that broke every basic boundary of ethics without even pretending to care. And the people running the Black family's interests in Nocturne Alley didn't look like respectable businessmen in any version of reality. The skeletal wizard from the first shop reeked of death. His knuckles carried corrosive scars, the kind you got from years of handling embalming potions. The masked witch in the second shop had magic that felt chaotic and warped, like multiple types of dark magic had been forced together until they stopped fitting properly. The hunched old wizard in the third shop had cloudy yellow eyes, pupils thin like a snake's. When he looked at someone, it felt like he was pricing them. Regulus understood it easily. His father hadn't brought him here just to inspect family holdings. Orion wanted him to see the real wizarding world. Beyond Hogwarts classrooms and the tidy storefronts of Diagon Alley, there was this. Everything hidden behind the light. Cruel, dark, bloody, chaotic. He wanted Regulus to know that wizarding society wasn't only Quidditch and banquets. It was smuggling routes, dark wizards, werewolves, illegal experiments, human trafficking, organ trading. All of it existed outside polite society's official story, but it was still real. Some areas were even harder to define, where light and dark bled together, where legal and illegal blurred until the line stopped making sense. A shop in Diagon Alley might sell goods with a questionable origin. A dark wizard in Nocturne Alley might have protection inside the Ministry of Magic. Regulus wasn't a real child anymore, not in the way it mattered. He understood how societies functioned. The Muggle world had slums, black markets, and underground deals. The wizarding world had Nocturne Alley. It was the same thing in different robes. Even if he'd never personally seen this side of Wizarding Britain before, the logic was familiar. Demand created supply. Prohibitions created black markets. Laws created loopholes. So he stayed calm. He wasn't shocked. He wasn't afraid. He didn't feel moral nausea. He simply watched, carefully, like he was studying an unfamiliar ecosystem. Orion watched him right back. From the moment they'd stepped into Nocturne Alley, Orion had been tracking every shift in Regulus's expression. The organs floating in jars. The human bone wand and the baby skull mirror. The chained creature in the corner. Regulus hadn't reacted to any of it. He showed no discomfort, no disgust. He only looked. Orion felt a quiet sense of relief, followed immediately by something more complicated. Of course he wanted his son to be resilient, unshaken by the outside world. In a place like Nocturne Alley, even a moment of weakness or hesitation could turn into a fatal opening. Regulus's performance was flawless, calm, rational and focused. Exactly what the heir to the House of Black was supposed to be. And yet watching an 11-year-old face this level of darkness without flinching still made something twist in Orion's chest. An 11-year-old should still have naive fantasies about the world. They should still believe good and evil were cleanly separated, that justice always won in the end. But Regulus had never been that child. Not even when he was very small. He saw too clearly. He thought too deeply. He'd understood early that the world was complicated, and reality was cruel. It made Orion think of yesterday's Patronus. A legendary creature, a symbol of freedom, exploration, breaking through every boundary. It represented the brightest, most hopeful desires buried in Regulus's heart. And at the same time, he could walk through Nocturne Alley's filth and horror without changing expression, passing jars of organs and artifacts carved from human bone as if they were just objects on a shelf. Light and darkness, living in the same child. Orion didn't know if that was good or bad, but he was certain of one thing. Regulus would become a very, very special wizard. Special enough to surpass every black ancestor before him. Special enough to become great. Orion's evaluation of his son climbed again. Excellent no longer felt like a strong enough word. By the time they stepped out of the seventh shop, Regulus sensed something was wrong. The alley was still the same alley. But there were extra eyes in the air now, fixed on them with open malice. Those gazes came from different directions, sweeping over him and Orion again and again. Regulus didn't turn his head right away. He kept his pace normal, his posture composed, staying half a step behind his father. He let his magic sense spread outward, and it didn't take long before he pinned down several positions. 10 meters ahead on the left, in a corner piled with abandoned wooden crates, 2 sources of magic were hiding there. Weak, murky. They'd used a disillusionment charm, but the casting was sloppy. In the low light, their outlines were still visible, with distortions along the edges that the naked eye could catch. When they moved, dust shifted under their feet, and faint footprints remained. Farther away, near the mouth of the alley, 2 more figures stood under the shadow of a crooked building's awning. One of them had magic that was wild and unstable, carrying a bestial feral edge. Most likely a werewolf, and very possibly one close to transforming. The other felt colder, sharper and meaner. 4 people total, clearly working together. 2 tracking close, 2 waiting to support from a distance. A standard ambush setup. 69, Chapter 69, Nocturne Alley, Practical Combat, Bonus. Regulus drifted closer to Orion without drawing attention and spoke under his breath. We're being followed. 2 under a disillusionment charm on the left ahead, and 2 at the mouth of the alley. One of them might be a werewolf. Orion didn't slow down, and he didn't turn his head. He only gave the smallest nod. He'd noticed long ago. From the moment they entered this side alley, those stairs had stuck to them like flies. With decades of experience clawing his way through the wizarding world, Orion found this level of tailing almost funny. It was blatant, sloppy and full of holes. They couldn't even manage the most basic concealment. Bottom feeders. That was Orion's assessment. Most likely the lowest tier of dark wizards in Nocturne Alley, the kind who couldn't land real work and couldn't afford real materials. So they camped in back alleys like this, hoping a lone fat sheep would wander past so they could grab one good score. They probably didn't even recognize who he was. Anyone with half an eye and half a brain would have seen the House of Black crest on his robes, would have recognized the face that showed up often enough in the Wisengamot section of the Daily Prophet, and would have understood that this wasn't someone you picked a fight with. But if they couldn't recognize him, then good. He could make use of that. They finished their stop at the last shop, an underground clinic that trafficked smuggled magical creature organs. The owner was a former St. Mungo's healer who'd been expelled for illegal experiments and had simply continued his research in Nocturne Alley. As the shop's handler walked them to the door, he lowered his voice. There are a few people outside who don't look right. They've tailed you for 3 streets. Want me to take care of them? As he spoke, he casually spun a small knife between his fingers. The blade was thin as a cicada's wing, glinting an eerie blue in the low light. Poisoned, obviously. Orion shook his head. No. Then he looked at Regulus. You handle it. Regulus lifted his eyes, waiting for the rest. It's a rare chance for real combat, Orion said, as calmly as if he were assigning homework. You don't always get idiots like this. Even in Nocturne Alley, anyone with a brain knows better than to mistake the head of the House of Black. Since they did, it's perfect for practice. He added, watch your limits. Don't make too much noise. No one cares down here, but Aurors from the Ministry of Magic do patrol sometimes. If they see you, it's trouble. Regulus nodded. Truthfully, he'd wanted to try for a while. When he sparred with Orion, he always held something back. It wasn't that he feared hurting his father. With Orion's level, Regulus probably couldn't, even if he tried. It was that some techniques were simply ugly. Not things you used in a father and son practice match. The sort of spells he'd learned from the restricted section that leaned toward torment and control. The transfiguration applications that came from understanding matter too well, sharp enough to feel poisonous. On garbage like this in Nocturne Alley, though, perfect. The moment they stepped out of the shop, the four stalkers tightened up. The two under the disillusionment charm shrank deeper into shadow. Farther off, the werewolf at the alley mouth let out a low, uneasy whine, and the other, colder presence curled fingers around a wand. Regulus took a quick sweep of the area. This side alley was remote, even by Nocturne Alley standards. Most of the buildings were abandoned. Windows were nailed shut. Dark moss crawled along the walls. The ground was broken and uneven, holding stagnant, foul water in potholes. There wasn't a single other pedestrian in sight. Only a few rats rummaging through trash. A perfect place for a lesson. Regulus walked forward alone, 10 steps into the open, and stopped in the middle of the alley. He turned to face the corner piled with discarded wooden crates and spoke in an even voice. Come out. Your disillusionment charm is terrible. There's no point hiding. The two figures in that corner froze. 2 seconds later, the disillusionment charm dropped. 2 male wizards stepped out of the shadows. Their robes were worn and filthy. Black cloth covered their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. They already had wands in hand, tips aimed at Regulus. Smart kid, rasped the taller one on the left. Hand over your money and anything valuable, then get lost. The shorter, stockier wizard beside him added, and your dad's too. All of it. Regulus didn't bother with a reply. He raised his right hand, wand sliding neatly into his palm, and attacked immediately. A spell slammed into the ground at their feet. Confringo. There was no dramatic roar, but the magic bursting from his wand tip was violent. The potholes full of water detonated. Filthy puddles and shattered stone exploded upward like a storm, pelting both wizards. They jerked their arms up on instinct to shield their faces. Regulus shifted half a step to the left, toes barely touching the ground as he glided forward with unnatural lightness. At the same time, his wand cut 3 arcs through the air, and 3 spells shot out almost together, each one taking a different line. The first was a binding spell. Magic condensed into a semi-transparent rope, barbed along its surface. Once it latched on, struggling only drove the hooks deeper, and it would keep drawing blood the entire time. The rope snapped toward the tall wizard. The second was a severing curse. Magic sharpened into a blade thin as paper, the edge vibrating so fast it made a shriek you could barely hear. This wasn't a simple cut. It could slice flesh and disrupt the flow of magic itself, turning wounds into something stubborn and slow to heal. The spinning blade flashed toward the short wizard's wand hand. The third spell was the most subtle. It hit the wall behind them, and the instant it made contact, the stone rippled like disturbed water. Then the entire surface began to melt and shift. The wall smoothed into a mirror sheen, reflecting the two wizards' backs. The tall wizard saw the rope flying at him and dodged backward on instinct, only to slam into the wall that had become a mirror. The moment his body touched it, the surface grabbed him. It swallowed him in, wrapping around him. His struggles only made ripples. He couldn't break free. And in that heartbeat, the barbed rope snapped tight around his left leg. Hook sank into flesh and began to drink. The tall wizard screamed and tried to lift his wand to cut the rope, but the stocky wizard was already in worse trouble. The severing blade was too fast. He barely managed to raise his wand in defense. The protective charm was only half formed on his lips when the blade swept across his right wrist. A hair-thin red line appeared. Then his entire hand went slack. His wand slipped free and clattered to the ground. Blood beaded along that line in tight, trembling dots. My hand. The short wizard shrieked, clutching his wrist, voice cracking with panic. Ah. At the alley mouth, the werewolf and the cold wizard saw their companions crushed in an instant and rushed in. The werewolf ran on all fours, terrifyingly fast, the earlier whine turning into a beast's growl. He couldn't fully transform, but the change had already started. Teeth sharpening, nails stretching long and black, eyes flushing with red. The cold wizard circled to the side, wand whipping through the air as he spat a long, harsh incantation. A dozen black ice spikes formed in the air, all pointed at Regulus. With a sharp flick, they shot forward together. Regulus didn't even look at them. He snapped his left hand outward and an invisible barrier unfurled in the air. The ice spikes struck it and their paths warped violently, forced aside so they skimmed past him and slammed into the wall behind, bursting into black ice blossoms. At the same time, Regulus leveled his wand at the onrushing werewolf. Transfiguration, aimed at the air the creature was breathing. When the werewolf closed to within 10 meters, a faint silver glimmer sparked at Regulus's wand tip. The werewolf threw his head back and sucked in a huge breath, preparing for the final lunge. Lungs expanding, body demanding oxygen. Nothing happened. The air he'd drawn in had lost its purpose, stripped of whatever made it usable. It refused to do anything inside his chest. Oxygen deprivation hit like a hammer. His eyes went wide, blood vessels swelling red. His speed faltered. Limbs started to soften. But a werewolf's resistance was real. Even without a full transformation, the body's toughness remained. Driven by animal instinct, he surged forward anyway, claws already extended, reaching for Regulus's throat. Regulus stood his ground. He drew his left hand across the space in front of him. Clang! A bright, metallic impact rang out. Silver-white light flared in the air before him like a sudden sheet of steel. Out of the 5 black claws, the longest snapped clean off at the base. The other 4 cracked, tips splintering away. Fragments flew backward in thin black streaks and bounced across the stone with sharp little clinks. The werewolf's entire right paw jerked back. A crisp sound of bone breaking followed. He howled and stumbled away, cradling his shattered wrist, thick dark red blood dripping from his fingertips onto the greenish stone, splashing into tiny blooms. The pain, combined with the lack of oxygen, finally broke his balance. He dropped to his knees, hands braced on the ground, mouth open as he tried to breathe. But every gasp still pulled in useless air. The sprint had burned through what little oxygen reserve his body had left. His muscles began to spasm uncontrollably. His face shifted from flushed red to bluish, then a deep, ugly purple. His eyes bulged, and a wet choking sound crawled out of his throat, the noise of something dying. 70, Chapter 70, Crucio and Avada Kedavra, bonus. Regulus watched in silence for a moment, then tapped his wand again, and the werewolf suddenly found he could breathe. He dragged in air greedily, huge gulps that finally filled his lungs. Oxygen slid back into his blood, and the dizzy haze in his head began to ease. He lay there like a drowning man hauled out of the water, gasping wildly. Every inhale went as deep as he could force it, every exhale trembling with the shock of survival. He didn't notice what was happening inside him. The air he'd taken in, after the exchange was done and the carbon dioxide pushed out, left residue in his alveoli that began to change. It condensed, gas becoming solid, invisible turning into something real. Tiny crystals formed, sharp-edged and hard, almost like quartz. In essence, they were the same stones that had exploded from the ground earlier, only ground finer, shaped sharper. The first stab of pain hit on his 10th breath. The werewolf jerked and started coughing, trying to hack the foreign matter out, but the crystals had already embedded themselves into the walls of his lungs. Every cough only drove them deeper. It felt like someone had stuffed his chest with broken glass. Every breath tore. Regulus released the transfiguration. The werewolf still coughed, and the fresh air he drew in now behaved normally, but the crystals from before were still lodged inside him, and they would stay there. Unless someone used magic or surgery to remove them. A werewolf in Nocturne Alley couldn't afford that kind of treatment. He lay curled on the ground. Blood began to thread through the saliva he spit up. The pain folded him in on himself, hands clamped to his chest so hard his nails bit into skin. Regulus observed calmly, satisfied. This was what real combat was for. Testing ideas. The cold wizard saw the werewolf go down and his face shifted. He whipped his wand and summoned more than a dozen shadowy tentacles from the ground. They crawled out of the darkness itself, lined with suckers. Inside each sucker were dense rows of tiny teeth. The tentacles lunged from every direction, sealing off every route of escape. They moved with startling speed, and in a blink they were already in front of Regulus. Regulus didn't move. He simply flicked his left hand again, as casually as brushing dust out of the air. Magic surged from him, and his whole body seemed to become a source of light. Silver-white radiance seeped through his skin, gathering in front of him into a barrier that looked soft, almost gentle, but felt absolutely unbreakable. The shadow tentacles struck it and began to hiss as they dissolved. Wherever they touched the silver light, they started to fall apart, solid becoming mist, mist becoming nothing. One after another, all of them vanished within 2 seconds, leaving no trace behind. The cold wizard's eyes went wide. For the first time, real fear cracked his expression. He tried to step back, but his legs might as well have been nailed to the ground. That's impossible. He didn't get to finish. Regulus apparat. One moment he was standing in the alley, the next he was right in front of the man. He put his wand away. Then he lifted his right hand, extending his index finger. A single point of glaring crimson light gathered at his fingertip, painfully bright in the dim alley. Crucio. Regulus was not about to cast it with his own wand on a living person. Not yet. He touched the man's forehead lightly. The crimson light sank in, slipping through skin, through bone, straight into the deepest part of the brain. The cold wizard went rigid. His eyes opened to their absolute limit, as if they might pop out of their sockets. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, the whites turning webbed with red. Every muscle in his face twitched. His mouth pulled crooked. His left eyelid spasmed violently. Under his skin, tiny ripples moved like waves, as if countless insects were crawling between flesh and bone. He tried to scream, but it was like his voice had been locked away. No sound came out, only a thin clicking noise deep in his throat. Saliva spilled from the corner of his mouth and ran down his chin, dripping onto his black robes and spreading into a dark wet stain. Regulus held it for 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough for the full tide of crucio to roll through the man. Every nerve shrieked. Every bone felt crushed. Every cell burned. Then Regulus pulled his finger away, and the crimson light vanished. The cold wizard collapsed. His body jerked in uneven spasms, limbs twitching without rhythm, fingers curling into clawed shapes. Spit mixed with snot and tears smeared his face. His eyes lost focus, staring blankly at the lead gray sky, pupils blown wide, mind broken apart. Regulus glanced down at his right hand. There was no mark at all. Smooth skin, clean nails. That crimson point might as well have been a hallucination. A standard crucio. The effect was excellent. Crucio was an unforgivable curse, but it wasn't difficult to cast. Harry Potter had managed to use it on Bellatrix in 5th year. Regulus had no reason to be worse than that. He swept his gaze across the alley. 4 enemies. All of them out of the fight. From start to finish, it had taken less than 2 minutes. Regulus stood in the middle of the alley with steady breathing. His robes were neat. Even his hair hadn't come loose. Orion remained by the shop entrance, hands clasped behind his back, watching without a word. From the moment Regulus stepped out alone to the moment all 4 opponents went down, Orion saw every second. He was pleased. Regulus's performance was even better than he'd expected. His spellwork was smooth. His choices were flexible. He used the environment well, seized timing perfectly, and his coldness under pressure exceeded Orion's predictions. But Orion didn't relax. His attention stayed locked on the 4 bodies, especially the cold wizard who'd been hit with crucio. Crucio was agony, but it didn't always completely erase a person's ability to fight. Some wizards went through special training. Some could retaliate while under it. Carelessness got people killed everywhere. Nocturne Alley was worse than most. Regulus stood where he was, looking down at what he'd made of them. The tall wizard was still struggling uselessly, but his movements were growing weaker. The barbed rope had already drained most of his life away. The short wizard clutched his sliced wrist, eyes unfocused, muttering something under his breath. The werewolf knelt on the ground. Every breath came with violent coughing, the spit flecked with blood. The cold wizard lay twitching in fits, eyes turned toward the sky, pupils blown wide. Regulus waited about 10 seconds, then looked back toward the shop entrance. Orion was still standing there, hands behind his back, not coming closer, not speaking, simply watching. Regulus understood immediately. The fight hadn't been the only test. His father wanted to see what he did next. How he handled enemies who were down. How he assessed threat. How he made a decision. That was part of real combat too, and it might have been the more important part. In that case, fine. Regulus lifted his wand again and aimed it at the nearest target, the cold wizard who'd been struck by crucio. He drew in a breath and spoke the incantation clearly, evenly, without emotion. Avada Kedavra. Green light gathered at the tip of his wand. But at the instant it was about to fire, there was a sharp crack in the air, and Orion appeared beside him. Orion lifted his right hand, caught Regulus's wrist, and pressed down. The green flash shot wide, skimming past the cold wizard's shoulder and slamming into the wall behind. The spot it hit turned instantly ash-gray, then burst apart, stone blowing outward. Orion kept his hand on Regulus's wrist and turned to stare at his son, confusion written across his face, along with shock he couldn't quite hide. Was there something wrong with this boy? The killing curse? Orion didn't care where Regulus had learned it. The family library held plenty. So did other places. What he couldn't understand was the sheer decisiveness. Then he saw Regulus's expression. There was something almost teasing in it, close to amused. A spark in those gray eyes. The faintest curve at the corner of his mouth. Orion froze for a heartbeat. Then he understood. He'd been played. Regulus hadn't intended to kill anyone, especially not with his own wand. The casting posture, the incantation, the green light, all of it had been real, but it was meant for Orion's benefit. For no reason other than entertainment. It was Avada Kedavra. As long as it wasn't aimed at a person, practicing it wasn't that big a deal. Orion released Regulus's wrist. His face returned to something close to blank, but there was a small, unexpected warmth in him. His son had actually joked with him. In 11 years, it was the first time. Regulus was usually too mature, too steady, too unlike a child. Seeing a flicker of mischief, even like this, made Orion think it was good. That isn't how Avada Kedavra is used. Orion kept his voice as calm as he could, giving away very little. I know. Regulus lowered his wand, then paused, and added deliberately, there are records in the family library. Hogwarts's restricted section has it too. If someone wants to learn it, they can. And the curse itself isn't difficult. The hard part is having the will to kill. 71, Chapter 71, Attitude and Speculation. Orion didn't argue. The killing curse really wasn't some impossibly advanced piece of magic. Its power depended far more on the caster's raw magical strength, and on how badly they truly wanted to kill. If someone hesitated, even if they managed to cast it, the effect would drop off sharply. At most, it might give the target a nosebleed. What Orion felt was curiosity, or maybe uncertainty. If I hadn't stopped you, he asked, would you really have killed him? Regulus looked at the cold wizard on the ground, still twitching, and stayed silent for a few seconds. On this, he decided to tell his father the truth. I'm not afraid to kill. but I wouldn't use the killing curse to do it. At least not right now. Killing with it is too obvious. Regulus raised his wand and studied it in front of his eyes. Especially with my own wand. That's trouble I don't need. Then he went on, voice even. Besides, there are too many ways to kill. Without magic, with physical force. Twist his neck. Drive something through his heart. Cut an artery. With magic, but not dark magic. Like I can use transfiguration to turn the air in his lungs into poison gas. Turn the blood in his vessels into mercury. And the environment makes it easy too. Set off explosives. Cause a collapse. Or don't do anything at all. Leave him here and someone will want test material eventually. Every time Regulus listed another method, Orion's eyes narrowed a fraction. He was trying to understand the thinking behind his son's words. See, it was a classic pureblood mindset, only clearer than most purebloods ever managed. Some pureblood families love to talk about justice, as if their status and seats in the Wiesengamot had been earned through love and peace. Then if I hadn't shown up, Orion continued, what were you going to do with these people? Regulus turned his head and looked at his father. Instead of answering, he asked, does our family do business related to human bodies? Orion stared at him for a long moment before he finally said, we do. Nocturne Alley has 3 clinics and 2 alchemy labs. They need materials regularly. Mostly dark wizards, werewolves and vampires. The kinds that aren't protected by the law. When he saw Regulus's expression didn't change, Orion added one more sentence. Sometimes muggles too. Regulus nodded. He didn't say anything else, but the meaning was obvious. Orion didn't press further. His son's attitude didn't surprise him. Orion wasn't afraid to kill either. As the head of the House of Black, as someone who'd navigated the highest circles of the wizarding world for decades, his hands couldn't possibly be clean. Those businesses in Nocturne Alley, some he allowed to exist. Some he controlled directly. Some he had even pushed into being. He just didn't want Regulus killing with his own hands so early. It had nothing to do with morality. It was psychological. The first time you kill is different from the 100th. The 100th is different from the 1000th. The first time leaves a mark. It carves something into the soul. Orion wanted Regulus to grow a little more first. He wanted him steadier, tougher inside, before he stepped over that line. But now, it seemed Regulus might have stepped over it long ago. Not because he'd actually killed someone, necessarily, but because of the way he understood the world. Maybe in Regulus's mind, killing wasn't sacred or taboo. It was simply an option, a tool, one way to solve a problem. Like using a knife to chop vegetables. Like boiling water over a flame. Natural, ordinary and not something that needed meaning piled onto it. Orion couldn't decide whether that was good or bad. But Regulus could summon a patroness, so there was nothing to worry about. Orion took one last look at the 4 people on the ground and flicked his wand. 4 powerful stunning spells struck them squarely in the forehead, precise and clean, knocking them fully unconscious. Then he flicked his wand again, and the 4 bodies floated up and drifted after him. Come on, Orion called. Time to go home. They left the side alley and returned to the main street of Nocturne Alley. The foot traffic was still sparse. Everyone kept their heads down and hurried along. No one cared about the 4 unconscious bodies floating behind them. A few people glanced over, but the moment they spotted the black crest on Orion, they snapped their eyes away and pretended they hadn't seen anything. That was how Nocturne Alley worked. Mind your own business if you wanted to live longer. After tossing the 4 bodies into a shop, Orion stopped at the shadowed passage that led out of Nocturne Alley and said to Regulus, don't tell your mother about what happened today. Regulus looked over, baffled for a second, then nodded. Of course. And one more thing. Orion thought for a moment, then added, we come to Nocturne Alley a few times a year. From now on, you're coming with me. Watch more and learn more but don't act too easily. Some things are better left as knowledge. You don't need to do them yourself. Understood. They walked out of the passage and stopped in front of the neat brick wall that marked Diagon Alley. Sunlight poured down, warm and bright. The air was clean. Children's laughter carried from somewhere nearby. Compared to Nocturne Alley's filthy gloom, this place felt like heaven. By the time they returned from Nocturne Alley to Grimald Place, it was already dark outside, and the fire in the hearth was roaring. Kriaker took Orion's cloak the moment he removed it, then helped Regulus unfasten his own cloak clasp, quick and efficient. Dinner was served in the dining room. The long table was loaded with dishes Walburga had personally supervised. Golden roasted lamb chops, escargot baked under a creamy sauce, a mountain of mashed potatoes, and Regulus's favorite, pumpkin pie. Candlelight flickered beneath the crystal chandelier, and the silverware threw back a soft gleam. Walburga sat at the head of the table, and her eyes never left Regulus. She watched him cut into the lamb with knife and fork, watched him drink his soup, watched him eat his pie. The look on her face, pride tangled with worry, was nearly overflowing. You go back to school tomorrow. Walburga sliced into her own lamb chop, her knife and fork clicking crisply against the china. Have you packed everything? Everything's packed. Regulus swallowed and looked up at her. Take care of yourself at school. Don't bury yourself in books. Walburga kept going, her concern obvious in her tone. You're still growing, so eat properly and sleep properly. Those classes aren't difficult for you. You don't need to push yourself to the bone. Then her tone shifted, sharper. Of course, you still need to fight for what's yours. A black can't fall behind. If someone's too blind to know their place, teach them. Let them see what our family is capable of. Regulus listened quietly, nodding now and then. He was long used to his mother's contradictory instructions. One moment she worried he'd wear himself out, the next she demanded he uphold the family's pride without any slack. After dinner, Orion went to his study to handle paperwork. Regulus followed. When he knocked and stepped inside, Orion was standing by the window, looking out at the street. At the sound, he turned. Seeing Regulus, he pointed to the chair across from the desk. Sit. Regulus sat and arranged his thoughts. Father, he began without hesitation, I have some thoughts about the Malfoys. Orion returned to his chair behind the desk, fingers interlaced on the tabletop, and waited for him to continue. How is Abraxas Malfoy's health these days? Regulus asked. I saw him at a gathering not long ago. He seemed in good spirits. Orion's tone was measured. But he's getting older. There are always little problems. Why do you ask? It just occurred to me. Regulus kept his voice calm. If the elder Malfoy had an accident, an illness, an injury, or something worse, what happens to the Malfoy family? Orion narrowed his eyes. Did you hear something? No. Regulus shook his head. No rumors. It's a guess. Among pureblood families, the Malfoys are riding the highest wave right now. The elder Malfoy is skilled. He's made their house thrive. But maybe that isn't entirely a good thing. Regulus watched his father's expression. When Orion didn't respond, he continued. Especially in the current situation. Voldemort needs loyal followers, not allies who are hard to control. A family that's too powerful, and too independent, might not fit what he wants. Orion leaned forward slightly. What are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I'm only speculating. Regulus shook his head again. Let's assume it happens. If the elder Malfoy truly goes down, who benefits most? Lucius would inherit the Malfoy family, but he's too young. He lacks experience. His methods don't come close to his father's. What does the Malfoy family become then? A wealthy house without enough strength or wisdom to match its fortune. A tool that's easier to control, easier to use. He looked straight at Orion. Which Malfoy would Voldemort prefer? The elder Malfoy, clever but not fully controllable, or Lucius, an heir who can be pushed into place? The study fell silent. Orion's fingers tapped softly against the desk as he thought. Your speculation is dangerous, he said at last, and bold. Abraxas is Voldemort's public supporter. They've worked together for years. There's no reason. 72, Chapter 72, Thought and the Second Inheritance. No reason. Regulus cut him off, tossing out his counterpoint like it was obvious. The primary conflict and the secondary conflict can switch places, and the main aspect of a contradiction can become the lesser one, and vice versa. Right now, the primary conflict might be purebloods versus half-bloods, but when we reach that stage, internal consolidation of power becomes the new primary conflict. Orion snapped his head up and stared at him. There was shock in that look, and confusion, and something complicated that didn't have an easy name. His lips moved. He looked like he wanted to say something, then swallowed it back down. After a long moment, he spoke at last. Even in the privacy of his study, his voice stayed low. Where did you learn that? This time Regulus was the one caught off guard. He hadn't expected Orion to know it at all. He'd only quoted it on instinct, because that theory was the cleanest way to explain his logic. He hadn't thought his father would understand it. I read it somewhere. Regulus kept it vague. Political philosophy. Some of it's interesting. Orion watched him for a long time. Finally, he shook his head, and something close to wonder crossed his face. It is sharp, he said, his tone softer, edged with memory. When I was young, I picked up a book in a Muggle bookshop by accident. Back then it just felt novel. Later, after I'd lived through more, I thought back on those ideas and I understood why some people end up doing great things. A strange feeling rose in Regulus's chest. He hadn't expected that, not in this world, not in a black family that treated pureblood supremacy like scripture. The fact that his father had read those books, and more than that, had seen value in them. The thought flickered through him and was gone. Orion pulled the conversation back where it belonged. How likely is your speculation? I don't know, Regulus said honestly. Maybe 30%. Maybe 50%. But even if something like this has a 1% chance, you prepare as if it's certain. If Abraxas really does go down, it means the wind has shifted. The wind, Orion repeated, eyes narrowing slightly. From cooperation to control, Regulus said. From recruiting allies to eliminating anyone who won't fall in line. If the elder Malfoy dies, and it happens the way we're talking about, it becomes a signal. It tells every pureblood family there are only two choices. Total obedience, or you're out. No middle ground. Orion was silent for a long time. He went to the bookshelf, pulled out a heavy family genealogy, and turned to the pages that recorded the more recent web of alliances. His finger traced along the Malfoy entry, then stopped at the black line. If it really is like you say, he asked at last, voice low and careful, what do we do? We wait. Regulus didn't hesitate. We wait for it to happen. We wait for Lucius to take over the Malfoy family. We wait until he feels the pressure, until he realizes money isn't enough, and he needs real allies. Then we move. He added, Narcissa is my cousin. That connection exists. Malfoy and Black are natural allies already. It's just that while the elder Malfoy was alive, the two houses were more like equal partners. If it becomes Lucius, we can give him what he'll be missing. And what is that? Orion asked, even though he already knew where this was heading. Wisdom, experience, strength and connections, Regulus said. And most importantly, how to keep a family alive when the storm hits. Lucius doesn't have that now, and it'll be hard for him to gain it on his own. We do. Orion closed the genealogy and returned it to the shelf. When he came back to the desk, he looked at Regulus with a faint, unmistakable edge of pride. Lucius, Orion said slowly, is clever and social. But like you said, he lacks his father's depth. He tends to act for immediate gain. He doesn't have the same patience for long games. From a family perspective, he hasn't done anything unforgivable, at least not publicly, but, he continued, last year the Ministry of Magic had a proposal regarding magical creature protections. It should have passed. Lucius spent 10,000 galleons lobbying until it died. The reason was simple. Several families were smuggling those creatures, and they promised to let him in. And there was a Muggle-born ministry employee up for a promotion. Lucius quietly put obstacles in the way until the man was forced to resign. No real reason. He just thought someone Muggle-born didn't deserve to climb that high. Orion shook his head. These things aren't huge on their own, and in pure-blood circles people even praise that sort of behavior as protecting your own, but pile up enough of it and it plants problems you can't see yet. Regulus nodded. Which is why he'll need allies even more. One person makes a mistake, they pay the price. A group makes the same mistake, the price spreads out. You understand this far too well, Orion said, still unsettled. He had no idea how his son had learned to think like this. Magic education couldn't cultivate it. This was pure intelligence. It had nothing to do with spells. By then, the conversation had reached a natural end. It was deep enough. Orion told him he would keep an eye on the Malfoys, and he'd start preparing accordingly. Then he said, go rest. School starts tomorrow. All right. Regulus left the study and closed the door behind him. Back in his room, Regulus's thoughts felt off. The conversation had a taste to it. It stirred him in a way that almost never happened. He sat at his desk, closed his eyes, and let his awareness sink inward. The star-guided meditation began to turn. The vast image of it smoothed down the tangled edges of his mind. When his emotions finally settled, he opened his eyes and started thinking again. He'd said everything he could about the Malfoys. His father would handle the rest. What Regulus needed to focus on now was something concrete. Strength. There was half a day left of break, enough time to do one thing. To take a second inheritance. Verdant magic, the first inheritance, had given him direction, but it lacked immediate combat power. What he needed now was something that could take effect instantly in real fighting. Space magic suited that perfectly, and the Black family inheritance happened to contain exactly what he needed. The Space Anchor Charm. Regulus stood and went to the family's hidden chamber. By now, he had access to most of the house. He moved through without resistance, pushed open the obsidian door, and stepped into the wide, solemn chamber. On the stone platform, more than a dozen memory crystal spheres reflected a faint silver sheen under the light of the magical torches. He touched the cold surface, and an immense flood of memory and magic poured straight into his mind. That ancestor had lived in the 14th century, an era when space magic research reached a peak. The Space Anchor Charm she left behind was not an offensive spell, and not a defensive spell in the usual sense. It was stabilization magic for space itself. The principle was simple. You set invisible magical anchor points in the void, fixing the surrounding structure of space in place. It had two effects. First, it resisted apparition ambushes, though it worked differently from modern anti-apparition wards. Within the range of an anchor, space became unnaturally viscous. Forcing apparition into it was like jumping into cement that hadn't finished setting. Movement slowed dramatically, or the attempt failed entirely. Second, it stabilized spatial structure, pushing back against magic meant to twist, tear, expand, or fold space, reducing those effects to a fraction of what they should be. Regulus watched scenes from the ancestors' battles through the inheritance memory. In one, she faced a dark wizard who specialized in apparition strikes. She laid 3 space anchors around herself first. He tried to blink behind her for a kill, and the moment he appeared, his body locked in midair, trapped like he'd sunk into an invisible bog. She ended the fight with a single slashing curse, smooth as turning a page. In another scene, an enemy tried to shred her with spatial distortion, but the anchors held the surrounding structure steady. The distortion only took hold outside the anchored range, while she stood at the center, untouched. The inheritance memory lasted about half an hour. When Regulus finally pulled his fingers away, fine sweat dotted his forehead. Taking 2 inheritances in such a short time was a heavy strain. He could feel a dull pressure deep in his mind, as if his skull had been stuffed too full and needed time to settle. But he understood the core principle of the space anchors now. You used magic to tie a knot into the structure of space, making that area stable, solid, difficult to shake. Anchor positions could be chosen freely. The number of anchors could stack. The range could be adjusted. In theory, if you laid enough anchors, close enough together, you could create a domain where space magic simply didn't function. House elves would be restricted. Portkeys too. Whether a phoenix could break it, he didn't know, but a starlight kite probably wouldn't manage it. Regulus left the chamber and returned to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed and let the knowledge settle, slow and heavy. There was too much in his head right now. It would take time to sort it. Outside the window, London's night was calm. In the distance, Big Ben struck 10. The sound came through the magical barrier, muffled and long. Regulus lay back and closed his eyes. The last few days replayed in his mind. Nocturne Alley's gloom. The test of real combat. His talk with his father. The second inheritance. Every piece of it pushed him forward. Every piece of it added to his strength. Break was over. Tomorrow, he went back to Hogwarts. Stone PLZZZZZZZ, next target 100 PS, smiley face. 73, Chapter 73, The Strolls and the Start of Term. The Hogwarts Express pulled into the station at 4 in the afternoon. Regulus stepped off the train with his trunk, and the platform was packed with students returning to school. The noise hit him like a wave. He headed for the carriages with Cuthbert and Alex. The carriages looked like they were moving on their own. The front was empty, no animal in sight, but Regulus knew what was there. Thestrals. He couldn't see them. Only people who had witnessed death could see a thistral, and Regulus had never watched someone die. So all he saw was empty harness shafts, and a carriage that rolled along the gravel path by itself, the wheels creaking over stone. It felt like a shame. Thestrals carried a special weight in magical texts. They could fly. They could cut through storms and darkness. They could slip past magical barriers. Some books even claimed they could briefly traverse space itself. More than that, they were symbolic. Only someone who had faced death, who had accepted the truth of life, could see them. Maybe that was the point. Break through the limits of what you think you know, gain a deeper understanding, and you start noticing what other people can't. In the wizarding world, symbols and images sometimes were magic. Regulus climbed into a carriage. Several Slytherin students were already inside. The moment Cuthbert sat down, he started talking, his voice pitched a little louder on purpose, loud enough for everyone to hear. You lot wouldn't believe the Malfoy gathering over break. His face wore that look of someone who knew a secret he couldn't quite share, eyes bright. So many families were there. It was massive. Lucius Malfoy hosted personally. The elder Malfoy was there too, only showed his face and left, but still. Every word screamed the same message. I was at something important. As he spoke, he kept glancing at Regulus, like he wanted approval and also wanted to show off that he belonged in the same circle. Regulus listened quietly, nodding now and then. Hermes sat in the corner without a word. He looked even darker than he had before the break, pale, with faint shadows beneath his eyes. Everything about him said, "Don't come near me." Alex sat beside Regulus, listening to Cuthbert, and his face had gone a little white. He hadn't attended the gathering. He was only a branch of the Rosier family, but he still had a sense of what that kind of event meant. Purebloods choosing sides. Voldemort's influence consolidating. Hearing Cuthbert describe the details made fear crawl up his spine. Regulus noticed the way a few older students looked at Cuthbert, their eyes edged with contempt. None of them said anything. They simply looked away and pretended to be interested in the view outside. Regulus understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. They were older, which meant they were better at hiding what they thought. In private, they might talk even more eagerly than Cuthbert ever would. The carriage passed through the Hogwarts gates, followed the long drive, and finally stopped in front of the castle. Students streamed out and walked into the brightly lit Great Hall. The start-of-term feast was already underway. The long tables were piled with food. The ceiling had been transfigured into a starry sky. Candles floated overhead, casting warm light. Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table, his long silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. Once everyone had settled, Dumbledore stood. "Welcome back," he said, his voice warm and carrying easily across the hall. "Did you enjoy your holiday? I hope you've all had a proper rest, because there's a great deal of work ahead of us." His gaze swept across the 4 house tables, and wherever it landed, the room quieted. "Learning magic isn't only about mastering spells," Dumbledore continued. "It's also about understanding our relationship with the world. Why do we use magic? For what purpose? For whose benefit? Those are questions I hope you'll think about as you study." He raised his goblet. "To a new year, to the pursuit of knowledge, and to the things that make us better people. Cheers." A chorus of cheers rose around the hall. Regulus lifted his pumpkin juice and took a sip. Dumbledore wasn't being subtle. The message was clear. Magic had a higher purpose than showing off, higher than pride, higher than family glory. He was planting ideas about kindness, justice, responsibility. Regulus ate his roast chicken in silence. He understood Dumbledore's position, and he respected the man's stubborn commitment to it. But Regulus had his own path to walk. That path might not match Dumbledore's hopes, and that was fine. Everyone answered for their own choices. After the feast, students returned to their common rooms. In the Slytherin common room, silver and green decorations caught the firelight and threw back a cold gleam. Narcissa stood near the fireplace talking with a few seventh-year girls. When she saw Regulus enter, she gave him a small nod. Regulus walked over. "Cousin." "Regulus." Narcissa smiled. "How was your holiday?" "Not bad," Regulus said. "I met a lot of people. Learned a few new things." They traded a few brief pleasantries, all surface level, all polite. Then Lucretius Burke approached. The Slytherin prefect wore immaculate robes and a practiced smile. He bowed slightly to Narcissa first. "Apologies for the interruption, Narcissa. May I borrow Regulus for a moment?" Narcissa nodded. "Of course." Then she turned away with her usual graceful ease. Lucretius led Regulus to a quieter corner of the room. "I saw you in Nocturne Alley during the holiday," Lucretius said without preamble, voice lowered like he was sharing something private. "With your father. Inspecting the shops." Regulus nodded, saying nothing. He hadn't been trying to hide. Being spotted was normal. "Next time you go, you should stop by my family's shop," Lucretius offered. "Borgin and Burke's, Nocturne Alley 13B. There are things you might find interesting." Regulus understood. The Burkes were extending goodwill. Not exactly recruitment, more like planting a favorable connection. With the elder Burke's reputation, it made sense. And Borgin and Burke's was one of the biggest dark artifact dealers in Nocturne Alley. There would be plenty worth seeing. "I will," Regulus said without hesitation. "Over break." Lucretius smiled, patted Regulus's shoulder, and walked away. Regulus stayed where he was, a thought slipping through his mind. He wondered if the vanishing cabinet was already in the Burke shop. The pair of cabinets that would one day connect Hogwarts and Nocturne Alley would become an important piece on the board. But it was too early for that. Draco Malfoy hadn't even been born yet. Regulus wasn't in a hurry. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 11. Cuthbert was still excitedly telling Alex about his holiday, even though Alex very clearly didn't want to hear it. Hermes had already drawn his bed curtains shut. A faint, unstable pulse of magic leaked through. Regulus glanced once and recognized it for what it was. Dark magic, but not the darkest kind. Regulus didn't join the conversation. He washed up and went straight to bed. He closed his eyes and let his awareness sink deep. Star-guided meditation began to turn. The 4 stars of Orion lit up in his mind, silver-white, tracing the constellation's outline. Magic flowed in a looping cycle along the path of those stars. But tonight felt different. A dull pressure throbbed in the depths of his awareness, like his head was too full, like his mind hadn't finished digesting what he'd taken in. Taking 2 inheritances back-to-back had strained him more than he'd expected. Verdant magic demanded an understanding of life's essence. The space anchor charm demanded control over spatial structure. Both were advanced magic, both required a vast foundation of knowledge and extremely precise manipulation. All of that information had crashed into his consciousness like floodwater. It would take time to absorb, to understand, to integrate. Regulus could feel it clearly. If he tried to take a 3rd inheritance now, it would probably fail. His mind was close to saturation. Forcing more ancestral memory into it could mean confusion and tangled understanding at best, and real mental damage at worst, memories shifting out of place. Time between inheritances was necessary. His ancestors hadn't sealed a lifetime of knowledge into crystal so their descendants could swallow it all in one bite. That was like trying to eat a year's worth of food in a single meal. You wouldn't survive it. Inheritance required digestion. It required practice. It required turning someone else's experience into your own understanding. There was no rushing that process. Regulus adjusted his meditation, easing the flow of magic into something gentler. He stopped chasing speed. Instead, he focused on consolidation. The 4-star model needed to be steadier. Magic circulation needed to be smoother. His mental barriers needed to be stronger. Once his mind fully recovered, once verdant magic and the space anchor charm had both settled into him properly, then he would try to light the 5th star of the star-guided meditation. That would be a new breakthrough. But that was for later. For now, he needed rest. A new school year had begun. 74, Chapter 74, A Small Charm, A Big Spark. At breakfast, Cuthbert was still going on about his holiday like he'd been paid by the word. He waved his fork around as he described the size of Malfoy Manor's ballroom, the enchanted murals on the ceiling that shifted patterns, and the delicate little pastries the house elves served, the kind with names you couldn't even pronounce. Alex kept his head down beside him, listening, occasionally chiming in with a question like he was trying to be polite. Hermes only ate, his knife and fork tapping softly against his plate. Regulus chewed his toast slowly, and for once his mind felt slightly distant. The holiday days sat behind a thin veil, clear and vivid, and yet far away. The Malfoy dinner. The pure blood gathering. Those meaningful, carefully chosen words he'd exchanged with Lucius Malfoy on the terrace. The places he'd walked through while inspecting the family's businesses. The short, clean fight in one of Nocturne Alley's dark side streets. It had all happened in a single break. He'd done those things with an adult's mindset. He'd thought about those problems like an adult, handled those relationships like an adult. Then he'd turned around and come back to Hogwarts, sitting in classes as a first year. On the Gryffindor side, James Potter was loudly telling the table about racing Sirius on broomsticks over the holiday, while Peter Pettigrew sat beside him with a face full of envy, asking question after question. Over at Ravenclaw, a few girls were comparing the colors of the hair ribbons they'd bought. Some Hufflepuff boys were complaining about homework, swearing they'd barely managed to finish. And at the Slytherin table, aside from Cuthbert's show-off storytelling, everyone else was talking too. Who had a new broom? Who had gone to France and what they'd eaten? Who had picked up some odd little trinket in Nocturne Alley? The topics were small, ordinary, threaded with childish excitement and childish grumbling. Regulus suddenly found it all interesting. That pure attention to little details. The easy curiosity about something new. The honest chase of simple happiness. He hadn't felt that in a long time. Long enough that he'd nearly forgotten he was only 11. The first class of the new term was Charms. Professor Flitwick stood on top of his stack of books and announced the day's lesson in his high, bright voice. Rictus Empra. A fun little charm that forces the corners of your opponent's mouth up until they're laughing. It isn't harmful, but if you use it well, it can disrupt someone's casting. It's hard to speak an incantation properly while you're laughing. He demonstrated the wand movement and pronunciation, then flicked his wand. A pink beam shot toward the practice dummy on the front table. The dummy's wooden face immediately twisted into an exaggerated grin, as if it were silently cackling. Now, pair up and practice. Regulus was paired with Cuthbert. It really was a small charm. Plenty of first-years had learned it before term even started, so there wasn't much difficulty. Cuthbert managed it on his first try. The dummy's mouth pulled into a grin, but not very wide, like a forced smile. On the wooden face, it looked faintly unsettling. When Regulus cast, the pink light snapped out from his wand tip, and the dummy's mouth stretched almost to its ears. The whole face warped into a ridiculous, manic laugh. Perfect. Professor Flitwick bounced up from his cushion. Precise casting, stable effect. Slytherin gains 5 points. Regulus nodded politely in thanks, but he didn't feel much. He'd known the charm for ages. He couldn't even remember where he'd picked it up, maybe a book, maybe watching another young witch or wizard practice. It had simply stuck. It was simple, low on magical demand, and the result was immediate. A classic beginner prank charm. Still, since it was class and the professor was teaching it, Regulus practiced properly. After a while, his mind began to drift. Then a thought surfaced, sudden and sharp. Regulus lowered his wand. When Professor Flitwick's patrol brought him near their table, Regulus raised his hand. A few Slytherins and Ravenclaws nearby immediately leaned in, ears pricking. Regulus Black asking a question on the first day back was not something they wanted to miss. Professor, Regulus said politely, respectful, I have a question about Rictus Empra. Professor Flitwick stepped closer and looked up at him with curiosity. Yes, Mr. Black. Does it only work on humans? It works on most living creatures, Flitwick replied. Mammals, birds, even some reptiles. But certain magical creatures have very strong resistance, and a small charm like this might not take. Of course, it depends. If the caster is skilled and powerful enough, the charm can affect most beings. Flitwick clearly thought that was the end of it. Regulus did not. What if the target doesn't have a mouth? Regulus asked, calm and steady. Or what about creatures where the mouth and the waist opening are the same hole, like cnidarians, jellyfish, sea anemones, corals? How would the charm apply then? The classroom went quiet. What kind of question was that? Why would something share one hole for both? Some students stared at each other, blank and confused. A few Ravenclaws frowned like they were honestly trying to work it out. A handful of Slytherins looked like they wanted to laugh and didn't dare. Professor Flitwick blinked, visibly caught. He pushed his glasses up his nose, thought carefully, and answered with caution. That is a very creative question. As far as I know, no one casts Rictus Empra on cnidarians. In theory, if a target doesn't have a clear mouth structure, the charm may not be able to lock on, or its effect would be greatly reduced, or it might fail entirely. Then what about earthworms? Regulus asked. They have a mouth and an anus, but they're tiny openings on the body. Or slugs, where the mouth is on the underside and very small. Or deep-sea fish where the mouth is in a strange place, or where it doesn't exist in any traditional sense. Mr. Black, Professor Flitwick interrupted gently, with the tone of someone offering a warning without embarrassment. The examples you're raising are not ones many people study. Charms focuses on what works on humans and common magical beings. For specialized anatomy, the spell might need adjustments before it functions properly. Regulus nodded. Understood, Professor Flitwick. Thank you. Flitwick gave him a look that carried a bit more meaning than usual. You're welcome, Mr. Black. Questions are always welcome in my classroom. Regulus wasn't actually fascinated by which end of a cnidarian counted as a mouth. That kind of curiosity didn't have much practical value beyond being strange. The point was what the charm had sparked in his mind. Rictus Empra, from the moment it was created, had been built to force the corners of a target's mouth into a grin they couldn't control. Whoever designed it hadn't been thinking about jellyfish. They hadn't been thinking about earthworms or slugs. They probably hadn't been thinking about anything beyond humans at all. The charm had one purpose, one effect. There was no visible principle in the middle. No complex analysis of magical structure. No deep study of physiology. No explanation of how nerves and muscles controlled a smile. It was simply this. Someone had thought, I want to make people laugh. And somehow, through instinct, or inspiration, or endless trial and error, they found a way to shape magic into that result. Then the charm spread. It was written into textbooks, taught and learned, generation after generation. A charm's text would list the wand movement, the pronunciation, the cautions, maybe even variations and advanced uses, but it would not tell you why that movement paired with those syllables created that effect. Because no one knew, or because the number of people who knew was so small that the knowledge became secret, or it vanished into history. And through a tiny, silly charm, Regulus understood something all at once. Magic could not always be understood, not in the way he wanted. Until now, he'd tried to treat magic like science, like reason, like logic. Magic was energy, spells were code, wand movements were guidance, effects were output, a precise program. That mindset had let him learn a huge number of spells quickly. He could even improve them, optimize them, invent new applications. But some magic might never have worked like that in the first place. The patroness charm demanded positive emotion. It demanded the most genuine desire buried in your heart. A patroness wouldn't appear because you understood the chemistry of happiness, or could define protection in philosophical terms. It appeared because you truly felt it, because you truly wanted to protect something. That was the power of the mind. The projection of will. Something more basic, more direct, more driven by belief than logic. Rictus Empra, small as it was, might be the same. The person who created it hadn't overthought it. They'd wanted to make someone laugh, and they'd done it. The person learning it didn't need to overthink it either. 75, Chapter 75, Flitwick is a good professor, bonus. When the bell rang, Professor Flitwick stopped Regulus before he could follow the others out. Mr. Black, could you stay a moment? Students filed past in a steady stream. Cuthbert glanced at Regulus, mouthed "I'll wait outside," then slipped out with the rest. In no time at all, the classroom was empty except for the two of them. Professor Flitwick hopped down from his stack of books and walked over. He tilted his head up to look at Regulus, who towered over him, and the usual bright, bouncy excitement was gone from his face. In its place was something serious and intent. "Your question today," Professor Flitwick said, "reminded me of the question you asked in your very first lesson, about the nature of Wingardium Leviosa, about the way magic distributes, and how it supports something against gravity." Regulus dipped his head slightly and listened without interrupting. "Back then, you were looking for principles. For the why." Professor Flitwick's voice stayed calm and measured. "Today, you were still asking why, but from a different angle. You weren't asking how the spell works. You were asking what it doesn't work on. That's deeper thinking. That's progress in understanding." He kept his gaze fixed on Regulus, and behind his glasses, his eyes seemed to catch the light. "Magic is simply there, Mr. Black," Professor Flitwick said, his voice turning softer, like he was sharing something old and carefully guarded. "It has existed since ancient times, like air, like water, like the earth itself. Everyone understands magic differently. In the same school, with the same professor, using the same textbook, students can still grow into completely different paths. Some excel in combat magic, some in healing, some in transfiguration, some in alchemy. None of those paths is better or worse. They're choices." His bright eyes didn't waver. "But there is one thing they all share: you have to believe. Believe that magic exists. Believe in your understanding. Believe in the power of the mind. Because sometimes magic blooms when you least expect it, and answers when you need it most. That answer isn't always rational. It isn't always logical. But it's real." Regulus stood still, and something inside him loosened. The thin haze of confusion he'd been carrying began to peel away. Professor Flitwick noticed immediately. This small professor, a master of charms with decades of research and teaching behind him, had seen the shift in Regulus before Regulus could fully name it himself. From pure, cold analysis to the first real acceptance that magic had an irrational side. From trying to force everything into a neat scientific framework to understanding that some things might simply refuse to be explained. So Flitwick gave him this. Not a technique. Not a tidy answer. Something more fundamental, a way of approaching magic. Regulus had, at the start, been thoroughly rational. He'd always looked at the world the same way: gather information, compare it, find patterns, build models. Even with magic, his instincts pushed him to drag it into a framework that could be understood, tested, and explained. Everything had cause and effect. Everything could be solved. But the more magic he encountered, the wider the world became, and he'd started to see the cracks in that certainty. Magic could follow rules, yes. It could also be full of accidents and wonders. Transfiguration dealt with changing the very nature of matter. Soul magic brushed against the deepest mysteries of existence. The patroness charm went straight to the most buried desire in your heart. None of that could be reduced to a simple equation of energy conversion. Even so, he'd still lean toward logic. He kept trying to find the hidden structure underneath it all, the unified framework that would make even the most seemingly spiritual parts of magic fall neatly into place. Right up until the moment he'd summoned a patroness. The starlight kite. In that instant, it had been pure sensation, pure certainty. Standing on a cliff along the Irish coast, watching the sun sink into the sea, feeling that rush in his chest, that longing for freedom, for a wider world, for endless possibility. And then the patroness had come, as naturally as if it had grown out of his soul. That was the first time he'd truly touched the strength of the mind. He'd chosen, after that, to walk a road where reason and feeling could exist together. Use logic to plan the direction. Use emotion to live the journey. Use calculation to control magic. Use the heart to feel it. Now, hearing Professor Flitwick speak, it felt like the final piece clicking into place. Magic was simply there. No matter how he looked at it, no matter what road he took toward it, whether he tried to understand it or simply experience it, magic was still there. It didn't change because he understood more. It didn't shrink because he chose one approach over another. It existed as naturally as the world itself. He could study it like science. He could sense it through the mind. He could grasp it by instinct. He could master it through experience. None of those paths contradicted the others. They weren't at war. They were different routes toward the same destination. What mattered was that he trusted the road he was walking, and treated magic with sincerity. Regulus drew a deep breath, then bowed to Professor Flitwick, properly and solemnly, with genuine respect. "Thank you, Professor," he said, voice steady and honest. "That meant a lot to me." Professor Flitwick smiled, and the lively sparkle returned to his face like a lamp being lit. "It's my honor to help you, Mr. Black." He sounded almost cheerful again. "You're talented, and you think in interesting ways. Keep thinking, keep your curiosity, but also keep yourself open. The magical world is vast. There's a great deal waiting for you to discover." Regulus thanked him once more and left the classroom. Cuthbert and Alex were waiting in the corridor. The moment Regulus appeared, Cuthbert leaned in eagerly. "What did he say to you?" "Just something about understanding magic," Regulus said. "Oh." Cuthbert looked like he understood about half of that, and wisely didn't press. The three of them headed for their next class. Regulus walked in the middle, steps even, expression calm. But inside, that stubborn obsession he'd always carried, the need to trap everything inside a rational box, had finally begun to loosen for real. He was grateful to Professor Flitwick. Not only for the insight, but because Flitwick had been able to see the problem in his student, understand the confusion underneath it, and willingly share his own wisdom and experience. That attention, that willingness to guide, that respect for teaching itself, made Professor Flitwick someone genuinely admirable. Power mattered. Skill mattered. But a heart that wanted to lead students forward, a heart that didn't hoard knowledge, mattered too. The next class was History of Magic. Professor Binns drifted at the front of the room, lecturing in his flat, unchanging voice about medieval European wizard councils. Most students were fighting sleep. A few were secretly reading other books under their textbooks. Regulus sat near the window, quill in hand, drawing absent lines across parchment without realizing it. Professor Flitwick's words kept echoing. Magic is simply there. Everyone understands magic differently. Believe in the power of the mind. They were enlightening, but they weren't absolute. Regulus wasn't the type to change his entire path because a professor had said something meaningful. He wouldn't swallow someone else's perspective whole and call it his truth. His road was his to walk. Every accomplished witch and wizard had their own understanding, their own way forward. Like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, Professor McGonagall, Professor Slughorn, Professor Flitwick. Their paths weren't just different, sometimes they clashed outright, yet every one of them had reached remarkable heights. You couldn't become someone like that by memorizing textbooks alone. You needed your own thinking, your own understanding, sometimes even your own creation. He could learn from other people's experience, borrow their methods, but he couldn't copy them entirely. That would be their road, not his. What Professor Flitwick had given him wasn't so much a direction as a confirmation. Confirmation that the way he'd been thinking lately was right. That reason and feeling could coexist. That accepting magic's irrational side wasn't regression, but growth. It made him more certain, not less. When the bell rang, Regulus packed his books and stood. He declined Cuthbert's invitation to go to the Great Hall for lunch, and instead turned toward the library. On the first day back, the library was quiet. Most students were still riding the warmth of the holiday break, preferring to stroll outside the castle and chat, or head back to their common rooms to trade stories. Regulus walked between the shelves until he reached the charms section. He didn't have a specific target. He just moved slowly along the spines, fingertips brushing titles as his eyes skimmed over names, some new, some worn, common spells and their variations, advanced techniques in magical control, ancient runes and their links to modern spells. In the end, he pulled out a book called On the Nature of Magic, written by an author he'd never heard of. He opened it. No matter which path he chose, he still had to walk it with his own feet. All the thinking in the world, all the understanding in the world, still had to land somewhere real, concrete knowledge, actual practice, and the steady growth of power. Professor Flitwick's words were guidance on direction. But how to walk it, how quickly, what to do when he hit an obstacle that was on him. He sank into the book, and time slipped by. About half an hour later, the chair across from him scraped back. Someone sat down. 76, Chapter 76, The Amazing Rabbit, Bonus. Regulus looked up and found Lily across from him. She had a few books hugged to her chest, her hair pulled into a ponytail, and that bright, lively smile she always seemed to carry with her. Regulus gave her a small nod as greeting, then dropped his gaze back to his reading. Lily didn't seem bothered. If anything, she'd gotten used to him by now. She sat down quietly, pulled out a quill and parchment from her bag, and started writing. They didn't talk. There was only the soft flip of pages, and the scratch of a quill moving over parchment. The silence held until lunch was close. Regulus closed his book and began to stand, ready to head to the great hall. Lily packed up at the same time. She hesitated, then reached into the small shoulder bag Regulus had given her, the one with the extension charm, and pulled out a parcel. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with a dark green ribbon. "For you." Lily pushed it toward him. Her voice was light, a little shy. "A late Christmas present. Don't make fun of it." Regulus took it, and the moment it touched his hands, he could tell it was knitted, soft and thick. Probably a scarf or gloves. The wrapping was simple, nothing like the fancy displays in shops, but the ribbon was tied neatly, and every corner had been folded with careful precision. He could picture her back in Cokeworth, sitting near the fireplace, knitting it stitch by stitch. She'd probably had to dodge Petunia's curious, maybe jealous looks, dodge her parents' questions too, finish her homework first, then work under lamplight at night until it was done. It wasn't expensive. The wool was ordinary, the pattern basic, and any shop could sell something prettier. But it carried something that couldn't be bought: time and care. A girl's honest wish for a friend. Regulus accepted the parcel as if it mattered, then looked her in the eyes. "Thank you." Lily's face immediately lit up. The tension and awkwardness vanished, replaced by pure happiness. "I'm glad you like it," she said, suddenly cheerful. "I didn't have much to do at home, and I couldn't practice magic, so I thought I'd make something." They left the library together and started toward the great hall, chatting about the holiday as they walked. Regulus obviously wasn't about to tell Lily what his break had really been. The Malfoy dinner, the patrol through Nocturne Alley, fighting dark wizards. None of that belonged in casual conversation, so he kept it safe, practicing magic at home, attending the occasional social event. Lily listened with open envy. "You can practice at home. I don't even dare keep my wand near me. I'm terrified I'll do magic by accident. One time I was helping my mom wash dishes and there was this stubborn stain. My brain just went straight to Scourgify, and I panicked so bad I locked my wand in the deepest drawer." "The trace only flags underage magic when there aren't adult wizards nearby," Regulus said, following her line of thought. "If you really need practice over the holidays, find a close friend who has adult witches or wizards at home. Stay with them for a few days. If there are adults around, the trace won't trigger." "Really?" Lily's eyes brightened. "That works." "The Ministry of Magic system isn't that precise," Regulus explained. "It's mainly aimed at children from Muggle families, to keep them from exposing magic in front of Muggles. If there are adult wizards nearby, the system assumes the adults are the ones casting. It won't pin it on the kid." Lily nodded and clearly filed the information away. Then she hesitated, and asked anyway, "Why did you give me something so expensive? That bag, I saw similar ones in Diagon Alley. The price was terrifying." Regulus went quiet for a moment. He couldn't exactly tell her. "It only feels expensive to you. I thought it was cheap." "Value is relative," he said at last. "To me, it's just a convenient tool. The undetectable extension charm used to make it isn't that advanced. The Ministry of Magic bans private use, but as long as you're not showing off and you're not using it for anything illegal, you can do it quietly without trouble." Then, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, he added, "If you're interested, the library has a book called Foundations and Applications of Spatial Magic. It explains the undetectable extension charm in detail, with practice methods. In theory, if your control is precise enough and you understand how space expansion works, you can make one yourself." Lily stared. "I can make one." "Of course." Regulus nodded without hesitation. "Magic is learned. If you're willing to spend the time, and you practice seriously, a lot of things that look impossible are actually not that hard." He'd seen it in another life, in another story. Hermione Granger had managed to create a beaded bag with an extension charm in 7th year, packed with everything they needed to survive. If Hermione could do it, there was no reason Lily couldn't. Being younger didn't matter either. If Lily wanted, Regulus could guide her through the key points. They entered the great hall and split off toward their house tables. When Regulus sat down, Cuthbert leaned in and asked in a low voice, "You and that Evans girl close or something?" "Academic discussion," Regulus answered simply. Cuthbert made a face and dropped it. From the perspective of a boy raised in a pure-blood family, getting too friendly with someone Muggle-born was a bad idea. But he didn't dare interfere too much in anything Regulus did. A warning was the most he would risk, and even that was just duty as a housemate. Regulus didn't care. Most pure-blood children weren't even half as capable as Lily was. Wednesday afternoon brought transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the classroom, as severe as ever. She wore a dark green robe, a Gryffindor badge and the Hogwarts crest pinned at the collar. Her silver hair was pulled back so tightly it looked like it had never once dared to move out of place. "Today's lesson is Handkerchief to Rabbit," she said, voice crisp and firm. "This is a key topic for the term, and it will appear on your final exam. The requirement is simple. Your rabbit must hold its form for 10 minutes without reverting." She picked up a white handkerchief and tapped it lightly with her wand. The fabric twisted, swelled, and stretched. A faint texture like fur rippled across the surface, and the edges began to lengthen into the shape of ears. A few seconds later, a living white rabbit sat on the desk. Its pink nose twitched, long ears upright, back feet giving a soft little kick against the tabletop. Transfiguration relies on more than magic, Professor McGonagall said. It relies on focus. You must clearly imagine every detail of the target form, the texture of the fur, the distribution of muscle, the structure of the skeleton, even the color of the eyes, and the way they reflect light. The clearer your image, the more stable your transformation, and the longer it will hold. She tapped again. The rabbit became a handkerchief once more. Now, begin. Regulus picked up the handkerchief in front of him. It was cotton, with the Hogwarts crest embroidered at the edge. He closed his eyes and built the rabbit in his mind. Not a vague outline, but something complete, precise, and layered, from the inside out. The skeletal system, which includes skull, spine, ribs, the shape of the limb bones, how each joint connected. The muscle system, like which muscles powered a jump, which controlled chewing, which turned the ears. The internal organs like heart placement, lung size, intestine length. External traits like fur length and density, the clarity of the eyes and their sheen, the fine pattern of blood vessels in the ears, the sensitivity of the whiskers. It came easily to him, effortless, but he knew it wasn't like that for everyone else. Some of the other first years probably didn't even know whether rabbits had tails. When the image was done, Regulus lifted his wand and tapped lightly. The handkerchief began to change. But unlike Professor McGonagall's smooth, natural transition, Regulus's was more precise, more layered, almost surgical. The transformation started from within. The cotton fibers rearranged, forming the beginnings of a skeleton. Then muscle tissue formed, wrapping around bone. Then organs appeared, settling into the correct places in chest and abdomen. Only after that did the fur grow in, white fluff spreading across the surface until the body was fully covered. It took about 5 seconds. A white rabbit stood on the desk, almost identical to the one Professor McGonagall had produced. If you looked closely, though, the difference was obvious. This rabbit's eyes were brighter, more alert. Its breathing looked more natural, the rise and fall of its chest steady and real. When its ears turned, you could almost hear the faint rub of cartilage. Regulus paused, considering. Then he tapped his wand again, aiming at the rabbit, and continued the transformation. The skin along the rabbit's back began to rise. Tissue reorganized beneath it. Bone extended. Muscle attached. A pair of wings pushed out from the shoulder blades, bat-like membrane wings. The wing bones were long and fine, joints flexible. The membrane was thin but tough, webbed with delicate veins. At the same time, the chest structure shifted. Ribs expanded outward to make room for new flight muscles. The heart adjusted slightly, pumping more efficiently. The lungs grew larger, built for stronger exchange of air. The hind leg muscles changed too, better suited for launch and landing. It still looked like a rabbit. But inside, it was something else entirely. Students around him gasped. Black made a magical creature. A Hufflepuff boy shouted. Is that even a rabbit? Rabbits don't have wings. It's definitely a magical creature, only magical creatures look like that. Stone PLZZZ. 77, Chapter 77, A Livelier Regulus, Bonus. This transfiguration class was shared with Hufflepuff, so both houses crowded in to watch. Cuthbert sat beside Regulus, looking unbearably proud. Alex looked both stunned and impressed, eyes wide like he couldn't blink. Hermes made a face, but his gaze kept flicking over anyway. A few Hufflepuffs wore complicated expressions, equal parts envy, curiosity, and something that looked suspiciously like greed. Professor McGonagall strode over. She took one look and saw straight through it. This is not a magical creature, she said, voice sharp enough to cut through the chatter. Transfiguring a magical creature involves changes at the deepest level. It requires going beyond standard transfiguration, and that is an advanced field. At your current level, it's impossible. She studied the winged rabbit closely, and there was the faintest hint of approval in her eyes. Mr. Black has only altered this rabbit's existing physiology, Professor McGonagall continued. He added flight organs and adjusted the related muscles and skeletal structure. The transformation itself is not especially advanced, but it does require a very thorough understanding of the target form. You must know what a rabbit's normal structure is. You must know how to modify it without destroying the overall balance. You must know how to keep it alive after the modification. She looked at Regulus. Very good transfiguration. Precise control, sound structure, and an imaginative result. Slytherin gains 10 points for creative transfiguration. Thank you, Professor, Regulus said politely. Professor McGonagall nodded and moved on to help the other students. But as she turned away, a fleeting expression crossed her face, almost confused. She had the odd sense that this black boy felt livelier. Not in personality, she thought. More like a liveliness of mind. Last term, his questions had always been serious, all about the strict mechanics of matter and transformation. That discussion about diamonds and graphite had stuck with her. It had even pushed her into a direction she'd never considered. On the first day back this term, he'd asked that bizarre question about Nidarians, and she still vividly remembered the look on Phileas's face when he told her about it. Now he'd produced this winged rabbit. Technically flawless, yes, but it carried something else, a hint of playfulness. Professor McGonagall couldn't decide if that was good or bad, but she was certain of one thing. Something had changed in Black over the holiday. Maybe an experience, maybe a spell, or maybe something. She only hoped it was for the better. Regulus had no idea she'd just gone through an entire train of thought about him. He was simply putting ideas into practice, letting rational analysis and intuitive creativity exist side by side. He used logic to break down a rabbit's physiology. He used imagination to come up with the amusing idea of a rabbit that could fly. Then he combined the two and made the transformation happen. The result was excellent. He planned to wait until he'd fully absorbed everything in Professor McGonagall's notes before asking a more advanced question, something that might earn him access to deeper transfiguration knowledge. The last discussion, turning graphite into diamond, had benefited him enormously. Next time, he should push further. For example, where the limits of living transfiguration really were. Where the boundary lay between transfiguration and creating life. Thinking like that deepened his understanding, and it steadily strengthened his ability. When the bell rang, students began packing up and leaving. Regulus turned the winged rabbit back into a handkerchief, folded it neatly, set it back on the desk, and headed toward the Slytherin common room with Cuthbert and the others. The corridors were busy. First years hurried along in mild panic, trying to find their next classroom. Older students clustered in small groups, talking in low voices. Portraits dozed in their frames or chatted with their neighbors. Suits of armor stood motionless in alcoves, as if they'd never moved in their lives. As Regulus reached the stair landing on the second floor, he felt something. A subtle shift in space. About 10 yards behind him, the air rippled, so faint most people would never notice. Regulus recognized it instantly. A house elf. Hogwarts had hundreds of them, working in the kitchens, cleaning dormitories, running errands all over the castle. They came and went freely, operating with their own peculiar style of space magic. That alone was nothing unusual. Except Regulus kept walking, and that ripple followed. It held at roughly the same distance. When he turned, it turned. When he climbed stairs, it climbed. When he stopped and pretended to tie his shoe, it stopped too. Regulus understood. He was being watched. But why? Possibilities flashed through his mind. Had something from Nocturne Alley been exposed over the holiday? The Cruciatus curse? Unlikely. People died in places like Nocturne Alley and no one cared, and his father would have cleaned it up thoroughly. The conversations at the Malfoy dinner? Those had all been careful, indirect. Nothing concrete enough to justify surveillance. What else had he done? Then another thought surfaced. This kind of attention might have started last term. He'd been too conspicuous at Hogwarts. The chief status. Crushing fifth years. Having high-level discussions with professors. Any of that could draw notice. And in Hogwarts, who was the most likely, and most justified, person to keep an eye on a gifted student? There was only one answer. Dumbledore. Regulus thought of Dumbledore's history with Voldemort. The way the headmaster had taken notice of Tom Riddle early, and how that attention had eventually turned into open conflict. A headmaster like that would absolutely observe a student who showed unusual talent. Not out of malice, necessarily. More out of caution, planning and for preparation. Regulus didn't care. If anything, it might even be useful. Let him watch. Regulus had no intention of hiding much, at least not in public. In class, he was an excellent student, diligent, curious, thoughtful. In front of professors, he was polite and respectful, eager to learn. Around classmates, he kept his housemates in check, discouraged conflict, maintained order within Slytherin. Those were all things that could withstand observation. And it wasn't truly surveillance so much as observation. Dumbledore wanted to see what kind of person he was, what road he'd choose, what decisions he'd make. Fine. Let him see Regulus attending lessons properly, studying magic, maintaining basic relationships. Let him see how a normal student, talented enough to potentially affect the future of the magical world, grew up. All of that was acceptable. The dormitory was not. Regulus trusted Dumbledore wouldn't cross that line. The headmaster had limits. He wouldn't invade a student's most basic private space. Besides, there were too many things in the dormitory that could never be seen. Star-guided meditation practice. Digestion of inherited magic. Dangerous knowledge pulled from the restricted section. His own notes and thoughts. None of that could be exposed to Dumbledore. If his roommates noticed bits and pieces, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't understand what they were looking at. Then Regulus thought of a place. The Room of Requirement. He'd known it existed for a while, but he'd never gone. Partly because he hadn't truly needed it, partly because he didn't want to touch secrets too early. But now, it felt like the right time. On Halloween night, the Bloody Baron had mentioned that Hogwarts hid a place only someone who truly understood the nature of magic could find. That place held clues left behind by Rowena Ravenclaw, clues about wisdom, about the soul, about the possibility of surpassing death itself. If it was tied to Ravenclaw, then the Room of Requirement was very likely one of the entrances. Still, Regulus wasn't in a hurry to chase those clues. His understanding of soul magic wasn't deep enough yet, and the idea of surpassing death was even further away. And the Room of Requirement held other things too. Voldemort's Horcrux. Ravenclaw's diadem. He didn't want to touch any of that yet. For now, he only needed one simple thing from the room of requirement. A practice space that was absolutely private, where no one could interrupt him. He didn't want to hide anything. He didn't want to search for anything. He just needed space. That would be enough. A normal room for practicing magic, nothing that would disturb a Horcrux. Regulus made his decision. Tonight, he'd go. When he reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, the space ripple vanished. The house elf had probably finished this round of observation and gone back to report to Dumbledore. Regulus stepped inside. The fireplace crackled warmly. A few seventh years were talking in low voices in the corner. When they saw the first years come in, they gave a brief nod. Narcissa wasn't there. She was probably in class, or out doing prefect rounds. Regulus returned to the dormitory and set his books down. Hermes was already back, sitting on his bed with an old book in his hands. The cover had no title at all. He glanced up when Regulus entered, then dropped his gaze and kept reading. Regulus noticed the book gave off a faint, unusual magical presence. It felt like a curse. And the book itself, judging by the texture, might have been bound in human skin. He didn't ask. Everyone had secrets. As long as Hermes's secret didn't affect him, Regulus didn't care. He stayed in the dormitory for about half an hour. When he was sure the house elf hadn't returned, he got up and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. After that, he'd spend a little time in the library, and around curfew, he'd go see the Room of Requirement. 78 Chapter 78 The Room of Requirement. After dinner, Regulus headed into the library. Madame Pants sat behind the desk at the entrance, polishing her glasses with a soft cloth. When she saw him, she only lifted her eyelids slightly and said nothing. The library still wasn't very crowded. A few seventh years were digging through references in a corner, 2 Ravenclaw girls leaned close together and whispered over notes, and a handful of Hufflepuffs were rushing to finish homework. Regulus went to the charm section and pulled out common spells and their variations. The book was old, the cover worn pale along the edges. The pages had yellowed with age, but everything inside was clean, orderly, and free of bent corners. He found a seat near a window, open to where he'd left off, and started reading the analysis of the knockback jinx. The spell itself was simple, he'd learned it ages ago, but other people's thinking could still be useful. The book described a combined use of the knockback jinx and a shielding charm that could send someone flying a great distance. Outside the window, the sky darkened. One by one, the castle's lamps came alive. Regulus turned a page, and his mind slid to something else. Last term, he'd slipped into the restricted section more than once, wrapped head to toe in an improved disillusionment charm that blocked light, heat, and most magical fluctuations. At the time, he'd thought it was flawless. He'd believed he could fool Madame Pants and move through the shelves like a ghost. Now, looking back, that confidence felt naive. If Dumbledore really had been watching him since last term, then there was a decent chance the headmaster already knew about those late-night visits. But then again, if it had been noticed and never stopped, that was permission by silence. A soft but sharp cough cut through the quiet, Madame Pants's warning. Regulus looked up and realized there were only a few students left. He closed the book, returned it to the shelf, and followed the last trickle of people out of the library. The corridor lighting was dim. Most portraits were asleep, while a few were still awake, yawning in their frames or fussing with collars and sleeves. Regulus didn't go straight back to Slytherin. He stopped at a second-floor corner, glanced around to make sure the hall was empty, then gave a small sweep of his wand in front of him. A cold sensation washed over his skin as the disillusionment charm took hold. His outline blurred, edges melting into the surroundings. This version was his own improvement. It didn't just hide him visually. It pushed his footsteps, breathing, scent, body heat, and magical signature down as low as he could manage. But now he suspected even that wasn't enough. Disillusionment worked by using magic to twist light and produce a visual trick. The spell itself created a magical fluctuation, and a skilled wizard could sense that fluctuation. The Potter family's invisibility cloak was a legendary artifact, said to be a gift from death itself, one of the Deathly Hallows. Even that level of magic couldn't escape Dumbledore's notice. In the original history, Harry Potter had wandered the castle under the cloak, and Dumbledore still called his name with perfect accuracy. Even Snape might have noticed too, though that would be the older Snape, not the boy he was now. Regulus walked through the empty corridor without a sound. He needed something more complete than bending light. He needed light to pass through him as if he wasn't there at all. Silencing sound wasn't enough either. He wanted sound not to exist, wanted his body temperature to match the environment so perfectly there was nothing to detect. That might require altering the very state of being. He couldn't do it yet. His knowledge wasn't deep enough, and his control wasn't refined enough. When he reached the 8th floor, Regulus stopped. This was the stretch opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being beaten senseless by trolls. In the dim lighting, the bare stone wall across from it looked especially plain. He focused, and repeated the thought in his mind. I need a place to practice magic. Absolutely private. No one can interrupt me. 3 times. The wall stayed empty. Nothing happened. He'd wanted to test different methods, even wondered if pacing back and forth 3 times was just a ritual, and the real key was whether the room could sense a strong enough need. But now it seemed clear. You still had to walk. Regulus paced back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times. On the next heartbeat, a door appeared in the stone. It was oak, fine grain running across the surface, with a bright bronze handle. It simply existed. No sound, no flash of light, no ripple in space. It looked as if it had always been there, and he'd only just learned how to see it. Regulus opened every sense he had. He let his magic spread outward, searching for even the faintest anomaly in the air. There was nothing. The door's appearance hadn't stirred anything at all. The magic in the environment was steady. The space around it was seamless, unbroken. Even the flow of air seemed to slide around the door as if it had always belonged there. Regulus stood still, staring at it, caught in thought. The room of requirement responded to a wizard's need. But how? If it was transfiguration, turning part of the wall into a door with a room behind it, there should be magical fluctuations. If it was space magic, opening an entrance in the wall, the structure of space should shift. If it was an illusion, his senses wouldn't come up completely blank. But he had nothing. No feedback at all. A thought bubbled up, uninvited. It had no proof, no logic, just something that surfaced from somewhere deep. Maybe the room of requirement was always here, suspended in a state between existence and non-existence. When a wizard's need became clear enough, when that need was observed by whatever mechanism governed the room, the state collapsed into a definite reality. The idea made his breath catch slightly. If that was true, if Rowena Ravenclaw had designed this room using concepts that touched the deepest rules of the world itself, then her magic was far beyond anything recorded in later generations, reaching something almost mythical. Regulus pushed the shock down. He couldn't verify any of it. He didn't even understand the room's basic mechanism, let alone its deeper design. Some things in the magical world were simply like that. They existed. They worked. You used them. You had no idea why they were possible. He didn't understand it, but it left him shaken in the best way. If he couldn't understand it, then he wouldn't force it tonight. Regulus gripped the bronze handle and pushed the door open. Inside was a training hall. The room was enormous, easily more than 20 meters across in both directions, with a ceiling about 10 meters high, tall enough for most spell practice. The floor was covered in dark wooden boards with a slight spring to them, meant to soften the impact of a fall. The walls were smooth stone, carved with runes that absorbed magic, preventing spells from rebounding or damaging the structure. In one corner, several training dummies stood, wrapped in thick leather. In another, a wooden table held a few books and practice tools. Clearly, this place saw regular use. Regulus swept his eyes around. He didn't find any fresh sign of another person, but there were scorch marks on the dummies, scuffed wear on the floorboards, and a faint polish along the table's edge from years of hands and sleeves brushing past. The room of requirement was secret, but not unknown. In the original history, Harry Potter used it for meetings. Draco Malfoy used it to repair the vanishing cabinet. Dumbledore used it as a toilet. Plenty of students stumbled into it by accident. Over centuries, this room had been found countless times. He couldn't treat it like a private sanctuary that belonged only to him. Regulus walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. Tonight was supposed to be simple. Confirm the location, learn the feel of the place. But he was already here, and it would be a waste not to practice a little. There were things he needed to test, things he couldn't comfortably do in the common room or dormitory. This place was perfect. He reached into his pocket and drew out a single gold galleon. It glinted a dull gold in his palm, the ridged edge sharp and clean. On one side was the face of a Gringotts goblin. On the other, a stamped numerical code. He set the coin on the floor in front of him, then stepped back 3 paces. Spatial fold. He'd been practicing this magic constantly, ever since Christmas, since the first time he'd managed to move a brooch 5 centimeters. Every day, he carved out time to try again. Progress was painfully slow. Slow enough that most people would have called it no progress at all. Regulus didn't mind. Magic had never been a matter of one night's effort. He closed his eyes and let his perception spread. The space around the galleon was stable, dense with tiny anchor points. Within 3 meters, the structure of space formed a 3-dimensional map in his mind, every node, every connection, the strength of each line. The theory was simple. Let space fold on itself. Bring 2 nodes together. Pass the object through. Regulus focused. Magic rose from within him and pressed directly against space itself. He locked onto the node where the galleon sat, and imagined it like a buoy on water, sliding down an invisible slope toward a nearby empty point. His magic touched the structure. The node trembled slightly, and the air around the coin produced a ripple too fine for the eye to see. Regulus adjusted his output, followed the natural tendency of the structure, and found the easiest point to slip in. His will narrowed onto the galleon. Magic stretched along the grain of space itself, driven purely by intent and power together. The coin vanished. There was no transition. One moment it was there, the next it was on the floor 2 meters away. The placement was off. Not the target point he'd chosen. The error was nearly half a meter. The goblin's face gleamed upward under the training hall's light. Regulus walked over and picked it up. The metal felt faintly warm. Residual friction from the fold, which meant he had a long way to go. 79, Chapter 79. Oh no, did I blow my cover? The magic cost of a spatial fold was roughly the same as a disarming charm. That part, he could handle. What he couldn't ignore was the faint weariness creeping through his mind. It was the after effect of inherited magic he still hadn't fully digested. The strain on his thoughts ran heavier than it usually did. He'd improved, yes. Not nearly enough. He was still nowhere close to using it in real combat. If he wanted a spell to travel through space, he'd need precise control over the fold's path and its landing point. The smaller the error, the better, and doing that with a moving spell would be harder than sending an object. If he wanted Protego to take effect at range, the fold would have to be instantaneous. Ideally, it would have no delay at all. Because if a fight ever forced him to rely on a trick like this, losing even a fraction of a second could get him killed. And if he wanted to directly strike a target's internal organs, he'd have to pierce layers of defense, magical barriers, physical tissue, even protections aimed at the soul. Every part of that required endless practice, deeper understanding of space, finer control of magic, a mind tough enough to take the pressure. Regulus had patience. The road was visible. All he had to do was keep walking it. He slipped the galleon back into his pocket and rose to his feet. Time to go. Regulus stepped out of the room of requirement. The door closed behind him without a sound, and the wall smoothed back into plain stone, as if nothing had ever been there. He wrapped himself in the disillusionment charm again and headed back the way he'd come, toward the Slytherin dorms. He didn't pass a single person. The portraits were asleep. The castle felt so quiet it was like it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. By the time he made it to the dormitory, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Cuthbert and Alex were already out, steady breathing drifting from behind their bed curtains. Hermes's bed was empty. The curtains were drawn tight, but there was no one inside. Regulus washed up, climbed into bed, and closed his eyes. His star-guided meditation began to run on its own. For silver stars turned slowly in the depths of his awareness, and magic circulation eased the surface edge of his fatigue. But the deeper burden, the one caused by too much inherited knowledge flooding in too fast, would take real rest to lessen. He decided he'd cut back on intense training for the next few days and focus on digesting what he'd gained in verdant magic and the space anchor charm. January at Hogwarts was bone-deep cold. Snow drifted down beneath a sullen sky. Outside the castle, thick snow had piled along the edge of the forbidden forest. The Black Lake wore a thin skin of ice, its surface reflecting a dull, gray-white sheen under the heavy clouds. Inside wasn't much better. The stone corridor walls felt icy to the touch, and condensation fogged the windows. Even with magic maintaining the temperature, students still huddled tighter in their robes. Herbology was in Greenhouse 3. Regulus stepped inside and felt the difference immediately. It was far warmer than outside. Magic held the air at the right temperature, damp and rich with the scent of soil and living plants. The greenhouse was packed with magical flora. From common devil's snare to rarities like venomous tentacula, each species grew in its own section. Professor Sprout stood in the center wearing her dirt-stained apron, a small trowel in hand. "Today we're loosening the soil and repotting mandrake seedlings," she said, her voice gentle and clear as it carried through the room. "In pairs. Each pair takes 1 seedling. Remember the steps. Earmuffs and dragonhide gloves on first, then you begin." Students lined up for earmuffs and tools. Cuthbert immediately paired with Regulus, and together they collected a pot holding a mandrake seedling. It sat in a black clay pot, no bigger than Regulus's palm. Its leaves were a fresh, tender green, and a tiny purple flower bloomed at the top. It looked harmless. It wasn't. A full-grown mandrake's cry was lethal, striking at body and mind alike. In the original history, Neville Longbottom had been so nervous in herbology that he forgot his earmuffs. When he heard a young mandrake's cry, he'd briefly fainted. A mature mandrake, screaming at full strength, could kill on the spot. But a seedling wasn't the same. Its magic hadn't fully developed yet. The fatal force hadn't finished forming. Regulus put on his earmuffs. The world dropped into sudden quiet until he could only hear his own breathing and the steady beat of his heart. He looked down at the seedling and let his senses spread, brushing lightly over leaf, stem, and soil. Inside it, he could see the movement of magic, like delicate silver streams slowly circulating through plant tissue. The flow carried a distinct quality, something he could read much more clearly now that he'd begun to grasp verdant magic. It wasn't so much emotion as it was a property, a tendency. Some plants carried gentle magic, suited for healing, like Dittany. Some plants carried violent magic, suited for attack, like venomous tentacula. Mandrake was different. Carefully, Regulus guided a thread of verdant magic forward, linking it with the seedling's magic for just a moment. A response rippled back. Natural chaos, unshaped and raw, like a forming hiss that never quite became a sound. It was a vibration at the level of magic itself, and it left his soul faintly unsettled just to feel it. Magnify that 1,000 times, add a voice as the carrier and amplifier, and you'd get a scream that killed. But right now, it was small. Regulus cut the connection after 3 seconds. Even then, even with it being only a seedling and only 3 seconds, nausea rolled through him, the kind that hit after a long ride in a jolting carriage. A faint dizziness stirred deep in his skull. It faded quickly, but it was enough to prove the danger. And he couldn't openly study it. This mandrake seedling belonged to Hogwarts and it was very valuable and rare. Every plant here was recorded. One missing would be a disaster. Professor Sprout wouldn't let him siphon magic from it, not even in a cautious, barely there way. Still, the Black family's herb garden in Cornwall had mandrakes too. Even if the family estate kept strict counts and records, it was his family's property, and he was the heir. Using a little of his own wouldn't be a crime. Regulus steadied himself and began loosening the soil. He moved with care, using the small trowel to lift and part the top layer, exposing a fine web of roots beneath. Mandrake roots were a pale yellow, like tiny ginseng, branching again and again. Faint pinpricks of magical light dotted the surface. Cuthbert helped beside him, passing tools and holding the pot steady. They worked well enough together. Cuthbert's aim wasn't perfect, and he came dangerously close to nicking a root more than once, but at least he didn't actually do it. Other pairs weren't as lucky. One Hufflepuff boy shoveled too hard, snapped off part of a root, and lost 5 points on the spot. The lesson flew by. When the bell rang, most students had finished repotting, settling the seedlings into larger clay pots, packing in fresh soil, and watering them with a special nutrient solution. In the new earth, the mandrakes looked livelier. Leaves swayed faintly, and the tiny purple flower opened a little wider. Regulus was just starting to stand when Professor Sprout called, "Mr. Black, stay a moment." The rest of the class filed out. Cuthbert glanced back at Regulus, eyes asking if he should wait. Regulus shook his head. Cuthbert left with the others. Soon only Regulus and Professor Sprout remained in the greenhouse. She removed her gloves, wiped her hands on her apron, and came to stand in front of him. She wasn't tall, and she was a bit round, but she held herself straight. Sun and wind had left their mark on her face, and her eyes were a warm brown. "We spoke last term," she said gently, "about magical plants, about what you called their emotions and their magic." Regulus nodded. "Yes, Professor. I remember what you asked," she continued. "Whether a bubituber feels pain when it secretes pus." He nodded again. "I told you then that many magical plants do seem to have simple emotions." Professor Sprout's tone stayed mild, but her gaze sharpened with intent. "But I want to add something now. Emotion isn't quite the right word. Not for magical plants." She stepped to a patch of dittany and lightly touched a leaf with her fingertips. "They grow. They respond. They have magic. They have sensation. But the words we use, pain, joy, anger, those are wizard standards we lay over them." Regulus listened in silence, thoughts turning. Why was she telling him this now? Had she noticed something? "But the nature of a plant's magic," Professor Sprout said, turning back to him, "that is accurate. Some kinds of magic are gentle and beneficial to witches and wizards. We call that good. Some are violent and harmful. We call that bad. But magic itself isn't good or bad. It simply has different qualities." She looked directly at Regulus. "I also told you before that a mandrake's cry carries a powerful kind of mental impact magic. It interferes with the listener's soul stability, causes consciousness to collapse, and kills on the level of the mind. At the same time, that collapse triggers a chain reaction in the body, so what finally kills is the double failure of body and mind." Regulus nodded seriously. He remembered her explanation clearly. Then Professor Sprout shifted, as if stepping onto the true point. "But the deeper reason is that its magic contains a tendency toward decomposition," she said. "That tendency rides on sound, and when it reaches a living thing, it pushes at both flesh and soul until the structure begins to break down." Something tightened in Regulus's chest. A tendency. He'd only just begun to sense that distinction himself, and she'd named it outright, without hesitation. So she really had noticed something. Chapter 80 Professor Sprout is a good professor, bonus. Regulus stayed where he was, fingers absently rubbing together as he sank into thought. Professor Sprout's words echoed in his head. Emotion wasn't precise. What was precise was nature, and magic carried its own tendencies. And then something clicked. After getting verdant magic over the holidays, he'd used Dittany's magic to heal wounds and watched the plant wither afterward. Even then, he'd vaguely sensed that magic had a kind of leaning to it. Some of it was gentle as spring water. Some of it burned like fire. But that still wasn't the same thing Professor Sprout was talking about. What he'd understood back then was closer to what she'd call a magic's nature. He'd thought it was some hidden knowledge that came with the Black family inheritance. A secret only a few people ever touched. Now he understood. Professor Sprout had taught herbology here for 20 years. She'd cared for hundreds of magical plants with her own hands. She'd seen how venomous tentacula could leave an animal paralyzed from head to toe. She'd seen devil's snare stretch its vines at night and drink the life out of anything trapped inside it. She'd watched mandrakes go from seedlings to full-grown plants, start to finish. If anything, she knew more than he did. Far more. He'd gotten knowledge from an inheritance and tested it until he found answers. She'd spent decades living those answers, building rules from experience. The tiny spark of superiority that had started to rise in him vanished in an instant. "A seedling's magic isn't complete," Professor Sprout went on. "So the cry can only make people feel unwell, it can't kill. But the magic is already there, it's just not strong enough yet." She looked at him, and Regulus lifted his head to meet her eyes. Warm brown, fine lines at the corners. And right now, a quiet meaning sat behind her gaze. Regulus understood. She'd seen straight through him. She knew he'd used verdant magic to touch the seedling. She knew he was studying the nature of magic, and she might even have guessed he'd gained something unusual. and honestly good. Verdant magic wasn't the sort of thing he needed to hide away like a crime. If she'd already seen it, then he could ask questions openly. He could practice openly. And she still hadn't exposed him. She was simply teaching, giving him the truth in the plainest way possible. Sound was only the carrier. The real danger was decomposition itself, the nature embedded in the magic. A seedling's magic wasn't complete, so it could only make you sick. A full mandrake was complete, so it could kill. Professor Sprout's expression softened again, back to her usual warmth. Studying the nature of magical plants' magic is a valuable direction, but it's also dangerous. Some natures, once triggered, can't be undone. Mandrakes are only one example. There are others like venomous tentacula's nerve paralysis, devil's snare's life-draining and the whomping willow's physical pulverizing. She was warning him, and guiding him. Don't get distracted by surface effects. Understand what lies underneath. Don't touch dangerous plants casually. Build knowledge and protection first. But it was the words themselves that struck him hardest. With each one, something in his mind cracked open a little wider. He felt inspired, and at the same time, a faint tightness crawled up his spine. Paralysis, draining, pulverizing and decomposition. They weren't spell names. They weren't textbook terms, at least not in the way Hogwarts usually taught them. They described outcomes, final states, the way magic expressed itself once it took hold, which meant the magic itself carried the quality that produced that state. In this context, those words sounded less like explanations and more like concepts. They sat beneath any single spell. More fundamental, more direct, and more abstract. This was real guidance. Regulus had ideas, but they'd been hazy and uncertain. Little bubbles of inspiration that popped before he could grab them. He might have discovered this on his own one day, or he might not. He might have wandered through 100 wrong turns, or missed the crucial clue entirely. And now Professor Sprout had pointed straight at it, saving him time, giving him a direction to walk toward. Maybe it was close. Maybe it was far. He didn't know. He only knew he would keep going. Sometimes true teaching was only one sentence. "Thank you, Professor," Regulus said, bowing deeply, the gratitude in his voice real. Professor Sprout smiled, the lines on her face easing. "You're talented, and you think for yourself. Stay curious, but stay cautious. The wizarding world is vast, and some things need time before you can truly understand them." Regulus nodded seriously and thanked her again. It reminded him of what Professor Flitwick had said after Charms once. Magic was there. Everyone understood it differently, but you had to believe in the strength of your mind. Different words, same core. Don't rush, take your time and always keep your mind open. When he left the greenhouse and started back toward the castle, he was still sorting through the conversation in his head. And another thought surfaced. How powerful was Professor Sprout, really? Those natures and tendencies she'd named so easily, could she use them herself, shaping them into magic? Or were they simply rules she'd observed and summarized? He didn't know. But one thing felt certain. Professor Sprout shouldn't be dismissed as a gardener who happened to teach. Her understanding of magic ran deep, and it had structure. She had to be a powerful witch. Professor Flitwick had pointed him toward magic's irrational side. Professor McGonagall had guided him deeper into Transfiguration's essence. Professor Sprout had shown him a direction for verdant magic. Every professor at Hogwarts guided their students in their own way. They really were good people. He could feel their kindness, plain as sunlight, even if none of them would ever call it that. A flicker of emotion rose in his chest, then he pressed it down. Feelings were feelings. What he needed was to turn that feeling into action, and turn that insight into strength. Slughorn, old. Dear Professor, you're the only one left. Time to start coughing up those galleons. Friday's defense against the dark arts classroom was on the 3rd floor. The windows faced the courtyard, and beyond it he could see snow piled along the edge of the forbidden forest. When Regulus walked in, most of the class was already seated. Cuthbert and Alex had saved him a spot in the middle rows by the window. Hermes sat alone in the back corner, head down over his textbook. Professor Galatea Merrythought stood at the front. A middle-aged witch, hair neatly combed, deep gray robes, and an expression that always seemed a bit too dramatic for whatever she was saying. "Today we're covering 2 things, Professor Merrythought announced, opening the book. First, the red sparks. The incantation is Vermilius. It's used to send up a red signal light. If you're lost or in danger outdoors, it lets you warn your companions." She wrote the incantation and pronunciation on the blackboard. "Rotate your wrist like this, wand tip up. When you cast, picture red or green light spraying from the tip, then maintain the spell." She demonstrated. A fist-sized red orb of light bloomed at her wand tip and floated in the air, casting a soft red glow. It held for 3 seconds, then winked out without leaving a trace. A safety charm. "It won't cause harm," Professor Merrythought said. "Now pair up and practice." Students started practicing. Cuthbert paired with Regulus again, as usual. Regulus succeeded on the first try. The orb was clean and standard, the color pure, the duration precise. But his focus wasn't really on the exercise, because another thought had already started chewing at him. Light magic. Light was wave and particle at the same time, a form that carried both properties. Red was because the magic's frequency. Regulus stopped himself. No, he decided to try a different approach. Don't think like that. Don't think about duality, don't think about frequency. Think about magic. If it wasn't only light, what if light could carry information? Light already carried information, and sometimes information could be a weapon. Or what if light could become physical, packed with energy, and then explode? He could give it symbolism, give it meaning. Light as warmth, light as protection, light pushing back the dark. And then his mind drifted even further. Light as the light of civilization. While those thoughts scattered through him, his hand kept practicing on autopilot. The orb flared again and again, appearing, hovering, fading. Half an hour later, Professor Merrythought clapped her hands to stop them. Second topic. Gnomes. She flipped to another page. Gnomes are magical creatures. Average height, 30 inches. Pointed ears. They like stealing and eating magical plants. They're common in gardens and courtyards, and they're pests. The book included a simple sketch and an anatomy diagram, made for young witches and wizards to understand. To deal with gnomes, you use the gripping charm. Cast it, grab the gnome, spin, and throw it past the boundary. She repeated the incantation and showed the movement, but didn't demonstrate. Next class we'll do a practical, clearing gnomes from the Hogwarts grounds. Today is theory. A low cheer went up across the room. Practical lessons were always more fun than theory, especially in defense against the dark arts, a subject that should have been exciting and somehow managed to be dull. A few Gryffindors were already whispering about how to throw a gnome the farthest. The Slytherins were more restrained, but even they wore looks of anticipation. Regulus wasn't particularly interested. A gnome was low grade. It had about as much combat value as nothing at all. The only annoyance was their numbers, how fast they ran, and how good they were at burrowing. Compared to everything else on his plate, it barely registered. And the new ideas he just had would have to wait. 81, Chapter 81, Small Class Lesson, Bonus. After that, the castle fell completely silent. Wrapped in a disillusionment charm, Regulus slipped out of the Slytherin common room. The corridors were empty. Portraits dozed in their frames, suits of armor stood motionless, and only the torches along the walls still burned, casting wavering shadows across the stone. He deliberately expanded his senses. His magic spread outward, brushing through the air, catching even the faintest disturbance. At the same time, his spatial awareness unfolded. Within its range, the castle's structure formed clearly in his mind, every seam in the walls, every turn in the corridor, even the subtle eddies of moving air. No house elves and no signs of surveillance. He wasn't surprised. Dumbledore's observation was likely intermittent, not constant. Perhaps nothing had been arranged tonight, or perhaps the elves were busy elsewhere. Either way, it didn't matter. He reached the library. Madame Pansa's desk sat empty. Moving with practiced ease, he made his way to the restricted section and stopped before the shelf devoted to soul magic. Soul Resilience, on resisting the imperious and mental enchantment. As usual, he began to read. The book described defenses against the imperious curse. At its core, the curse worked by forcing the caster's will over the targets, blending thoughts until the victim could no longer tell which ideas were their own. The standard defense was strengthening one's will and erecting mental safeguards. Conventional thinking. But Regulus was thinking further. Over Christmas break, Orion had tested his mental strength with the imperious curse. He had resisted. His victory came from the unyielding will forged through star-guided meditation and the labyrinth of thought constructed through occlumency. Yet afterward, an idea had lingered. The imperious overlaid the will. What if it went a step further? Not overlay, not suppression, but replacement. If a person's will was a castle, the imperious sent an army to storm it, slaughter the defenders, and plant its own flag. It was a violent conquest from the start, and resistance was inevitable. Failure was always a possibility. But what if the method changed? Instead of sending soldiers, send architects, craftsmen, officials, or even spies. Slowly infiltrate, alter the structure, replace key figures. Quietly reshape the castle until it no longer belonged to its original master. By the time the target noticed, it would be too late. That would no longer be the imperious curse. It would be something higher. A more refined form of mental control. It would demand immense mental strength and precision. A deep understanding of the structure of will itself. But in theory, it was possible. Especially against someone weak-willed or mentally flawed. Regulus withdrew his magic and closed his eyes. An intriguing thought. For now, nothing more than speculation. His mental strength wasn't sufficient yet, and his understanding of will structures was nearly non-existent, let alone the fine control required. Still, it was a direction. When star-guided meditation advanced further, when the fifth star was lit or more, his mental strength would rise to an entirely new level. Then he could experiment. Like start with small animals. Regulus continued browsing the other restricted texts. Every visit left him with the same impression. Hogwarts was a vault of treasures. It was already 2 in the morning when he returned to the dormitory. Cuthbert and Alex were asleep, their breathing steady behind their bed curtains. Hermes's bed remained empty, curtains drawn tight, no one inside. After washing up, Regulus lay down. Hermes was absent from the dormitory more often than he was, and Regulus frequently wandered the castle at night. Last term, even when Hermes roamed, he at least returned to sleep. This term, entire nights passed without him. He no longer followed the small circle either. Cuthbert had already voiced his displeasure, calling withdrawal from the group a betrayal. Alex had no complaints. If anything, he seemed faintly pleased. A gloomy boy like Hermes didn't attract affection. Slytherin always had its little factions, some bound by blood, others by shared interests. Among the older students, many gathered around Voldemort's ideals. Once they graduated, they would don black robes, wear silver masks, and dedicate their strength to the grand cause. Regulus wasn't concerned with that. He was thinking about Hermes. Was his task entering a critical phase? Images from last term surfaced in his mind: cursed books, empty glass bottles, maps marked with hidden areas of the castle, and the occasional scorch marks on Hermes's skin, the faint scent of sulfur clinging to him. He was searching for something, or carrying out a family mission. As long as it didn't interfere with him, Regulus had no intention of intervening. Everyone had secrets. As long as Hermes's didn't become a threat, he would let him be. Still, he needed to keep watch. Hermes had value. He was worth pulling up at a critical moment. Last term, he had demonstrated strength. Now, it was clear that it wasn't enough. Regulus closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into star-guided meditation. 4 silver stars flared in the darkness, outlining Orion's shape. Magic flowed along their paths in a steady cycle, easing the day's fatigue. The pressure on his mind gradually lightened. Late January, Friday afternoon. The Charms classroom was half empty. Professor Flitwick had formally invited Regulus to attend an advanced Charms seminar. In reality, it was just him and a handful of upper-year students. Regulus knew this was a Hogwarts tradition. Professors would invite truly talented young witches and wizards for individual instruction. He had accepted readily, though privately he thought, Flitwick is in place. How long before Professor McGonagall? He already had questions prepared for her. Professor Flitwick stood atop his stack of books. Only 5 students faced him. 3 7th years, 2 from Ravenclaw and 1 from Hufflepuff, and a 6th-year Gryffindor. They sat in the front row, quills poised over parchment. Regulus took a seat by the window in the second row. The chair beside him remained empty. The older students glanced at him repeatedly, their gazes friendly and curious. No one treated him differently for being only a first year. In truth, his reputation preceded him. Today's topic isn't in the syllabus, Professor Flitwick began. His voice was softer than in regular class, lower, his eyes bright. Emotional resonance in spellcasting, or rather, how a caster's state of mind affects magical results. With the same Wingardium Leviosa, he raised his wand, first like this. A tap of his wand, and the quill on the lectern rose smoothly into the air. It wobbled gently, like a dandelion seed floating in a light breeze. The ascent was slow and soft. At the peak, there was even a faint pause. When I cast it, I was thinking of lightness and joy, like seeing a butterfly for the first time in spring. Flitwick smiled faintly. Now, he flicked his wand. The quill dropped back onto the desk. A moment later, he cast again. This time the quill shot upward, twice as fast as before, nib pointing downward. It stopped exactly 30 centimeters above the table. There was no wobble at all. The ink sac cast a long, thin shadow in the sunlight. This time, I was thinking of responsibility, Flitwick said, studying the quill. It must rise. It must be stable. It must be precise. Regulus stared at the quill. He could feel the difference. The magical intensity hadn't changed, but its texture had. The first spell's flow was gentle and steady. The second was taut and focused. Both had accomplished levitation. But the manner was different. The incantation is fixed, Flitwick continued. The movement, the pronunciation, the magic. They're all written in your textbooks. But witches and wizards aren't magical tools. We have emotions. We have states of mind, thoughts in the moment. Those extra elements seep into magic and influence the spell. A 7th-year Ravenclaw raised her hand. Professor, is there a standard for that influence? I mean, can it be quantified? Very difficult, Flitwick shook his head. Everyone's emotions differ. Even the same person's emotions vary from moment to moment. But what we can confirm is that mental state affects the spell's texture. Regulus's gaze remained on the quill as a thought formed. He raised his hand. Mr. Black. Professor, Regulus asked politely, the incantation and wand movement are fixed, but a wizard's inner state alters the spell's effect. Is that alteration governed by patterns? Can it be deliberately controlled and reproduced? Flitwick regarded him seriously. You're suggesting consciously manipulating one's mental state to adjust spell outcomes. Yes, Professor. Regulus nodded. With the same Wingardium Leviosa, casting under different emotional conditions produces perceptible differences in magical trajectory and final result. Do those differences stem from the wizard's inner state influencing the magic itself? He paused, searching for the right word. Infusing it? If so, what is the mechanism behind that infusion? Through systematic training, can a specific inner state become a stable casting condition that can be reliably invoked? The classroom fell silent. Professor Flitwick drew in a deep breath. You've touched upon a subject of advanced spellcraft, he said gravely. The spell determines what can be done. The wizard's mind determines how it is done. When he was young, Professor Dumbledore researched this field extensively. He called it the resonance between mental imagery and magic. Next target 600 PS, smiley face. 82, Chapter 82, The Imagery of the Starry Sky. Professor Flitwick continued, your observation is correct. The patroness charm is the most direct example. It requires the caster to draw upon a deeply positive force within themselves. The quality of that force directly determines the patroness's form and strength. If there isn't enough corresponding light in your heart, the spell simply won't ignite. Regulus listened quietly. The patroness was familiar territory for him. In theory, any spell can be infused by the caster's inner state, Flitwick went on, deliberately borrowing Regulus's word. However, that infusion is usually unconscious and fluid, and very difficult to pin down. Attempting to control it deliberately can be dangerous. Forcing your emotional state to conform to a spell may cause unexpected changes in the result. It might turn out well. It might not. If it turns out badly enough, it can even cause damage on the level of the soul. But it isn't impossible, Regulus said. Flitwick studied him for a long moment. No, the professor admitted at last with a slow nod. It isn't impossible. The path is simply littered with pitfalls. Many witches and wizards have tried throughout history. Some succeeded. Some went mad. More became stuck halfway and could never again find the effortless purity they once had in casting. Regulus inclined his head thoughtfully. He understood that logic well. The killing curse demanded absolute murderous intent. The Cruciatus curse required a genuine desire to inflict suffering. The Imperious curse thrived on a powerful urge to dominate. The stronger the emotion, the greater the spell's potency. That was one of the fundamental principles of dark magic. Many dark spells, Flitwick lowered his voice, his expression growing grave. In advanced circles, dark magic was not a forbidden topic. Very few young witches and wizards were entirely isolated from it. Require intense negative emotions like anger, hatred, fear, pain. Those emotions reinforce dark magic, and dark magic, in turn, amplifies those emotions. The stronger the negativity, the stronger the spell. The stronger the spell, the deeper the negativity feeds. His gaze swept across the classroom, steady and warning. For those who pursue power through dark magic, this becomes a dangerous cycle. Flitwick paused and gave a faint shake of his head. Once they discover a path to greater strength, they will look for ways to deepen their negative emotions, deliberately courting pain, magnifying hatred, immersing themselves in darkness until eventually there is not a trace of positive feeling left. They grow more extreme, more detached from what most would call normal. At advanced levels, dark magic begins to erode the wizard in return. It is not that they cannot turn back. It is that they no longer recognize that they should. Regulus knew the professor meant it as a warning about the dangers of dark magic. Corruption, descent into darkness, the loss of self. But his mind had already moved elsewhere. If one replaced the term dark magic with light magic, would the result truly be so different? Were those consumed by extreme positivity any less dangerous? What of a person who believed themselves absolutely right, whose sense of justice stood above all else, who viewed every opponent as evil by definition? Was that so different from extreme negativity? In both cases, the individual would sacrifice everything, including reason and empathy, for a chosen goal. Wizards rarely feared being surrounded by the excessively righteous, because positive emotions were often associated with kindness, justice, and protection. Yet extremity was still extremity. Society merely gilded one and condemned the other. Regulus recalled a line from A Brief History of Soul Magic. A handful of powerful, resolute dark wizards had used dark magic frequently without suffering its influence. He suspected the explanation was simpler than most scholars imagined. It was not that they resisted corruption. It was that they did not treat dark magic as something inherently corrupting in the first place. Magic was magic. A tool. Any erosion came from instability within the caster's own heart. If someone's mind was strong enough, if they knew exactly what they were doing, why they were doing it, and were willing to bear the consequences, did the classification of the spell truly matter? Dumbledore had studied dark magic extensively in his youth and likely still did. Grindelwald had been a master of it. At their level, distinctions between dark and light felt almost superficial. What shaped them was not the spell itself, but the purpose behind it, and the beliefs that guided that purpose. As for Voldemort, better not to dwell on that. Regulus pulled his thoughts back. He was far from that level. It was premature to think in those terms. Still, he remained convinced that magic was a tool. Good and evil lay not in the spell, but in the choices of the one wielding it, and in the consequences that followed. After class, Professor Flitwick asked him to stay behind. Your thinking is fascinating, Flitwick said, eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. Continue to question and explore, but remember that theory and practice are not the same. The state of the mind is delicate. Forcing control may produce the opposite of what you intend. I understand, Professor, Regulus replied with a respectful nod. The lesson had not introduced much that was new to him. Most of what Flitwick had explained, he already knew. Still, he appreciated the warning. It came from genuine concern, and it had served as a reminder. Leaving the classroom, he headed straight for the room of requirement. The training chamber was empty. The wooden floor gleamed softly beneath enchanted lamps. Regulus walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. He began to consider the imagery of the starry sky. What words truly captured it? Calm, vastness, grandeur, eternity. If he could inject that imagery as a stable backdrop into a spell. He raised his wand toward a training dummy. Proto-go. A silver-white shield unfolded before the dummy, a standard shield charm. Even thickness. Balanced magical distribution. Regulus drew a slow breath and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation turned within him. The 4 stars of Orion flared in the depths of his consciousness, but he did not focus on their precise configuration. He focused on the sensation. Cold, distant starlight crossing unimaginable stretches of space to reach the Earth. The steady burn of stars across incomprehensible spans of time. The immensity of the universe. The eternity of the sky. The orderly motion of all things under immutable laws. He let that awareness fill him. Not an emotion but an image. An understanding. The universe was vast. Time was endless. He was insignificant within it, and yet that insignificant self could still think, still exist. Then he cast again. Proto-go. The shield bloomed once more. This time, it was different. The color turned silver-gray, with faint, star-like sparkles flickering across its surface. The texture felt denser and more solid. Like stone compressed over billions of years by tectonic force, tight and unyielding. The magical cost had increased by about 15%. He dispelled it and stepped forward, brushing his fingers through the space where the shield had stood. Residual magic lingered in the air. It worked. The cost was higher. He had to enter a deeper meditative state to summon the imagery. But it worked. This was something beyond emotional resonance. It was cognitive resonance. A rational understanding of the universe and the starry sky used as the tonal foundation for spellcasting. Regulus committed the result to memory. It was only a beginning, but the direction was clear, and it was viable. In the future, he could experiment further. Infuse an offensive spell with the imagery of falling stars. A binding spell with the concept of gravitational pull. Even a healing spell with the notion of life emerging within the cosmos. There was much to test. Magic truly was extraordinary. No, magic had always been extraordinary. In the final week of January, students still ran through corridors. Cutlery still clattered in the Great Hall. Professors still lectured in classrooms. Yet something discordant had vanished, at least from Regulus's perspective. Last term's unprovoked provocations, deliberate harassment, and probing confrontations had not occurred once this month. Within Slytherin, the atmosphere was unusually calm. Older students nodded politely when they saw him. Younger ones stepped aside of their own accord. Even the most troublesome pureblood heirs seemed to have discovered manners overnight. At least when facing him, Regulus knew why. His public appearance at the Malfoy family's Christmas banquet had signaled a certain stance. Many pureblood families would have instructed their children not to provoke him, at least for now. But he also knew the peace would not last. Among pureblood upbringing, one principle was deeply ingrained: status must be contested, relationships navigated through rivalry. Peace was only a temporary ceasefire. Conflict was the norm. Some might even believe that under Voldemort's banner, harmony was undesirable. The Dark Lord might prefer his followers to compete and restrain one another. It made control easier. Sooner or later, someone would step forward, more likely to make a statement, to prove that their family did not fear the House of Black, that they dared to challenge. Or perhaps someone more foolish would think that if the Dark Lord desired internal tension, then manufacturing conflict would count as loyalty. Regulus waited. He was in no hurry. What was meant to come would come. 83, Chapter 83, Ideological Infiltration. Wednesday afternoon found Regulus Black seated in the Slytherin common room with a book open on his lap. The fire in the hearth burned bright, its light glinting coldly off the silver and green decor. In one corner, a few second years played wizard's chess, the sharp crack of pieces striking one another echoing through the room. On the sofas, several seventh years were speaking in low voices about their NEWT exams. Regulus sat in an armchair by the window, advanced principles of transfiguration resting against his knees. He sensed someone at the entrance and looked up. Severus Snape stood there, tall and motionless, like a shadow that had learned how to take shape. Snape did not step inside. He remained at the doorway, his dark eyes fixed in Regulus's direction. Their gazes met. Snape gave the faintest nod, so slight it was almost imperceptible, then turned and left. Regulus closed his book and followed. The corridor outside lay empty. Snape waited in the shadows at a corner, leaning against the stone wall, fingers unconsciously brushing the handle of his wand. "Black," Snape said quietly. "Snape." The exchange was brief. Snape stepped out from the shadows, his eyes sweeping both ends of the corridor to ensure they were alone before he spoke again. "The atmosphere among the upper years, it's off." Regulus waited. "There have been gatherings over the past few weeks," Snape continued carefully, glancing down the corridor once more. "Not official ones. Small classrooms. Empty rooms on the 8th floor. I'm half-blood, so I wouldn't normally qualify, but someone vouched for me." He paused, as if weighing how much to reveal. "Professor Slughorn mentioned my talent in potions. A few 7th years know about it. They needed someone to handle certain materials, so they brought me in. In exchange, I'm allowed to sit in." Regulus gave a small nod. That made sense. Snape's value lay in his ability. The pureblood circles might be arrogant, but they were not foolish enough to waste useful talent. "They're discussing," Snape said, lowering his voice further, cleaning out the trash. Trash. Regulus repeated the word silently. He did not need clarification. Muggle-borns. Those deemed to have tainted magical bloodlines. Any concrete plans? He asked. Not yet. Snape shook his head. It's more the atmosphere. A kind of urgency. A sense that they're meant to do something significant. The rhetoric's becoming more extreme. The attitudes more fanatical. Some mention support from their families. Others hint at the will of higher powers. Higher powers? Voldemort? Are they planning to act within Hogwarts? Regulus asked, his tone level. Possibly. Snape hesitated. Or maybe this is preparation. Shaping their attitudes. Aligning their thinking. So when they graduate and formally join, they're already properly molded. Regulus fell silent. He could picture it clearly. A group of 16 and 17-year-old pureblood boys, steeped in family pride and blood supremacy, stirred by Voldemort's ideology and convinced they were part of something grand, purifying the magical world, erasing impurities. Fanaticism spread easily in closed circles. It created echo chambers where only one voice remained. We are right. We are righteous. Opposition is evil. When an individual dissolved into a group, personal responsibility thinned. Moral hesitation weakened. The collective will replace individual judgment. And when that collective will grew extreme, people would do things they might never consider alone, not because they had suddenly turned cruel, but because they no longer felt like individuals. They were pieces of a greater cause. A cause rooted in hatred and violence. Why tell me? Regulus asked. Snape pressed his lips together. After several seconds, he said one word. Evans. Lily Evans. Muggle-born and Gryffindor. Would she become a target? Not necessarily. Not yet. But if the atmosphere continued to harden, every Muggle-born would eventually be treated as an enemy. Words would give way to exclusion. Exclusion would escalate into sabotage. Sabotage would turn into open hostility. Snape did not care about most Muggle-borns. Immersed in that environment, even he might grow radical. But he cared about Lily, and he understood that he could not protect her alone. He needed allies, someone stronger and someone with status. Regulus Black fit that description, and the Christmas gift exchange had proven something else. Regulus honored his bargains and paid fairly. The potion formula you gave me last time was useful, Snape said, locking eyes with him as if offering justification. And that dark spell helped me understand a few things. He was offering goodwill. Information in exchange for knowledge and resources. Regulus could see the tension beneath Snape's composure. He inclined his head slightly. I'll keep watch. If you hear more, tell me. You know the rate. Snape's eyes flickered with brief satisfaction before settling back into their usual gloom. Understood. He hesitated. Evans. Regulus regarded him calmly, his expression unreadable. Snape waited. When no answer came at once, he seemed ready to turn away. Then Regulus gave the slightest nod. Barely perceptible. For a fleeting moment, gratitude flashed across Snape's face, tinged with something like embarrassment. He said nothing further and left without another word. Regulus remained where he was, turning over what he had learned. Something was brewing within Slytherin. It might not yet be a concrete plan, but it was ideological preparation. Voldemort did not merely need enforcers. He needed believers. Hogwarts was the incubator. Slytherin the testing ground. If pureblood heirs began absorbing the ideology within school walls, by the time they graduated, they would already be fully formed Death Eaters in spirit. This kind of ideological infiltration was more dangerous than overt violence. Violence invited resistance. It exposed itself. It drew the attention of Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. But ideas spread quietly, slowly, like a frog in warming water. By the time anyone noticed, an entire generation of pureblood wizards might have accepted that logic as natural. Regulus returned to the common room. For now, he had no intention of intervening. It was not his responsibility. If the pureblood zealots wished to posture and whisper, that was their affair, so long as it did not touch him. Still, information held value. Knowing what others intended was always better than ignorance. He settled back into his armchair, the book open on his knees, though his eyes no longer followed the text. During the earlier Quidditch match conflict, he had stepped forward for a reason. That moment had been calculated. A performance. A demonstration aimed at potential observers like Dumbledore, Voldemort and the pureblood families. He had shown composure and control. The ability to steady a volatile situation. That kind of display was not mere strength. It suggested leadership. The capacity to maintain order within chaos. Voldemort required fighters, yes, but he also needed those who could manage fighters. If the House of Black produced only reckless warriors, its value would be limited. But if it produced someone capable of consolidating power and stabilizing internal dynamics, that was far more significant. The Quidditch incident had been a controlled exhibition. What Snape described now was different. This was not a single clash. It was long-term ideological shaping. The older students might not act immediately, but the atmosphere would spread. It would seep into conversations, into attitudes. Today it might be verbal exclusion. Tomorrow, subtle sabotage. Eventually, open aggression. Regulus considered the motives. Some of it could be spontaneous. A handful of adolescent boys intoxicated by blood supremacy rhetoric and convinced they were destined to cleanse the magical world. Self-righteousness could easily mutate into extremism. More likely, their families were involved, encouraging them to rehearse ideology at school, preparing them for eventual initiation into the Death Eaters. Direct orders from Voldemort seemed unlikely at this stage. The Dark Lord would not concern himself with student squabbles. His focus would be on recruiting adult wizards and advancing broader operations. Still, the ideology spreading among these students almost certainly traced back to him, passed down through Death Eater families to the next generation. Regulus chose observation. He was no savior. He had no obligation to shield every Muggle-born, so long as the conflict did not spill into his own affairs. As for Lily Evans, he shook his head faintly. The greatest harm she would suffer at Hogwarts might come from you calling her mudblood yourself, Snape. Room of Requirement. Training Chamber. Regulus stood in the center of the room, a silver sickle balanced on his palm. Space warp. His perception expanded. The structure of space revealed itself in a web-like pattern within his mind. The sickle's node stood out, clear and distinct. He focused. Magic flowed along the subtle grain of space, extending, guiding. The coin vanished. It reappeared 3 meters away on the wooden floor. Regulus walked over to examine the result. The landing point had deviated about 40 centimeters from his intended target. An improvement. Last time, the error had been 50. The sickle's surface felt warm to the touch, a residual heat from spatial friction. There was progress. The distance had increased. The margin of error had decreased. The magical cost had not fallen, but control had grown more refined. He picked up the coin and slipped it back into his pocket. His family was wealthy, but that did not mean he should waste money. Today's and tomorrow's bonus chapters will be uploaded together. Sorry for the delay. 84, Chapter 84, Bellatrix. Regulus walked to the corner of the training room. A few objects were laid out there, a palm-sized stone, a glass bottle, and an old key. They were props for practicing the space anchor charm. He had fully digested the inherited knowledge. He understood the principles now, truly understood them, and had built a complete framework in his mind. Regulus closed his eyes and let his awareness sink inward. In that inner space, he had constructed something like a library catalog. Each category of knowledge had its own section. Every book had its place. Verdant magic occupied one wing, spatial magic another. Transfiguration theory had its own shelves. Dark magic was separate. Standard spells had their own orderly rows. Cross-references connected them. There were pathways linking related concepts. It was not some mystical memory palace. It was simple information management. Organize the chaos. Sort it. Connect it. Make retrieval effortless. Like a potions cabinet. Every ingredient stored in its assigned compartment. When needed, you reached for it directly instead of rummaging through clutter. The system required upkeep. New knowledge had to be categorized, linked, woven into the existing structure. Updates meant revisions across connected fields. But it was efficient. Before, recalling a spell's detail meant searching through memory. Now, he only had to focus on the right section. The information surfaced instantly. Regulus opened his eyes and raised his wand. Space anchor charm. Magic flowed from the tip, tightening into focus. Half a meter in front of him, the air condensed into an invisible point. The anchor formed. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. The spatial structure at that point had been nailed in place, unnaturally stable. He cast Wingardium Leviosa toward the anchored space. The spell worked, but its effect dulled. The quill rose 1/3 slower than usual, and when it drifted near the anchor, it trembled faintly. It worked. The anchor interfered with spatial structure. It indirectly affected any magic that relied on spatial stability. Apparition, portkeys, even the transmission path of ordinary spells would be disrupted if they passed through the anchor's range. But maintaining it required constant magic. Right now, he could sustain 3 at most, each for 10 minutes. In real combat, he would have to choose. Spend magic maintaining anchors, or unleash offensive spells directly. Either way, he needed more practice. He dismissed the anchor and moved to the training dummy. Star-guided meditation began to turn. 4 stars lit within his awareness. He felt the starlight that had traveled billions of years through cold emptiness. He sensed the slow drift of constellations across the universe, the vastness, and his own smallness within it. Then he cast, Incendio. His wrist turned slightly, wand tracing an arc. In his mind, he pictured a supernova. The final blaze at the end of a star's life. An instant releasing more energy than its entire lifetime combined. Flames burst from the wand tip. They were no longer the usual orange-red. They burned white, incandescent and searing, hissing as they tore through the air. The fire did not stream forward in a steady jet. It detonated outward. It struck the dummy. The leather surface carbonized instantly, blackened but never truly ignited. The heat was too extreme. It burned straight through. A fist-sized hole opened in the dummy's chest. The edges were clean. The wood inside had already turned to ash. The air in the room grew stifling. The magic cost was triple that of a standard fire spell. Regulus lowered his wand and studied the hole. The power was astonishing. The cost was worse. 3 times the expenditure, far greater than Protego. It required deep meditation to prepare. In real combat, he would rarely have the chance to use it, but it was possible. When emotion and imagery intertwined with structured spellwork, mutation occurred. He just needed balance. A balance between power and cost. Between the depth of imagery and the speed of invocation. He sat down and began to think. He thought about the inherited magic he had just absorbed. The memories within the crystal spheres were not simple knowledge transfer. They carried ancestral insight, experience, even traces of soul imprints. That required extraordinary magical mastery and strength of soul. The ancestor who created a legacy had to refine a lifetime of learning into its purest essence, seal it into crystal, and ensure the recipient could safely receive it. Not every family could accomplish that. The Blacks were ancient, with deep foundations. Only that was why several inheritances remained. Other families might have them, or they might not. Even if they did, such things would be the highest secrets, never spoken of. He himself had not known his family possessed inherited magic until he was told. To obtain another family's inheritance was nearly impossible. Unless the family fell. Or the inheritance was lost. Or it was taken by force. Voldemort could certainly do it. With his power, forcing a family to surrender its inheritance would hardly be difficult. A thought flickered through Regulus's mind. If one day he needed knowledge from another family's inheritance, what would he do? Coerce them? Tempt them? Negotiate? Or wait for them to offer it willingly? He did not know. But for now, his paths to power were abundant. The Black family inheritance. The Hogwarts library. Guidance from professors. His own research and practice. Then another thought came to him. What could he leave behind for the House of Black? Regulus rose and walked toward the door. It was still early. He was only 12. His magical journey had barely begun. One day, when he was truly powerful, when he had developed his own understanding and creations, perhaps he too would leave an inheritance. Perhaps he would not repeat the path of his ancestors. Perhaps he would carve a new one. He pushed the door open. The walls of the room of requirement sealed behind him. The corridor lay empty. The castle slept. The feeling of having fully digested the inheritance was unmistakable. It was like setting down a heavy burden he had carried for too long. His mind felt lighter and sharper. The knowledge that had once been forced into him now belonged to him. He could call on it freely, reflect on it deeply, extend it, create from it. He suspected his father had received an inheritance as well. As head of the Black family, Orion Black would not be ignorant of such things. But what exactly it was, whether he truly had, his father had never said. Regulus had never asked. In time, he would know. Late in January, deep night. In the training room of the Room of Requirement, Regulus sat cross-legged at the center of the floor and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation turned. Orion spread across his awareness. The three belt stars, Alitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, shone steadily, forming the framework. Betelgeuse burned at the upper left, red light fluctuating, brightening and dimming, representing change and eruption. The four-star system circulated smoothly. Magic cycled along the stellar paths. With each revolution, his body was tempered a fraction. His mind strengthened a degree. His total magic increased, imperceptibly but steadily. Now he would attempt to ignite the fifth star for the second time. Bellatrix. Orion's left shoulder. Blue-white. In the star chart, it symbolized the warrior, the guardian, the boundary. Regulus focused. In his awareness, he constructed a model of Bellatrix, its position, its brightness, its relationship to the other four stars, its orbital trajectory. The model formed successfully. But ignition failed again. The second failure felt clearer than the first. His magic was sufficient. His mind was steady. But something did not align. Bellatrix's symbolic meaning did not match his current state of mind. That star required the will to guard. The resolve to stand firm for something, or someone. What did he guard? The answer came immediately. He guarded himself. His magical path. His family's interests. But those were benefits, not belief. Bellatrix demanded something different. A conviction-level defense. The choice to stand firm even when the cost exceeded the gain. Regulus could not do that. Not yet. He stopped trying and instead recalled how he had ignited Betelgeuse. Back then, he had not thought deeply about astronomy. He only knew it was a red supergiant, a variable star, destined to explode. It represented instability, but tremendous power. At the time, irritation and aggression had churned within him. Pressure from Bella's letters. Residual emotion after battle. That unstable yet potent state resonated with Betelgeuse, and ignition had followed. But after summoning a patroness during the holiday, after experiencing the power of the mind's light, after Professor Flitwick guided him to accept magic's irrational side, perhaps he had been approaching this wrong. Igniting a star was not about building a model and pouring magic into it. It was about finding resonance between inner state and symbolic meaning. Understanding this, Regulus relaxed. He stopped forcing Bellatrix's model into place. He sensed Orion as a whole instead. The steady belt, the eruption of Betelgeuse, and the empty left shoulder. There should be a star there, one that bore defensive responsibility. The shield of the constellation. He imagined what that star should feel like. A concrete vow of protection. No, something more abstract. The posture of standing one's ground. Like a castle wall. Like a boundary stone at the edge of a nation. Like the sky itself, never striking first, but anything that trespassed would meet an invisible barrier. As the image deepened, it resonated with something buried in the furthest reaches of his heart. 85, Chapter 85, 4.5 stars. Regulus wanted to protect his path of exploration from interference. He wanted to protect the family's businesses from being plundered. He wanted to protect the clear understanding of this world he had maintained since crossing over, to keep it from being tainted by fanaticism and ignorance. He wanted to protect the purity inside his own heart. But this was not the power of the soul. It was not an emotional vow of protection. It was rational. He was protecting his own space to survive and grow. The next instant, resonance formed. In his awareness, the position of Bellatrix glowed faintly. Unlike the other 4 fully ignited stars, this was only a preparatory state, like a newly lit hearth that still needed more fuel before it could blaze. For now, this was as far as he could go. He could not give more than that. Regulus seized that state and linked the faint light of Bellatrix to the 4-star system. Originally, the 4-star system had been an inner cycle of stable foundation and explosive change. Now, with Bellatrix added, it became stable foundation, explosive change, and a defensive framework. Bellatrix did not grant additional magic. It strengthened structure. The entire system felt more solid, more capable of resisting external impact. The moment Bellatrix connected successfully, Regulus felt a tremor ripple through his magic. His total magic did not increase. But something had shifted. Control became more precise and the magic flow became steadier. He opened his eyes, raised his wand, and, riding the tremor of magic and the updated system, tried to bypass deep meditation and directly invoke the explosive imagery of Beetlejuice. Reducto. The curse shot forward and struck the stone wall opposite him. There was no expected explosion. Instead, spiderweb cracks spread across the impact point. Then the entire section of wall shattered silently into fist-sized chunks of stone, clattering to the floor. The power was 3 times that of a standard reductor curse. The cost had only increased by 50%. It was progress. Less waste, greater force. But a wave of weakness followed. Mental exhaustion. Calling upon Beetlejuice's explosive imagery without deep meditation required intense focus and will. It drained the mind quickly. That single strike had consumed roughly 1/10 of his mental strength. He could not use it often. Not yet. After one use, he would need time to recover, or it would affect subsequent spellcasting and thought. He steadied his breathing and considered the improvement. Star-guided meditation had completely become his own. What he had first learned from astrological meditation remained only as a skeleton. Everything else had been replaced and refined. The 4-star system, plus the preparatory 5th, was unique, perfectly aligned with his magical philosophy and inner state. He felt more certain than ever. Magical cultivation was not just the accumulation of knowledge and technique. It was resonance between the inner self and the outer world. Reason determined direction. Emotion supplied momentum. Only together could one go further. Regulus put away his wand and left the room of requirement. The corridor was silent. The castle slept under the night sky. He returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Cuthbert and Alex were already asleep. Hermes's bed was empty. He washed, lay down, and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation turned on its own. The 4 stars revolved slowly in the depths of his awareness. At Bellatrix's position, a faint glimmer waited for the day it would truly ignite. In the first week of February, a light, restless excitement began to flow through the corridors of Hogwarts. Next weekend, 3rd years and above would be allowed to visit Hogsmeade. Older students were planning butterbeer at the 3 Broomsticks. Middle years were discussing new sweets at Honeydukes. The younger ones could only listen, their faces caught between envy and anticipation. After Charms class, Regulus was stopped at a corridor corner by Lucretius Burke. Hogsmeade weekend next week. Lucretius's fingers brushed the edge of his prefect badge. His voice was low. Our shops recently acquired some interesting items. I mentioned before that you should come take a look. This is the perfect opportunity. Regulus lifted his head and met his gaze. It had been barely over a month since he had accepted the invitation in the Slytherin common room. Back then, he had said he would visit during the holiday. Now, only a few weeks into the new term, Lucretius had brought it up again. This time, he sounded more direct, more urgent. Had something changed? My father is looking forward to it, Lucretius added. Regulus nodded. He knew he meant the elder Burke. I'll need written permission from home. Of course. Lucretius's lips curved in a precise smile. Procedure must be followed. I'll be waiting at the Hogsmeade entrance. He left decisively, clearly confident Regulus would accept. Regulus watched him go and thought, if I refused, how would you respond? Back in the Slytherin dormitory, he sat at his desk and spread out parchment. He dipped his quill in ink. The tip hovered for a moment before he began to write. Father, Lucretius Burke has again invited me to visit Borgin and Burke's during next weekend's Hogsmeade trip. It has been just over a month since the previous invitation. I require a signed permission letter to apply to Professor Slughorn. Additionally, the Burke's attitude seems to have shifted. Has anything occurred recently? Please advise. Regulus. He finished, pressed the family seal at the bottom, imprinting the black crest, then went to the Ollery and handed the letter to his owl. Deliver it directly to father. At breakfast the next morning, a family owl landed beside Regulus and dropped a reply. The parchment was thick, its edges gilded. Orion Black's handwriting was steady and restrained. Regulus. Permission enclosed. I will inform Professor Slughorn separately. Regarding the Burkes, 2 weeks ago, the Ministry of Magic suddenly established a special review office for dark artifacts, led directly by Barty Crouch of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The review covers all registered transactions involving dark artifacts, with particular focus on cursed and large-scale destructive items. Borgen and Burke specializes in such goods and is naturally the primary target. The review has not yet expanded to Nocturne Alley, but pressure is already spreading. The Burke seek to establish contact with me through you, to secure buffering at the level of the Weisengamot or early warning. This is a transaction, not a favor. Your visit signals the House of Black's willingness to engage. Specific terms will be negotiated between myself and the Elder Burke. Additionally, instability has arisen in Nocturne Alley due to the review. Some holders of sensitive items are eager to dispose of them. Conflicts have increased. When you go, enter only the shop. Do not linger in the alley. Regulus folded the letter and tucked it into his inner pocket. The ministry had acted suddenly. Barty Crouch, known for his severity and efficiency in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A man who would one day send his own son to Azkaban, later smuggle him out by sacrificing his wife, and eventually die at that same son's hand. An operation like this did not happen without cause. Either someone at the top was pushing, or something significant had forced a response. Regulus considered the possibilities. Perhaps Voldemort's influence was expanding faster, and the circulation of dark artifacts had increased to a level the ministry could no longer ignore. Perhaps Dumbledore's faction had exerted pressure within the Weisengamot to restrict the dark trade. Or perhaps Crouch himself was accumulating political capital, laying groundwork for a future bid for Minister for Magic. Regulus understood the general ecology of British wizarding politics. Factions everywhere. Interests exchanged beneath the surface. The law looked formidable on paper, but enforcement often had flexibility. Pureblood families had cultivated the ministry for generations. There were people in every department. Usually, reviews of this kind came with advance notice. This time, there had been no warning. Unusual. Either Crouch had bypassed conventional channels and acted directly, or the decision-making level was high enough that even pureblood families had no access. The latter seemed unlikely. The British ministry did not possess that kind of untouchable upper tier. Either way, the situation was shifting. Regulus finished breakfast and left the Great Hall. After afternoon classes, he would need to see Professor Slughorn. At 4 o'clock, he knocked on the door of the potions office. "Come in." Slughorn's cheerful voice called from inside. The office was unchanged. The air carried the mixed fragrance of expensive potion ingredients. The walls were lined with photographs of famous witches and wizards. Silver instruments gleamed on the desk. Rare materials filled the shelves. Near the fireplace, a small round table held half a bottle of mead and several plates of sweets. Professor Slughorn sat in a wide armchair, holding a thick leather ledger. The moment he saw Regulus, his eyes lit up. "Regulus." He set the ledger aside and beckoned warmly. "What an honor. Let me think, this is your first voluntary visit this term, isn't it?" Regulus stepped forward and greeted him politely. "Professor." Sit. Slughorn beamed and waved his hand. The chair opposite slid out on its own. "I've just received your father's letter." He laid the parchment down gently, wearing a knowing smile. "I'm aware of the Hogsmeade matter. The application form is right here, already signed." He pushed the form across the desk. "Procedure observed. I'll handle the rest. Off you go." Regulus thanked him courteously, exchanged farewells, and left the office. 86, Chapter 86, Hogsmeade, Bonus. The days leading up to Hogsmeade weekend passed quietly. Regulus Black attended classes as usual, practiced magic in the room of requirement, spent time in the library, and occasionally slipped into the restricted section. His space warp error had narrowed to within 30 centimeters. The number of space anchor charm anchors he could maintain had not increased, but their duration had improved. The 5th star in his star-guided meditation remained in its preparatory state, yet the 4-star system rotated more smoothly than ever. On Friday night, he received a second letter from Orion. "Regulus. I have conducted a preliminary discussion with the Elder Burke. The Ministry of Magic's review is focused on large-scale cursed artifacts and highly lethal dark magic items. The Burkes currently hold several sensitive pieces in inventory that must be handled before the review expands. When you visit, the Elder Burke may show you 1 or 2 of them, to test whether the House of Black has interest in acquiring them or providing a custodial channel. Remember to only observe. Do not touch. Do not promise anything. Specific terms will be negotiated between myself and the Burkes. Additionally, 3 dark wizard conflicts have occurred recently in Nocturne Alley, involving the seizure of items. The Auror office has increased patrols, but with limited effect. Remain vigilant. Large-scale cursed artifacts. Highly lethal dark magic items. Both were strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. The Burkes wanted to offload them, using the Blacks as intermediaries or custodians. The details would be decided by his father. Regulus was only there to look, and to signal willingness. He lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation began automatically. The 4 stars revolved in the depths of his mind. At Bellatrix's position, that faint light still burned. Weak, but steady. Like a distant lighthouse, unreachable for now, yet guiding him all the same. The will to guard. He had not yet found exactly what he wished to guard, but he at least knew what he refused to lose. On the second Saturday of February, at 7 in the morning, the great hall of Hogwarts was louder than usual. Third years and above gathered at the long tables, discussing plans, exchanging galleons, checking permission slips. First and second years remained in their seats, their eyes tracking the older students, faces full of longing. After finishing breakfast, Regulus rose and headed toward the castle doors. The corridors were packed. Peeves swooped overhead, grabbing a fistful of chalk stubs and hurling them into the crowd before being shouted down by Filch. Several Gryffindors rushed past and nearly collided with him. One muttered an apology upon recognizing him. Another made a remark under his breath, only to be dragged away by a companion. Outside the castle gates, cold air struck his face. The sky was a dull lead gray. Clouds hung low. Snow threatened but did not fall. A thin layer of frost coated the ground, crunching softly underfoot. The path to Hogsmeade was already marked by footprints pressed into the white surface. Regulus followed the road. Laughter and conversation carried far in the sharp air as students hurried ahead. When Hogsmeade village came into view, he spotted Lucertius Burke standing beneath the stone arch at the entrance. Lucertius was not wearing school robes today. Instead, he had on a dark green travel cloak, the Burke family crest pinned at the collar, crossed wand and key against an open book. A few Ravenclaw girls passed him, whispering to one another. A 7th-year Hufflepuff boy gave him a polite nod, which Lucertius returned with a slight inclination of his head. As Regulus approached, Lucertius turned. "Good morning, Regulus." "Good morning, Lucertius." After a brief exchange, they walked together onto Hogsmeade's main street. Crooked, steep-roofed cottages lined both sides of the road, their roofs dusted with snow. White smoke curled from chimneys. Shop signs creaked in the wind. The display windows of Honeydukes were piled high with brightly colored jars of sweets. From the 3 broomsticks drifted the warm scent of butterbeer and baked biscuits. Zonko's joke shop crackled with pops and bursts of laughter. Lucertius slowed his pace and gestured casually as he spoke. Honeydukes. Established in 1935. Ambrosius Flume built it on the success of a single blood-flavored lollipop. Now their product line covers most of Britain. They have a private tasting room in the basement, open only to regular patrons. The 3 broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta runs it. Her husband passed away 10 years ago and left her the pub. If you want the latest rumors from the Ministry of Magic, this is the place. The price is a butterbeer and a willing ear. Dervish and Banjas is known for its magical equipments. Quality is average, but suitable for gifts. His tone was steady, almost like a tour guide. He knew each shop's history, the figures behind them, and their real functions. Regulus listened quietly, his eyes scanning the street. Hogsmeade was Britain's only all-wizard village, founded in the Middle Ages as a refuge from Muggle persecution. Over time, it had grown into a commercial and social center. The most traditional wizarding architecture remained here. So did the oldest business customs, and the most intricate web of interests. Every shop stood behind a family. Every family had connections and demands. The Flumes of Honeydukes had close ties to the Ministry's Food Inspection Office. Rosmerta was acquainted with editors at the Daily Prophet. The Banjas family held a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Lucertius turned down a side alley and stopped before a grey stone house. There was no sign. The windows were boarded. The door was thick oak, fitted with a bronze serpent-shaped knocker. Burke property in Hogsmeade, Lucertius explained as he unlocked it. Some transactions are not suited for public places. Inside was a simple sitting room. The fireplace was cold. Dust lay thick on the furniture. The air smelled faintly of mildew from long disuse. An old map of Hogsmeade hung on the wall, the parchment yellowed and the ink faded. Lucertius stepped to the hearth and withdrew a tin from his cloak pocket. Inside lay bright green powder. Fleur powder. He cast a handful into the fireplace. The flames turned emerald at once, roaring upward. Nocturne Alley, 13B, Borgin and Burke's. He stepped into the fire and vanished. Regulus followed. Traveling through the Fleur network was different from apparition. Apparition tore through space by force. The Fleur network guided you along a pre-established magical channel. The former was direct and violent. The latter gentler, yet constrained by the structure of the network. The space anchor charm could interfere with a single Fleur connection point, but it could not disrupt the entire network. Too many nodes. Too complex. The flow of magic shifted constantly. Without placing multiple anchors simultaneously at a core junction, the effect would remain limited. Regulus considered this as he spun. 3 seconds later, he tumbled out of another fireplace. He steadied himself and brushed soot from his robes before surveying the room. The ceiling was low, cobwebbed. The brick walls were dark and damp-streaked. The air carried a mixture of dust, old parchment, and a cloying preservative scent. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, crammed with strange objects. Shrunken heads, rusted shackles, eyeballs floating in jars, black-bound books that turned their own pages. Behind the counter stood a tall, gaunt wizard. He was very old. Sparse hair clung to his scalp. His skin was pale. His eyes were sunken and sharp. He wore black robes. His fingers were long, nails neatly trimmed. An obsidian ring sat on his right index finger. Caractacus Burke, the man said in a hoarse voice. You may call me Mr. Burke, or simply the Elder Burke. Regulus Black. Regulus inclined his head, though a question flickered in his mind. Not Borgin. The Elder Burke studied him for several seconds, then stretched his mouth into something resembling a smile. Orion's son, he said, gaze fixed on Regulus. Your father came here as well, though that was 20 years ago. He stepped out from behind the counter, moving without a sound. Borgin and Burke's, he continued, his finger tracing the edge of the counter. Founded in 18th. A joint venture between the Borgin and Burke families. Acquisition, appraisal, and sale of dark artifacts. Among the 13 shops of our kind in Nocturne Alley, we rank first. Regulus's eyes shifted slightly. He had always assumed Borgin and Burke's was the proprietor's name as well as the shop's. Only now did he realize it was a partnership. Borgin was a family name. Caractacus Burke represented the Burke side. And the Borgins? Absent, maybe withdrawn, maybe just quietly standing at the edges. Come, the Elder Burke said, turning toward the deeper shelves. Some items are kept in the warehouse. Lucretius remained by the counter. He had not been summoned. Regulus followed. They passed through a doorway draped with a black curtain into a narrow corridor. Wooden racks lined the walls, holding glass jars. Inside floated various organs, hearts beating slowly, brains flickering with green light, lungs expanding and contracting in rhythm. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. The Elder Burke muttered a spell. The lock clicked open. Inside lay the warehouse. Twice the size of the front shop. Higher ceiling. Shelves arranged with deliberate order. Items were sorted by category. Cursed artifacts in one section. Dark magic implements in another. Experimental records elsewhere. Hazardous biological materials in their own area. 87, Chapter 87, Borgin and Burke's, bonus. Every item bore a label listing its name, origin, danger level, and handling recommendation. Regulus's gaze swept across the nearest shelf. Label, Weeping Virgin Statue. Origin, an abandoned church in Paris, France. Suspected dark wizard experimentation on muggles. Danger level, 3 stars. Prolonged contact induces uncontrollable sorrow, eventually leading to mental collapse. Handling, seal in a lead-lined runic container. Avoid direct eye contact. Label, Dagger of Vengeance. Origin, an ancestral relic from a Highland family in Scotland. Danger level, 2 stars. The wielder suffers all the pain the victim has ever endured. Handling, seal in a longhorn ivory sheath. Must not be unsheathed. Label, Memory Weaver. Origin, unknown. Suspected ancient alchemical creation. Danger level, 4 stars. Capable of weaving false memories and implanting them into living minds. Handling, for theoretical research only. Practical use strictly prohibited. The Elder Burke stopped at a display table in the center of the warehouse. A sheet of black velvet covered whatever rested atop it. I'll show you 3 items today. He bared yellowed teeth in something like a grin. All recently acquired. All currently being sought by the Ministry of Magic. He lifted the velvet. 3 objects lay on the table. The first was a palm-sized bronze box, its surface carved with twisted runes. A dark red glow seeped faintly from the seams. There was no keyhole. No visible joints. Yet Regulus could sense something moving inside. Subtle, but undeniably real. Cursed casket. The Elder Burke's finger hovered above it without touching. Within it lies a blood curse dating back to the 14th century. 2 pure-blood families locked in a vendetta. One crafted this to sever the other's bloodline. Both families eventually destroyed each other. The method of opening the casket has been lost, but the curse remains active. Anyone who attempts to open it will see their direct descendants die one by one within 3 generations. He glanced at Regulus. One of the Ministry's criteria for a large-scale cursed artifact is an impact exceeding 10 individuals or lasting over a century. This casket satisfies both. Regulus did not look at him. His attention was fixed on the runes. A variant of ancient runes. He recognized fragments. The curse likely used the caster's life and soul as fuel, tethering itself to the target family's blood. As long as that bloodline endured, the curse persisted. To break it, one would need the original caster's remains destroyed, a stronger curse layered atop it, or the cursed bloodline extinguished entirely. Is there a buyer? Regulus asked evenly, as if discussing ordinary merchandise. 3 interested parties, the Elder Burke replied. One wishes to use it against a rival. One seeks to study ancient cursecraft. One simply collects. All are waiting to see how the Ministry's review unfolds. He let the velvet fall partially back over the box, then revealed the second item. A crystal skull, roughly life-sized. 2 rubies were set into its eye sockets, light shifting within them. Fine cracks covered its surface, and faint blue luminescence seeped from the fractures. Soul container. The Elder Burke smiled faintly. Not a top-tier specimen but a simplified model. It can store a fragment of a dying person's soul, preserving consciousness and allowing communication with the living. Many flaws. Over time the fragment dissipates. The container itself is fragile, and the soul within suffers. It is constantly aware of its slow dissolution. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, as if savoring the air. His expression held something close to nostalgia. Regulus extended his perception. A faint soul fluctuation emanated from the skull. Chaotic, fragmented, laced with despairing echoes. There was awareness inside, barely held together, always on the verge of collapse. The origin? Regulus asked. An Egyptian tomb. More precisely, a pyramid. Over 1,000 years old. The elder Burke opened his eyes. Grave robbers unearthed it. Passed through 3 hands before reaching mine. No one knows whose soul it holds. A pharaoh, perhaps. A priest. Or a nameless slave buried alive. He lowered his voice. The ministry has begun investigating all artifacts involving soul preservation. After last year's Azkaban breakout, they suspect Death Eaters may have used similar methods to survive. If this skull were discovered, it would be enough to seat me before the Wizengamot. Regulus gave a small nod. Such items warranted scrutiny. Soul and time magic were domains typically reserved for unspeakables, rarely permitted to circulate freely. The elder Burke pulled back the final velvet covering. The third item was a cane. A cane, nearly 1.5 meters long. Its shaft was dark and polished. At its top rested a fist-sized black pearl etched with silver patterns that shimmered faintly in the dim light. It lay there without emitting any detectable magical fluctuation. It could have passed for a fine artisan's work. This one has no name, the elder Burke said. The seller claimed it was found in the depths of a Nordic ruin. The shaft is dragonheart wood, at least 3,000 years old. The black pearl comes from a deep-sea giant octopus, a magical creature that lives over 5 centuries. The silver patterns were forged from meteoric metal. The method is lost. He lifted the cane carefully. I have detected no active magical function. It does not respond to standard detection charms. Even dark detection spells register it as harmless. He set it down again. However, every wizard who has touched it experiences the same dream within 3 days. No one knows what it is. His voice dropped slightly. Regulus sensed deliberate atmosphere. 7 wizards touched it. All of them eventually went mad. Regulus's tone remained calm. Symptoms. They begin speaking incoherently upon waking, the elder Burke said. As though some absolute despair has been forced into their minds. Those around them think they've lost their sanity. Perhaps they have. He turned sharply toward Regulus, eyes widening as if to unsettle a child. They all died. Each one used their own wand to cast the killing curse on themselves. Silence lingered for several seconds. The killing curse requires genuine intent to kill, Regulus said at last. Casting it on oneself implies they believed, at their core, that they needed to die. The elder Burke looked faintly disappointed by his lack of reaction. Or something convinced them death was the only release, he said in a more ordinary tone. Other curses might allow for rescue. The killing curse leaves no room for that. From one perspective, it is a clean death. At least it spares suffering. Regulus's eyes rested on the black pearl. The silver lines reflected cold light. Cognitive alteration, perceptual contamination, or direct consciousness implantation. The concepts brushed against ideas that should not exist within this magical system. Impossible. Different frameworks. Yet how did it function? He did not have enough knowledge to conclude. So he set the thought aside. He himself carried something from beyond. His right hand rose unconsciously to his chest, where warmth lingered beneath his robes. Then another question surfaced. You've touched it, Regulus said, studying him. Yet you seem unaffected. I have, the elder Burke admitted. I dreamed twice. I did not lose my mind. Why? Perhaps I am old and stubborn. New ideas have difficulty entering, he replied with a thin smile. Or perhaps I have seen too much madness already. This one fails to impress. He shrugged lightly. But more likely, I did not attempt to understand it. Every wizard who went mad tried desperately to analyze it. Trying to decode the mechanism, find the pattern, break free. I didn't. I recorded what happened, then decided to sell. He spread his hands. There are things safer not understood. He covered the 3 items once more with velvet. All 3 are troublesome, the elder Burke said, turning back to Regulus. The cursed casket involves a blood curse. The skull involves soul magic. The cane involves the unknown. If the ministry discovers any of them, the Burkes will face considerable trouble. You want to move them, Regulus stated. We want secure storage. Or the right buyer. The elder Burke's gaze sharpened. The Black family has history and roots. The depth to absorb such things. More importantly, Orion sits on the Wizengamot. He can provide political buffer. Regulus was silent for a few seconds. I am only here to observe. Of course. The elder Burke inclined his head. The decision rests with your father. But you have seen them and you understand both their value and their risk. Return to Orion and inform him. The Burkes are willing to exchange these 3 items for the House of Black's decisive support in the Wizengamot over the next 3 years. 88, Chapter 88, Alastor Moody, Bonus. When the ministry holds a legislative vote, cast the ballot we need. When the review expands, give us advance warning. And when necessary, say a few favorable words at the hearing. Elder Burke's tone was casual. A fair trade. We provide the goods. You provide the political capital. Regulus didn't answer immediately. He was thinking. All 3 items held genuine value. The cursed casket offered insight into ancient blood curse theory. The skull opened a window into soul magic. The cane, he couldn't say what it might teach, but instinct told him it mattered. The risks, though, were enormous. The ministry review alone could be catastrophic. Did the House of Black need to take that gamble? That depended on his father's read of the political landscape, his assessment of the Burke family's worth, and his expectations for the depth of future cooperation. I'll pass along the message. Regulus kept his voice measured. Elder Burke turned toward the door. Time to head back. Lucretius will see you out. They left the storeroom and returned to the shop floor. Lucretius was still standing by the counter. When he saw them emerge, the tension in his shoulders eased. Elder Burke said nothing more. A wave of his hand dismissed them both. Lucretius led Regulus to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flue powder. Hogsmeade, Burke residence. The flames turned green. They stepped through one after the other. Back in the grey stone house in Hogsmeade, Lucretius let out a visible breath. He stood by the fireplace for a few seconds, something turning behind his eyes, then looked at Regulus. What did you think? Educational. Regulus kept it brief. Lucretius's mouth twitched. He looked like he wanted to smile but couldn't quite manage it. My first time was at 12. He glanced down at Regulus, his voice caught between nostalgia and something more earnest. Father brought me to learn the route. The shop happened to be receiving a shipment of special merchandise that day. What I saw gave me nightmares for 2 months. His gaze drifted to the window. Laughter from Hogsmeade's main street filtered in. The sweet smell of Honeyduke's candy mingled with the dust of the abandoned room, an odd collision of worlds. The Burke family has been in this business for 5 generations. Lucretius spoke low, almost to himself. Starting with my great-grandfather, we've operated out of Nocturne Alley, dealing in dark magical objects. We've seen the worst things that exist. We've dealt with the most dangerous people alive. And we've learned how to survive in the gap between light and shadow. He turned back to Regulus. That doesn't mean we enjoy the dark. It's the path the family chose. We were born onto it, and there's only one direction to walk. Regulus listened without interrupting. He could hear the complexity threaded through every word: pride, resignation, weight, and a thread of exhaustion beneath it all. A pureblood heir's identity wasn't glory alone. It was obligation and shame both, a life trajectory fixed before birth. Sirius had refused. He'd run, rejected the duty, broken free of the shackles. Lucretius Burke would one day take over the family business, continue running that shop in Nocturne Alley, keeping company with darkness. That was his fate. He'd accepted it. Whether he enjoyed it was another question. Let's go. Lucretius drew a deep breath and settled back into his usual composure. Time to get back to school. They stepped out of the stone house and onto Hogsmeade's main street. 3 in the afternoon. The village was busier than before. A queue snaked out the door of the 3 broomsticks. Honeyduke's was packed wall to wall. A cluster of Hufflepuffs crowded the Dervish and Banja's window display, pointing and chattering over some new model of sneakoscope. Lucretius led the way toward the village entrance. Acquaintances greeted him along the route. He returned each nod without breaking stride. Near Zonko's joke shop, Regulus felt it. A ripple in the space behind him. Faint, but real. The precursor signature of an apparition landing point. Someone was about to materialize very close. Less than 10 meters. Ordinary enough in Hogsmeade. No muggles here, so wizards operate freely. But Regulus reacted anyway. His stride didn't falter. Magic surged through him in an instant, an invisible barrier spreading tight against his skin, thin as insect wing, tough enough to hold. His left hand flexed beneath his cloak, fingertips flickering with scarlet light. His right hand slid into his sleeve and closed around the handle of his wand, tip aimed at the ground, ready to snap upward and fire. The air cracked open. A figure materialized from nothing, staggering 2 steps before finding his footing. Middle-aged wizard. Black robes, torn and filthy. Blood on his face. The wand in his right hand was snapped in half. The man's eyes swept the street. They landed on Regulus and Lucretius, and something sparked in them. Not hope. Desperation edged with malice. He lunged toward them. Not an attack. He ducked behind them, using their bodies as shields, and his left hand shot out to grab Regulus's shoulder. Regulus was faster. Half a second before the hand made contact, he shifted his weight, angled his body, and the grab caught nothing but air. He was about to counter when he stopped short. 2 more spatial distortions rippled ahead of him, simultaneously. The wizard blinked, clearly not expecting a child to dodge that easily. 2 figures operate in almost at the same moment. The first was a tall, lean wizard in aura uniform, a vicious scar slashing from forehead to chin. Both eyes intact, gaze razor-sharp. He stood upright, torso tilted slightly back, wand gripped in his right hand, left arm hanging loose at his side, ready to strike from any angle. Alastor Moody. The second was a young female aura, short blonde hair, wand already raised and leveled at the man behind Regulus. Finn, give it up. She barked. You're not getting away. The wizard called. Finn panted hard, his fingers knuckled around the broken wand. Let me go. His voice was raw, frantic. Or I kill these 2 kids. Moody's eyes tracked from Regulus to Lucretius, then settled on Finn. Go ahead and try. Your wand's broken. Regulus stood still, thoughts racing. Finn was a dark wizard, clearly being pursued. He had fled here and tried to seize hostages. Moody and the female Aura were the hunters. He and Lucertius were caught in the middle. Finn's choice was not bold. It was foolish. Hogsmeade was full of students, professors close at hand. He might have thought to grab a young wizard as leverage, forgetting entirely where he had run. Most dark wizards would avoid this place if they had any sense. He had charged straight into it. Smart enough to survive this long. Not smart enough to think it through. He had also chosen the wrong targets. Regulus felt no fear. He could break away easily, even retaliate if necessary. Finn was not particularly powerful. But there were outsiders watching, so he chose to observe. He glanced at Lucertius. The Slytherin prefect stood straight, expression calm, his right hand already resting on his wand. When he caught Regulus's eye, a silent question flickered there. Do we move? Regulus gave the faintest shake of his head. With Moody and another Aura present, Finn was not escaping. And right now, Finn's focus was entirely on the Auras. He did not see the boys as threats. Children? What could they possibly do? Regulus, for his part, felt a strange flicker of interest. The situation was almost entertaining. Finn's forehead beaded with sweat. His broken wand wavered between Regulus and Lucertius, as if he were deciding which would make the better shield. Back off. He shouted at Moody. Let me use flow powder and leave, or I'll. He did not finish. Moody moved. His wand flicked almost lazily. A streak of silver shot toward the ground at Finn's feet. The earth softened instantly, sinking like a swamp. Finn's ankles plunged into it. His balance shattered. The broken wand jerked off target. At the same time, the female Aura cast her spell. A red beam streaked toward Finn's chest. He cursed and tried to apparate, but with his wand snapped, the magic failed. He forced the broken wand up to block, but his magic output faltered. The spell deflected only slightly. The stunning spell struck his left shoulder. Finn's body jerked. His eyes rolled back. He toppled backward. The ground hardened again at once. The entire exchange lasted no more than 2 seconds. Moody stepped forward, checked Finn with a quick spell, and confirmed he was unconscious. Only then did he turn to Regulus and Lucertius. He stared at them, voice curt. Names. Regulus Black. Lucertius Burke. Moody repeated them under his breath, something unreadable in his tone. Black. And you're from the Burke family, he said, looking at Lucertius. The shop in Nocturne Alley. Yes. Lucertius's voice did not waver. Moody asked nothing further. He turned to the female Aura. Take him back. Inform the Ministry of Magic that Finn's in custody. Some of the involved items have been recovered. She nodded, levitated Finn with Wingardium Leviosa, seized a handful of flow powder, and vanished. A crowd of students had already formed a circle around the scene, whispering and pointing. Several professors apparat in moments later, drawn by the commotion. Moody's gaze settled on Regulus. You didn't move just now. Why didn't you dodge? Or fight back? He was behind me. I couldn't see him, Regulus replied evenly. And with Aurors on the scene, I trusted the professionals to handle it. Moody studied him as if committing his face to memory. He did not look convinced. At this age, most children would have panicked. Standing steady was rare enough. Remaining this calm was something else entirely. A few seconds passed. Then Moody turned and walked away. 89, Chapter 89, an interesting little interlude, bonus. The patrolling professors arrived quickly, dispersing the crowd and asking questions. Lucertius stepped forward as prefect to explain the situation, with Regulus adding a few clarifications at his side. The matter was settled without much delay. Finn turned out to be a black market dealer in illicit magical items. He had stolen an artifact from a pure-blood family and had been pursued by Aurors for 3 days before finally being captured in Hogsmeade. After confirming that neither boy was injured, the professors dismissed them, instructing all students that Hogsmeade weekend would end early. No lingering. Everyone was to return to Hogwarts immediately. A wave of groans rose from the younger students, but there was no room for argument. On the walk back to the castle, Lucertius remained quiet for a long time. Only when they neared the main gates did he finally speak. Alastor Moody. An elite Auror. A lot of dark wizards fear him. A lot of them hate him. I know, Regulus replied. The way he looked at me just now, Lucertius paused, then continued, it was like he was deciding whether I was Finn's accomplice. But you weren't, Regulus said. He suspects I could be. There was no emotion in Lucertius's voice. The name Burke carries a special mark in the Auror office, especially with someone like Moody. Regulus said nothing. He knew Moody would one day become one of the fiercest opponents of Voldemort. He would fight, sacrifice, and even be impersonated. But that was the future. In 1973, Moody was still an active Auror, already well known for vigilance and suspicion. The Burke family dealt in dark artifacts. Naturally, they were on the Auror's watch list. Today had been coincidence, but coincidence was enough for Moody to remember Lucertius's face. Be careful, Regulus said quietly. In the next few years, the Auror office will gain more authority. Lucertius nodded. The calm mask of a pure-blood heir slipped back into place. They entered the castle and parted in the entrance hall. Regulus headed toward the Slytherin common room, replaying the day in his mind. The 3 items at Borgin and Burke's. The Ministry of Magic's growing scrutiny. The Elder Burke's proposal. And the unexpected hostage situation at the end. Each piece was a reminder that beneath the surface calm of the wizarding world, the currents were growing stronger. When he stepped into the common room, the fireplace burned warmly. A few younger students were playing wizard's chess. Their voices dipped slightly when they saw him enter. He needed to write to his father. A detailed report about the 3 items, the Elder Burke's proposal, and the encounter with Moody. The Ullery's wooden perches creaked in the wind. A cold wind carried flecks of snow through the gaps in the walls, brushing icy against his face. Regulus pulled a sheet of parchment from his inner pocket, rolled it tightly, and slid it into a small copper tube. He handed it to a grey owl waiting at his feet. In the distance, the castle's outline blurred in the mist. Faint echoes of students' chatter drifted through the corridors. Young witches and wizards were never short on energy. Back in the Slytherin common room, warmth chased away the chill. The fire crackled brightly. A pair of second-years hovered over a chessboard, brows furrowed, arguing softly over a move. Regulus lowered himself into an armchair, fingers absently tracing the carved patterns along its armrest. His thoughts drifted naturally back to Borgin and Burke's. The Burke family had dealt in dark artifacts for 5 generations. That was no exaggeration. Connections between pure-blood families were never just polite social calls. They were tangled webs of shared interests and binding agreements. He had no doubt the Burkes possessed discrete channels of distribution. Perhaps through underground networks linked to Gringotts, transferring high-risk items overseas. Perhaps through the businesses of other pure-blood families, using them as cover to temporarily store sensitive artifacts. There were likely informants within the Ministry of Magic itself, quietly feeding them information about inspection priorities and timing. To claim they lacked the ability to handle dangerous objects on their own would be absurd. So why? Regulus suspected they were testing the waters. The Ministry's inspection had come suddenly. Barty Crouch's hardline approach had clearly placed pressure on the Burkes. They needed a political ally with real weight behind them. The Black family's seat in the Wisengamot, or Ion's accumulated connections, and the family's widespread business network formed exactly the kind of buffer the Burkes required. From the Black family's perspective, the advantages were just as clear. The Burkes controlled the largest dark artifact channel in Nocturne Alley. They had access to rare magical texts and unusual tools. Those resources would be invaluable for Regulus's research. Still, he was not in urgent need. What he already possessed was more than enough to occupy him for a long time. The drawbacks were equally obvious. The Burkes operated in a gray area at best. Binding the families too tightly would draw attention from the Ministry. It might even provoke suspicion from Voldemort's faction. The most powerful dark wizard alive would be keenly aware of where dark artifacts flowed. If the Black family suddenly stepped into that domain, he might not welcome it. Especially considering that Voldemort's relationship with the Burkes was, at best, complicated. When his thoughts circled back to Lucertius, Regulus found himself reconsidering the prefect's behavior earlier. It had been different from usual. More candid. More weighted. As Slytherin's prefect, Lucertius might not have been the most powerful student at Hogwarts, but he was among the most capable overall. His grades were excellent. When handling school affairs, he always struck the right balance, never so forceful as to breed resentment, never so soft as to lose authority. Within the pure-blood circle, he upheld the Burke family's dignity while maintaining steady relations with other heirs. The message Severus had passed along a week ago still lingered in Regulus's mind. Private gatherings among Slytherin upper years. Increasingly radical language. A fervor for blood purity that hung thick in the air. As prefect, Lucertius could not possibly be unaware. Regulus could even infer that he was deeply involved. His position gave him access to core information, yet he had not mentioned a single word of it. That silence spoke volumes. If he had said something, Regulus would have been forced to choose. Intervene, and risk revealing his stance too early. Oppose it, and earn the hostility of extremists within Slytherin. Stay silent, and appear passive. By saying nothing, Lucertius allowed him to remain uninvolved, to focus on his own path without being dragged into conflicts that did not yet concern him. Regulus's thoughts shifted once more to Borgin and Burke's itself. Being a so-called prophet meant having only fragments of the future. The wizarding world was far more complicated than scattered memories suggested. Information gaps like that were reminders. Every step required caution. Vague impressions were not enough. The fire popped, sparks scattering across the stone before fading. Regulus rose. More students were filing into the common room, most returning from Hogsmeade. Excitement still lit their faces as they gathered in small groups, reliving the day's events. He stepped back into the corridor. The noise grew louder. A few Gryffindors were animatedly discussing the hostage incident. Snatches of words drifted past like dark wizard, auror, broken wand, idiot. The great hall was brightly lit. Long tables groaned under the weight of dinner. The scent of roast chicken mingled with the sweetness of pumpkin juice, and freshly baked bread carried a warm, grainy aroma. Cuthbert and Alex were already seated at the Slytherin table. The moment Regulus entered, Cuthbert waved enthusiastically. His elbow knocked into the table, nearly tipping over a small salt shaker. He caught it just in time, though his face was flushed with barely restrained excitement. "You finally showed up." Cuthbert leaned forward, elbows on the table, voice far from quiet, eyes shining. Is it true? What happened in Hogsmeade? Were you taken hostage by a dark wizard? With Burke? Before Regulus could answer, Cuthbert launched into a heated rant. This is an outright insult to pure-blood families. He actually dared to attack us in Hogsmeade. The Ministry of Magic needs to come down hard on him. Throw him into Azkaban and let him rot. My father always says you can't show mercy to trash like that. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Alex, on the other hand, asked more cautiously. You're not hurt, right? I heard it got messy. The Aurors used spells, and that dark wizard looked vicious. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Things feel less stable lately. I used to only read about dark wizards causing trouble in the papers. I never thought we'd run into one ourselves. My mother wrote to tell me to be careful. She said things outside are getting tense. Regulus sat down and cut into a piece of roast chicken, his movements unhurried. I'm fine. The Aurors arrived quickly. There wasn't any real damage. His wand was broken and he wasn't much of a threat. He did not elaborate. To him, it had been nothing more than a brief interlude, hardly worth dramatizing. Chapter 90. What are you two hiding from me? Bonus. Cuthbert kept pressing for details. What did that dark wizard look like? All shifty and sinister? His wand was snapped in half and he still tried to take hostages. Completely insane. If it were me, I'd have hit him with a disarming charm on the spot, then followed up with a binding spell. Make him eat dirt and stay there. He grew more animated as he spoke, wrist flicking through imaginary spellwork, mimicking the sharp movements of casting. Trash like that deserves to be crushed. We can't let the dignity of pure-blood families slip. Alex frowned and shook his head. It's better to stay out of danger. If something like that happens, your first priority should be your own safety. Dark wizards are capable of anything. There's no point going head-to-head with them. As he spoke, he shifted a little closer to Regulus, leaning forward unconsciously. I've heard some of them set up dark magic traps. Even if you subdue them, you might still get caught by something nasty. It's not worth the risk. Safety matters, sure, but you can't be a coward either. Cuthbert slapped the table, drawing a few sideways glances from nearby students. He raised his voice deliberately. If you don't even have that much nerve, how are you supposed to stand in the wizarding world later on? We're heirs to pure-blood families. We can't look easy to bully. Of course, if you really can't win, then you run. Only an idiot fights to the death. He laughed first, a sly glint in his eyes. Regulus did not join the debate. He ate quietly. The roast chicken on his plate was crisp on the outside and tender inside. A light drizzle of sauce was enough. The flavor was just right. More and more eyes drifted their way. Some were curious. Some envious. A few carried open admiration. For younger students, personally experiencing a dark wizard hostage incident was thrilling enough to fuel gossip for days. From the corner of his eye, Regulus noticed movement at the Hufflepuff table. Eleanor Bones stood up and began walking toward him. Her light brown hair was tied in a loose bun that swayed gently as she moved, a few soft strands catching the light. Susan Payne remained where she was, hands clutching the hem of her skirt, looking nervous. She clearly hesitated at the thought of approaching the Slytherin table. House barriers at Hogwarts were not absolute, but a Hufflepuff crossing over to Slytherin's table uninvited was rare. Eleanor did not hesitate. She walked straight over, posture upright, expression open and steady. Regulus. She stopped beside him, eyes sweeping briefly over him as if checking for injuries. A flicker of concern passed through her gaze before she smiled. I saw what happened today. You were really calm. Most people would have panicked. Her voice was clear, not lowered in the slightest. She even gave him a thumbs up. That was pretty cool. Regulus looked up at her and saw nothing but sincerity. He shifted slightly to the side, freeing up a seat, and tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers. Want to sit? Eleanor shook her head and tilted her chin toward Susan. She's waiting for me. I just came over to check on you. Her eyes dropped briefly to his plate. I'm glad you're okay. Hogsmeade's supposed to be a place to relax. With that, she turned and walked back to the Hufflepuff table, stride just as steady as before, ignoring the looks from around her. At the Slytherin table, students exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. A few older students raised their brows but said nothing. A Hufflepuff coming over to chat so openly was unusual. Then again, she was Eleanor Bones. The Bones family held considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. No one was eager to make an issue of it. Regulus's gaze shifted toward the Gryffindor table. James and Sirius were both looking his way. When James realized Regulus had noticed, he immediately looked away, muttering under his breath. From the shape of his lips, it seemed he was saying that if it had been him, he would have turned the tables. He frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and jabbed Sirius with his elbow as if seeking agreement. Sirius, however, did not look away. His gray eyes were complicated. Something almost like concern, though difficult to pin down. Lily was seated a little farther down the Gryffindor table, idly stirring her pumpkin juice with a spoon. Regulus saw that she, too, was looking at him. He gave her a slight nod. Her seat was not far from Sirius, and Sirius misread the gesture as meant for him. He blinked, surprise flashing across his face. After a brief hesitation, he lifted his hand awkwardly in return and gave a stiff nod, lips tugging into a forced smile. Just as Regulus was finishing his meal, Lucretius approached, the hem of his dark green cloak brushing the floor. His expression wore its usual polished smile. He stopped beside Regulus. "Professor Slughorn would like to see us after dinner." Regulus understood at once. The professor had likely guessed where they had gone. Slughorn's connections ran deep throughout the wizarding world. 2 heirs taken hostage on the same day would not escape his notice. Regulus nodded and rose. Together, they left the great hall and headed toward the potions classroom. When they knocked and entered, Professor Slughorn was seated in a wide armchair, a goblet of mead in his hand, faint steam curling upward. "Ah, come in," he called warmly. "Fresh treacle tart, just out of the oven. Still warm. Care for a slice? I had the kitchen save some. They used fresh mistletoe berries this time. Quite delightful." Regulus and Lucretius exchanged a glance and both declined. Regulus stepped forward and stopped politely before the desk. "Professor, you wanted to see us." Slughorn set down his goblet. His smile remained, but his eyes sharpened slightly. "Well now," he said, leaning back and tapping his fingers lightly against the desk in a steady rhythm. "Where exactly did you two go today? Don't tell me you were just strolling about Hogsmeade." He tilted his head. "When you two get together, it's rarely simple. Lucretius, heir to the Burke family. Regulus, future of the Black family. You don't wander about without purpose." Slughorn's network stretched everywhere, from high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic to shopkeepers in Nocturne Alley. Simply knowing that the heirs of 2 families had been seen together would be enough for him to draw conclusions. Regulus and Lucretius exchanged another glance. Lucretius spoke first, tone steady. "Our families had some matters to coordinate. We went to the Burke residence in Hogsmeade to discuss certain business collaborations." Slughorn nodded and did not press for details. Pureblood family dealings were always discreet. "You weren't hurt, I trust?" he asked, voice softer. "What was it like?" "No injuries," Regulus replied. His wand was broken. He wasn't much of a threat. The Aurors arrived quickly. Slughorn listened, fingers still tapping. Then his tone shifted, a trace of sly amusement slipping in. "The scent of Nocturne Alley isn't easy to wash off." Neither boy spoke. Slughorn looked at Lucretius with a faintly triumphant expression. "You didn't change clothes, did you? I can smell withered leaf newt. Only a handful of shops in Nocturne Alley sell it. It's a key ingredient for obliviate enhancers. You won't find it in ordinary places." Lucretius's expression did not change. He inclined his head slightly. "We did stop by Borgin and Burke's to settle a few remaining matters. We didn't stay long." Slughorn sighed, his tone growing more serious, genuine concern edging into his voice. "Lucretius, you've grown up around that environment. You've seen your share of dark artifacts. I'm less worried about you. But Regulus, it's still too early for you to be wandering Nocturne Alley." He continued, "You'll find all sorts there. Dark wizards, smugglers, even werewolves. One misstep and you're in trouble. I understand family obligations, but do be careful. Don't go alone to places like that. Having an elder accompany you is far safer." Both boys listened respectfully, offering no argument. Seeing this, Slughorn waved a hand and relaxed his tone. "All right, you're not children. You know what you're doing. Family duties must be carried, but your safety comes first. Off you go, and if there's ever something you can't handle, you can come to me." Regulus and Lucretius turned to leave. "Regulus," Slughorn called suddenly. "Stay a moment. I'd like a word with you alone." Stone PLZZZZ. 91, Chapter 91, A Piece of the Play. Lucretius took the hint and turned to leave, closing the office door behind him with careful silence. Professor Slughorn gestured for Regulus to sit, then leaned forward slightly in his armchair, shortening the distance between them. Firelight from the hearth reflected across his round face, softening the sharp glint that usually lived in his eyes. "You're far more mature than most boys your age. I've never regarded you as an ordinary student." His tone was sincere, threaded with clear approval. "Your talent for potions, your instinct for magic, your composure, all of it surpasses your peers. You'll go very far." Regulus inclined his head politely. "Thank you, Professor. If you ever run into something you can't handle, come to me." Slughorn's smile turned almost smug as he began listing his connections. "I know quite a number of people. Senior officials in the Ministry of Magic, including several deputy heads in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." He continued without pause. "Heads of old families too. Abraxas Malfoy, the elder not. If I speak up, they'll at least hear me out." He lifted a finger for emphasis. "Even rare potion ingredients, phoenix tail feathers, acromantula venom, obscure magical theory. I can usually find a channel. Last year a student wanted to study ancient runes and couldn't locate the proper texts. I had to call in a favor from an acquaintance in the Egyptian magical community." Regulus felt a quiet shift in his thoughts. Professor Slughorn was like an invisible web at the center of the wizarding world, able to tug at threads of influence in every direction. And he was not treating him like a child. The professor was speaking plainly, which meant he understood far more about Regulus than what happened in class. If I ever need assistance, I won't hesitate to ask, Regulus said, letting genuine gratitude color his voice. He knew he was one of Slughorn's prized additions to a carefully curated collection. That was acceptable, as long as he kept control of the boundaries. He could not allow himself to become gossip or a source of information. Slughorn chuckled approvingly, then shifted the topic back to potions, his expression turning serious. You have remarkable aptitude, he said. Your grasp of ingredients, your control over heat, your regulation of magic. Even many upper-year students can't match that level of precision. He fixed Regulus with a measured look. That elixir to induce euphoria you brewed last time. Its purity and stability were already at NEWT level. In all my years teaching, I've never seen a first-year achieve that. Then his tone sharpened. But that's only an advantage at this stage. The potions you excel at now follow established recipes and fixed procedures. With enough care and focus, they can be mastered. He steepled his fingers. A true potion master needs creativity and instinct. The ability to alter a formula when circumstances demand it, even to invent something entirely new. For example, a patient with unusual symptoms where standard remedies fail. You must adapt on the spot. Or when a critical ingredient is scarce, you must devise a substitute without compromising efficacy. He paused. That is a much longer road. Regulus was genuinely surprised. His current level was built on acute magical perception. He could sense the fluctuations within ingredients, track the flow of magic, and maintain absolute control over each step. But flashes of inspiration, that elusive spark that transformed technique into artistry, were not yet his strength. That Slughorn had seen this so clearly proved exactly why he was a master. I'll work toward that, Regulus said honestly. And if I reach a point where I need guidance, I hope you won't mind my asking. Slughorn nodded with visible satisfaction and waved a hand. Off you go, keep it up. I have high expectations for you. He added, with deliberate weight, Hogwarts needs students like you. So does the wizarding world. Regulus bowed slightly and left the office. The corridor outside had grown dim. Torchlight burned lower now. Most of the portraits lining the walls were already asleep, save for one elderly wizard who muttered in his frame while dozing. Regulus made his way back to the Slytherin common room. As he pushed the door open, he saw Narcissa seated by the fireplace with two seventh-year girls. She wore a silver gown embroidered at the hem with small black family crests, posture elegant as she reclined against the sofa. A cup of hot drink rested in her hands, faint condensation misting along its rim. The two girls opposite her wore deep blue and dark purple robes. They were speaking softly, laughter gentle and restrained, the manner befitting well-bred pure-blood witches. When Narcissa noticed Regulus, she rose at once and told the others, "We'll continue next time." They took the cue and departed gracefully, offering Regulus polite nods as they passed. Just back from the professor's office. Narcissa guided him to sit, then settled beside him. Her gaze swept over him once, checking for injuries. "Did today's incident affect you at all?" Regulus relaxed slightly, the distance in his voice easing. It was a dark wizard with little ability. Even if the Aurors hadn't arrived, I would have been fine. Narcissa smiled. "I had no doubt. Father mentioned the Ministry of Magic has formed a special review office for dark artifacts, led by Barty Crouch," Regulus said, shifting to more serious matters. "Today I went to Borgin and Burke's. The Burke family is seeking cooperation. They're offering several high-risk artifacts in exchange for our support in the Wisengamot over the next 3 years." He spoke plainly. Voting alignment on legislation. Early warning before inspections expand. Favorable testimony if necessary. He did not hide it. Narcissa was a Black by blood and would soon be a Malfoy by marriage. She would know eventually. "Father asked me to assess the situation. The final decision will be his." Narcissa's smile faded slightly. Lucius mentioned it as well. "The atmosphere outside is tense. Many plans have been put on hold. Barty Crouch is far too rigid." She lifted her cup and took a sip, the warmth steadying her. "There's talk that some within the ministry intend to move against the Dark Lord. But acting now." She left the sentence unfinished, though the meaning was clear. Certain hardliners hoped to curb Voldemort's expansion, but it would not be easy. Regulus did not respond aloud. If they do not act now, he thought, in a few years they may not have the courage at all. When Voldemort's power fully solidified, the ministry might crumble under pressure. At that point, it would fall to Dumbledore to raise the banner of resistance. They spoke a little longer about ordinary matters. Narcissa asked about his coursework. He mentioned Professor Flitwick's advanced charm discussions and Professor McGonagall's approval of his transfiguration progress. Narcissa listened attentively, pride evident in her eyes. He was her cousin, the future of the Black family. The stronger he became, the stronger her position would be, even within the Malfoy household. After a quarter of an hour, Regulus excused himself and returned to the dormitory. Cuthbert and Alex were already back, each seated on their own bed, chatting. "Next Hogsmeade weekend, I'm getting my parents to send permission." Cuthbert slapped his thigh, eyes bright with excitement. "Actually running into a dark wizard taking hostages. That kind of thing happens once in a lifetime. I want to see it too. Maybe even watch an Auror arrest someone up close." Alex frowned. "Maybe not. It's too dangerous." Regulus was lucky the Aurors arrived quickly. What if next time it's a stronger dark wizard and the Aurors aren't there? Danger makes it interesting, Cuthbert shot back. We're pure-blood heirs. We can't hide every time something happens. Imagine telling people later that all you did in Hogsmeade was drink butterbeer. He cleared his throat and added quickly, of course, if you really can't win, you run. Only an idiot fights head-on. Alex opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when Regulus entered. If there hadn't been Aurors, Alex asked instead, what would you have done? Cuthbert leaned across the gap between their beds. What spell would you use? Disarming charm? Binding spell? He grinned eagerly. Maybe a severing charm. Snap his wand completely so he can't fight at all. Or confringo. Cause a blast, create chaos, then slip away. 92 Chapter 92 Hermes is in serious trouble. The Wednesday after Hogsmeade weekend, at 2 in the morning, Regulus pushed open the dormitory door. His boots brushed lightly over the carpet. He had just returned from the room of requirement. He slipped off his robe and draped it over the edge of his bed, only to realize Cuthbert and Alex were still awake. Cuthbert was propped against his headboard, fingers tapping restlessly against the bed frame, his brows drawn tight. Alex was curled beneath his blankets, clutching the edge so hard his knuckles had gone pale, eyes wide open in the dark. Regulus pulled over a chair and sat down, his gaze moving between them. What happened? Cuthbert stopped tapping at once and straightened up, irritation clear in his voice. Hermes is in the hospital wing. We went to see him this evening. He's still unconscious. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't say much, just that he needs several days of treatment. Professor Slughorn went too. When he saw Hermes, his face went dark. Said it was a dark magic injury. Regulus tapped a finger lightly against his knee and said nothing. Cuthbert continued, fists clenching. He's been drifting away from us for ages. Sneaking around at night, acting shady, who knows what he's been up to. Getting himself into trouble isn't surprising. But he's still our dorm mate. If word gets out that someone did this to him, people will think we're easy targets. Alex lifted his head from the blankets. His voice was soft, edged with fear, yet there was a thread of resolve beneath it. Madame Pomfrey said the dark magic used was twisted. He was lying there, pale as paper. We asked if we could help, but she told us to wait for news. He swallowed. I think we need to find out who did it. Otherwise, the next one could be us. Regulus studied them. Hermes was injured. Cuthbert burned with anger. Alex was afraid, but determined. Cuthbert came from a long line of pure-blood pride. To him, an attack on a dorm mate was an attack on their territory. His anger was instinct. What he cared about most was Slytherin's reputation, its dignity. Alex was different. A weaker branch of the Rosier family, always cautious, always careful. Avoiding conflict was second nature. Wanting to find the culprit was less about justice and more about survival. Self-preservation outweighed anger. Regulus knew Alex had never liked Hermes. Few people did. The boy had always carried a gloomy, unsettling air. As for Hermes himself, the clues had already lined up in Regulus's mind. The Mulciber family had long been known for their obsession with dark magic. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Hermes had shown unusual fervor for it. This term he had suddenly separated from them, wandering the castle at night more and more often. Perhaps he had received instructions from home. Perhaps a family task had reached a critical stage. It could also be something simpler. Perhaps he had simply refused to follow Regulus's lead. But now that Hermes had been injured by dark magic, pride hardly mattered. Slytherin was a complicated place. Several extreme pureblood cliques operated in secret, delving deep into dark arts, excluding outsiders, fighting ruthlessly over resources. Hermes might have stumbled onto the interests of one such group while exploring some hidden corner of the castle. Or perhaps a family mission had triggered a trap someone else had laid. It was even possible that a dark magic experiment had spiraled out of control. If someone had done this deliberately, then it was likely to push him out and claim whatever he had discovered. Regulus looked at Cuthbert, his tone steady and precise. Anger won't help. Hermes is unconscious. We don't even know if this was a failed dark magic attempt or an attack. Professor Slughorn's reaction tells us one thing. The spell that hurt him wasn't simple. Not something an average student could control. He turned to Alex. Finding the culprit requires evidence. Guessing without proof will only expose our intentions and give whoever's behind this time to erase their tracks. Cuthbert frowned. So we just wait. We go to the hospital wing in the morning, Regulus replied evenly. Hermes's symptoms. Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis. There will be information in that. For now, stay calm. Don't discuss it in the common room. We don't need rumors spreading and causing unnecessary trouble. There are plenty of people in Slytherin watching our dorm. Don't hand them an opportunity. Cuthbert opened his mouth, then closed it again. He knew Regulus was right. Acting blindly would only make things worse. Alex let out a small breath, his shoulders loosening. Okay, he murmured. Regulus lay back on his bed. He could hear Cuthbert turning over again and again, sheets rustling. He could feel the uneven rhythm of Alex's breathing. Neither of them was truly asleep. Both were holding something in. This wouldn't end here. Tomorrow morning they would see Hermes for themselves. Assess the nature of the injury. If it was man-made, then decide whether to intervene and how. Eventually Cuthbert went still, his breathing deepening. A faint snore drifted from Alex's bed. Regulus closed his eyes and let his awareness sink inward. The model of Orion's 4.5 stars flared to life in the depths of his mind. Bellatrix shone as a steady halo of light, not yet fully ignited, but stable enough to provide structural support for the system. His magic cycled with the rhythm of the stars, tempering his body, reinforcing his mind. Outside, the black lake grew calm again. The green glow steadied. In the dorm, only 3 sets of breathing remained. 2 sunk in sleep, 1 measured and deliberate. He maintained his meditative state for 2 hours before finally allowing his consciousness to rise and surrender to sleep. When Regulus woke, the dorm was still tinted in the dark green light of the lake. Cuthbert was already up, sitting at the edge of his bed pulling on his robe faster than usual. Alex was still lying down, eyes open, staring at the rippling reflections on the ceiling. "What time is it?" Regulus asked, sitting up. 6:30, Cuthbert said, his voice hoarse. "Visiting starts at 7. Regulus said nothing and got dressed. The fabric of his robe whispered softly as he fastened it. Silver buttons clicked into place. He adjusted his cuffs and slipped his wand into his inner pocket, movements unhurried. Alex climbed out of bed more slowly, fumbling with his buttons before finally securing them. By the time they finished washing up, the common room was already filling. The magical fire in the hearth had just been lit, casting flickering orange light across the carpet. Armchairs sat at uneven angles. Empty teacups and scraps of parchment from the night before still littered the low tables. Cuthbert reached the door, then hesitated and looked back at Regulus. "We're just going like this." Regulus raised a brow. "We're visiting a dorm mate. Do we need an excuse?" Madame Pomfrey said not to disturb him, Alex said quietly. "We'll stay a few minutes," Regulus replied, pushing the door open. "Clarify the situation and leave." The hospital wing was on the first floor. The door was closed, carved with reliefs of healing wands and potion bottles. Cuthbert reached for the handle, but Regulus caught his wrist lightly. "I'll do it." He knocked 3 times, steady and measured. Footsteps approached. The door opened. Madame Pomfrey stood there, a white healer's coat pulled over her morning robes, hair neatly arranged, faint signs of exhaustion beneath her eyes. "Mr. Black." Her gaze shifted to the others. "And Mr. Cuthbert. Mr. Rosier. It's too early. The patient needs rest." "We'll only take a few minutes," Regulus said politely. "Hermes Mulciber is our dorm mate. We'd like to know his condition." She studied them for several seconds, her eyes passing over each face. 5 minutes. "Keep quiet. Do not touch the patient." They stepped inside. The hospital wing smelled of disinfectant and layered potions. Curtains were drawn. Only a few enchanted lamps glowed, bathing the room in soft light. 6 beds stood in 2 neat rows. Only the farthest one was occupied. White sheets. White blankets. Hermes lay in the center. Regulus slowed as he approached. Hermes looked worse than he had expected. His face was ashen, skin stretched tight over his cheekbones. His eye sockets were hollowed. His lips were cracked and peeling. His hair had lost its luster, lying dull and brittle against the pillow. Though his eyes were closed, the eyeballs beneath his lids moved rapidly, as if trapped in a nightmare. The blanket covered him to the chest. Dark blotches stained the skin along his neck and collarbone, like patches of spreading rot. The edges of the stains blurred into the surrounding flesh. One arm lay outside the covers. Dark gray, web-like veins crawled across it, twisting along his blood vessels. It looked as if countless tiny serpents had coiled around his limbs. At the intersections of those lines were small ulcerated points, coated with layers of herbal salve. Regulus stopped 3 steps from the bed and did not move closer. He extended his magical senses. Hermes's magic was faint and chaotic. The core still functioned, but the outer layers were collapsing, his magic fractured into shards, flowing through his body without order. And then there was the foreign magic clinging to him. 93, Chapter 93, Team Building Starts Young, Bonus. The moment Regulus sensed it, a chill ran up his spine. This was not ordinary dark magic. Ordinary dark magic was aggressive and destructive. It had direction and intent. This was different. It felt alive, something that had taken root inside Hermes, spreading, feeding. Its magical nature was cold and viscous, steeped in despair. The feeling was intrinsic, like poison being inherently toxic. This spell was inherently despairing. It was reproducing inside Hermes's magical system. Every second, it gnawed at his magic, devouring it and converting it into nourishment for itself, releasing more despair in the process. Standing beside the bed, Regulus let his fingers shift slightly and sent out a thread of magic, thin as silk. The instant it touched Hermes's skin, a dense darkness wrapped around it. Within that darkness echoed countless wails of despair, as though thousands were struggling in unbearable agony. It clung like a bone-deep parasite, infectious, surging along his magical thread and trying to burrow into him. His mind moved at once. He severed the thread. The mental barrier formed through his star-guided meditation snapped into place, blocking the invading darkness outside his body and dissolving it in an instant. It resembled a magical plague, warped and twisted by dark magic, saturated with the stench of a curse. Hogwarts professors were never short on methods. Broken arms, shattered legs, even snapped necks could be healed as long as the student had not died on the spot. Ordinary curses were hardly worth mentioning. But this level of dark magic, this level of curse, would absolutely be a priority for the faculty. Cuthbert stood beside Regulus, his brow drawn tighter than ever. The anger in his eyes nearly spilled over, yet he forced it down, fists clenched at his sides. Cuthbert's voice trembled. Will he wake up? Madame Pomfrey approached, carrying a silver tray lined with glass vials filled with strangely colored liquids. He will, she said evenly. But it will take time. This kind of curse must be drawn out slowly. It cannot be rushed. What kind of curse is it, madam? Regulus asked. She glanced at him, her gaze sharp and unyielding. You do not need the details. The professors will handle it. Alex stood at Regulus's side, head lowered, unable to look directly at Hermes. His hands were buried in his robe pockets, his body trembling faintly, fear written plainly in his eyes. Cuthbert swallowed. Who would use something like this on him? I don't know, Madame Pomfrey cut in. The professors are investigating. It is not your concern. She looked at Regulus. Visiting time is over. Go to class. Do not linger here. Regulus inclined his head. Thank you, madam. He turned and walked out. Cuthbert and Alex followed. At the doorway, Regulus glanced back once. Hermes lay against the white sheets like an unfinished corpse. A thin line of morning light slipped through a gap in the curtains, landing precisely on the dark blotch along his neck. Under the light, the edges shimmered with a sickly purple-black sheen. Outside the hospital wing, several Hufflepuff students hurried past with bread in hand, their laughter echoing against the stone walls. Once they were clear of the corridor, Cuthbert could not hold back any longer. He muttered a curse under his breath. This is disgusting. Whoever used something that vicious, I'll drag them out myself. Alex nodded, still shaking. It's horrible. Those marks, just looking at them makes my skin crawl. If that ended up on us. Regulus did not respond to either of them. If Hermes had been injured while exploring the castle on his own or carrying out some family task, then it was simply a matter of insufficient ability. He would have reaped what he sowed. Regulus could have ignored it entirely. But if someone had attacked him, that changed everything. Hermes might no longer have followed him, but he was still a member of their dorm. Last term they had moved together as a unit. An attack on him could easily be interpreted as a provocation. If it was deliberate, Regulus could use it. Follow the thread. Identify whoever stood behind it. Understand their motives or their faction. Turn this incident into leverage to consolidate his position, and perhaps clear out potential threats within Slytherin. Part of him almost hoped it had been deliberate. It would give him legitimate grounds to intervene, and perhaps unravel the secret behind that vicious magic. That aura, thick with countless strands of despair and suffering, was unlike anything he had encountered before. It hid something dangerous. Regulus withdrew his gaze and continued walking, back to the dorm. Cuthbert and Alex nodded and followed. There was still time before class. Their expressions were complicated. Cuthbert still burned with anger. Alex remained shaken, unable to shake the image of Hermes's condition. Regulus, meanwhile, was already planning his next move. He remembered the hand-drawn map Hermes had kept. On it was a marked room beneath the astronomy tower, with a note beside it. Suspected entrance. To be verified. Hermes's frequent night wanderings were most likely related to that location. His injury was probably connected to that entrance. Back in the dorm, Cuthbert sat on his bed, muttering curses as he tried to figure out how to identify the culprit. Alex sat at his desk, cradling a mug of hot chocolate in both hands, attempting to steady himself. His eyes were still restless. Regulus ignored them and walked to Hermes's bed. He opened the bag and found the map exactly where he expected it to be. The paper had yellowed slightly. Ink lines densely traced out a section of the castle. He flipped through the markings and, as expected, saw a new line of writing beside the room beneath the astronomy tower. Entrance confirmed. Warded. Breaking protections. The handwriting was hurried, scrawled quickly. It must have been updated shortly before Hermes was injured. Regulus returned the map to its place and turned toward Cuthbert and Alex. After classes this afternoon, you're coming with me to the astronomy tower. Cuthbert's head snapped up at once, eyes bright. The astronomy tower? You think Hermes's injury is connected to it? He was investigating a hidden entrance beneath it before he was hurt, Regulus replied calmly. We'll see for ourselves. Alex's face went pale. He shook his head instinctively. We're really going to a place like that? What if it's dangerous? Staying in the dorm does not guarantee safety, Regulus said, meeting his gaze. If you want to avoid ending up like Hermes, then come. Alex's lips parted, but he said nothing more. He lowered his head and took another sip of hot chocolate. The fear in his eyes remained, but there was now a reluctant resolve beneath it. Cuthbert, on the other hand, looked almost excited. He rubbed his hands together. Fine. I'm in. Whatever's down there, if it dared hurt someone from our dorm, I won't let it slide. One compelled. One eager. Regulus, however, was thinking about something else entirely. Team building. Not because he needed their help. Because he needed them involved. Cuthbert needed to understand his place through action. Alex needed to see the value of protection through fear. And Regulus needed to evaluate the usability of this fledgling team. Cuthbert was the heir to the Avery family. Proud by nature, but he respected strength and had already shown signs of aligning himself with it. He needed experience handling unconventional situations if he was to become reliable in the future. Letting him participate in seeking justice for a dorm mate would deepen the sense of "we act together." It would also allow Regulus to observe his judgment and execution under pressure, and decide how best to shape him. Alex was from a weaker branch of the Rosier family. Timid, but meticulous. Hermes's injury had shaken his sense of safety. Letting him witness danger being controlled would reinforce his trust in Regulus's protection. This would also be the first time the three of them confronted a crisis together. A useful test of coordination. Having both present meant they could corroborate what happened, preventing later distortions or concealed details. And if real danger arose, numbers could divide attention. They could serve as lookouts or provide cover for retreat. At noon, the great hall was loud with chatter. At the Slytherin table, news had inevitably spread. Many were discussing Hermes's hospitalization. Some sounded curious. Some almost gleeful. Others carried a faint note of caution. Regulus and the other two ate in silence, joining no discussion. Cuthbert scanned the room from time to time, as if searching for suspicious faces. Alex kept his head down, eating quickly. Regulus remained composed, slicing his steak at an unhurried pace while quietly listening to the conversations around him. Whenever words like dark magic or night wandering surfaced, he committed them to memory. After finishing their meal, the three of them returned directly to the dorm. 94, Chapter 94, A Secret Beneath the Astronomy Tower, Bonus. History of Magic felt especially endless that afternoon. Professor Binns floated at the front of the classroom, his voice as flat as ever as he repeated the dates and casualty numbers of the 15th-century Goblin rebellions. Cuthbert kept glancing out the window, barely hiding his impatience. Regulus, on the other hand, appeared attentive. He jotted down a few lines in his notebook from time to time, calm and focused. In truth, he was sorting through everything he knew about the Astronomy Tower. The Astronomy Tower was one of the oldest structures at Hogwarts, dating back to the school's earliest years. It had accumulated more than its share of old secrets. Over the centuries, professors had layered it with protective enchantments to prevent students from stumbling into dangerous areas. The moment the bell rang, Cuthbert shot to his feet. "Let's go." Regulus nodded. The three of them moved with the flow of students out of the classroom, avoiding the main corridors. They cut along a quieter path on the castle's western side, heading toward the Astronomy Tower. The tower stood in the pale winter light. Its gray stone walls had been worn smooth by time. The edges of each block had rounded, their surfaces etched with uneven scars. Most of the vines clinging to the walls had withered away. The few that remained trembled faintly in the wind. At the base of the tower stretched a snow-covered lawn, a few small sprites flitting through the cold air. Regulus led them around to the back, where a narrow path lay hidden behind dense shrubs. You would miss it entirely if you were not looking for it. Behind the brush stood a large wooden door, almost blending into the stone wall. The wood was dark brown, its grain twisted into shapes that resembled a face frozen in pain. An iron ring hung from the door, rust creeping across its surface. A brass lock dangled from it, the keyhole melted shut. Hardened copper had pooled and solidified around the opening, forming ugly lumps. Regulus pushed the door open. Dust cascaded down, swirling in the slanted light like a column of mist. Inside, the room was empty save for heaps of discarded astronomical instruments. A brass sextant had corroded to green. The markings on a star chart were nearly illegible. A telescope lay snapped in two, shards of glass scattered across the floor. A thick layer of dust coated the ground. Several fresh footprints cut through it, the tread patterns still sharp. They had been left within the past few days. Regulus walked to the far end of the room. A stone wall stood there, tangled in vines that concealed most of its surface. He brushed the vines aside. A hidden entrance was revealed, its edges jagged, as if it had been carved forcibly from the wall. It was just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. His fingertips grazed the inner stone. Magic lingered there, still fresh. The protective enchantments had been dismantled bit by bit with spellwork. Not elegant, but precise. Hermes's level of magic was not enough for this. Either someone had worked alongside him, or the Mulciber family had provided him with a specialized magical item to break through the protections. Regulus had already drawn his conclusion. With a flick of his wand, the remaining vines fell away completely, exposing the entrance. Inside. He ducked and stepped through first. Cuthbert and Alex followed close behind. The passage sloped downward at roughly a 15-degree angle. The walls were rough stone bricks. Luminous moss grew in the cracks, casting a faint green glow. The air was damp and cold, thick with the smell of earth and mildew. A silver-white light bloomed at the tip of Regulus's wand. It was bright enough to illuminate their footing without blinding them in the confined space. Ancient runes were carved along the walls. Their color had faded, some nearly worn away, yet they still emitted faint traces of magic. They looked centuries old. Dust blanketed the floor. Two clear sets of footprints stretched ahead. One set was smaller. The tread matched Hermes's boots exactly. Regulus recognized it at once. The other set was larger, the stride steady, the depth of each print even. He crouched and brushed his fingers lightly across the larger prints. A thread of magic extended outward, catching a faint residue. Judging by the size of the prints and the strength of the lingering magic, the other person was likely a 4th or 5th year student. Not 6th year or above. Older students had denser magic. Their steps would have pressed deeper, their weight distribution different. 2 people came here, Regulus said as he rose. Hermes and another upper-year student. Either an accomplice or an opponent. Cuthbert bent down for a closer look. Do you think the other one did it? It's possible, Regulus replied, continuing forward. Alex trailed behind them, hugging the wall, careful not to brush against the stone. His voice shook. This place feels ancient. What if there are traps? The magic here is mostly protective and disorienting, Regulus said, extending his senses to cover the 10-meter area around them. Whoever set these spells did not intend to harm intruders. They just wanted to keep people out. Time had weakened them, and once breached, they could no longer truly stop anyone. The passage grew darker the deeper they went. The cold intensified. Forks in the corridor began to appear more frequently. Each branching path shimmered with faint magical fluctuations, Confindus-type enchantments designed to send intruders wandering in circles. Guided by his keen magical perception, Regulus avoided the false paths again and again, following the main corridor. Cuthbert stared at the branching tunnels, many marked with footprints. How do you know which one to take? They all look the same. The magic here is more recent, Regulus replied without turning. More recent magic? What kind of explanation was that? Cuthbert nodded anyway and stopped asking. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone door. More intricate runes covered its surface, twisted strokes resembling archaic variants of runic script. Clear magical traces marked the door. Someone had attempted to dismantle the protective enchantments, but only partially succeeded. The core remained intact. Regulus approached and placed his hand against it. The moment his fingers touched the surface, an invisible barrier pushed him back. He studied the runes carefully. The protective structure was extraordinarily complex. There was even a hint of Fidelius-like logic embedded within it. Only someone who knew the secret could enter. Those who did not would find brute force nearly useless. And beyond the door, he could sense something else. A faint, ominous magical presence seeped through the barrier. It was weak from this side, but familiar. It carried a subtle connection to the cursed aura clinging to Hermes. Regulus was certain of it. Whatever lay beyond this stone door was the source of Hermes's injury. It was dangerous. Saturated with dark, twisted energy. Not something to touch lightly. Cuthbert stepped forward and pressed his palm against the door, then tried to shove it open. It did not budge. What is this thing made of? He muttered. Should we try magic? It won't work, Regulus said. The protection is still active. And powerful. Cuthbert stared at the runes, unconsciously running a finger along his wand as he considered ways to break through. Alex stood near the back, arms wrapped around himself, trembling slightly. His eyes kept darting toward the passage behind them, as if he wished he could flee at once. The difference in their temperaments was stark. Faced with the unknown, Cuthbert's instinct was to confront it, even knowing there was danger. Alex's instinct was to retreat, to protect himself above all else. Regulus glanced at both of them. We're leaving. Cuthbert turned sharply. Why? We're already here. If we push a little harder, we might open it. What's behind this door is dangerous, Regulus said evenly. And there are 2 sets of footprints in the passage. Hermes was injured. We cannot rule out the possibility that the other person betrayed him. If we withdraw now and observe, we may draw out whoever is behind this. Cuthbert's eyes lit up. You mean set a trap? No, Regulus replied. We do not need one. Hermes's hospitalization cannot be hidden. Whoever is responsible will be watching. If we leave without revealing that we came here, they will act again sooner or later. And when they do, we catch them. Alex exhaled in visible relief. Good, let's go. Regulus nodded and turned back toward the passage. Cuthbert and Alex followed immediately. 95, Chapter 95, I have a little secret, bonus. Once they stepped out of the passage, Regulus cast the obliteration charm, sweeping the floor clean of every footprint until no trace remained. He glanced back at the hidden entrance one last time, then flicked his wand. The vines slithered back into place, covering the opening completely and restoring the wall to its former, unremarkable state. Winter sunlight in the Scottish Highlands never lingered long. By the time they left the astronomy tower, dusk had already settled in. When they returned to the Slytherin common room, the fire in the hearth was burning brightly. Several fifth-years were gathered near the flames, speaking in low voices. Their eyes flicked toward the 3 of them as they entered, then shifted away as if nothing were unusual. Regulus did not pause. He headed straight for the dormitory corridor. The door shut behind them. Cuthbert tossed his robe onto his bed and turned, ready to speak. Regulus lifted a hand to stop him. Do not mention today to anyone. Cuthbert froze mid-breath. This is serious, Regulus continued, turning to face them both. Hermes was struck by a curse of a very high level. If we are caught investigating it, explaining ourselves will be difficult. And if whoever is behind it discovers we went there, we could be the next Hermes. Regulus was confident he could avoid the worst of it himself. Cuthbert and Alex could not. Cuthbert's expression shifted. His fists tightened, but he did not argue. Alex stiffened completely, his breathing turning shallow and quick. For the next few days, Regulus said, pay attention to who visits the hospital wing to see Hermes. Do not ask questions. Just observe when you pass by. Note the names and how often they go. You think Alex's voice trembled. The person who did it will visit him. They will, Regulus replied. Hermes is unconscious, but he is not dead. That distinction matters. If he is alive, he might wake up. He might say something he should not. If there is someone behind this, they must know whether Hermes can wake, when he might wake, and in what condition. The hospital wing is the only place to get that information. Cuthbert's eyes lit up. So we just watch who goes the most. Or who behaves strangely during visits, Regulus added. Avoiding Madame Pomfrey. Lingering too long by the bed. Attempting to touch him. Alex swallowed hard. And we. Attend classes. Live normally, Regulus said evenly. Treat Hermes as an injured dorm mate. Visit if appropriate. Show concern. But keep your eyes open. Cuthbert nodded firmly and thumped his fist against his knee. Understood. Once they had each returned to their beds, Regulus sat at his desk and began thinking. Hermes had been wandering the castle at night since the start of term, most likely carrying out a family task. The passage beneath the astronomy tower had been sealed for centuries. The protective enchantments at the entrance were advanced. The task must involve something ancient. There had been 2 sets of footprints, at least 2 families cooperating, or 1 family sending 2 operatives. There was only 1 Mulciber in Slytherin, so likely 2 families. Hermes was gravely injured but not dead. The attacker's intent was probably not murder, more likely to seize whatever they had been seeking and prevent Hermes from continuing. If the 2 had explored together and reached something valuable, a betrayal at the critical moment would explain everything. It would also explain why Hermes was injured but not killed. The other party may have wanted only to incapacitate him and complete the final step alone. The risk lay here. If Hermes regained consciousness, he might name his partner. Another possibility lingered. They could have triggered the curse accidentally. The accomplice might have fled to protect themselves, or tried and failed to save him. Regulus shifted to another question. How much did the professors know? Slughorn had gone to the hospital wing the previous night. He likely recognized the type of curse. But had the faculty discovered the hidden entrance beneath the astronomy tower? Dumbledore must have been alerted. As headmaster, did he know what lay below the tower? If Hermes had been found inside the tower, the professors would surely investigate the surrounding area. But what if he had been moved elsewhere? A corner, an empty classroom. If the attacker wanted Hermes incapacitated but not dead, the most effective method would be to leave him somewhere easily discovered, ensuring timely treatment while distancing themselves from suspicion. In that case, the faculty might still be unaware of the secret beneath the tower. Regulus leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, the giant squid drifted slowly past, one tentacle brushing the glass. Green light shattered into 1,000 fragments in the water, flickering across the walls. That was acceptable. If the professors did not know, the entrance remained temporarily safe. If the culprit intended to finish the task, they would have to return to the astronomy tower. And they would return. The task was nearly complete. All Regulus had to do was wait. He did not need to break the stone door's protections himself. He did not need to risk whatever lay beyond. He only needed to identify the accomplice. And follow. Mr. Black, Mr. Cuthbert and Mr. Rosier. A word in my office. The next day after potions, Professor Slughorn called them over. Cuthbert and Alex both glanced at Regulus. Regulus slid magical drafts and potions into his bag and fastened the clasp. Of course, Professor. They followed him into his office. Sit. Slughorn gestured to 3 chairs before the desk and settled into his own seat, folding his hands over his stomach. I have a few questions regarding Mr. Mulciber. Cuthbert straightened. Alex lowered his gaze slightly. Regulus sat steady, eyes level. When did you last see Mr. Mulciber? Slughorn's tone was light, but his gaze was sharp. The morning before yesterday, Cuthbert answered quickly. In the common room. He said he was going to the library. Slughorn turned to Alex. And you, Mr. Rosier? I the same morning, Alex said faintly. In the dorm. He changed clothes and left. Mr. Black. Regulus paused briefly before replying. I did not see him that morning. The last time was 3 days ago, outside the Charms classroom. He walked past in a hurry and did not greet anyone. Slughorn nodded. Has Mr. Mulciber shown any unusual behavior recently? Mood changes? Strange remarks? He has always been like that, Cuthbert said, frowning. Quiet and brooding. Did he mention going anywhere specific? Or show interest in anything particular? Alex shook his head. No. Regulus did the same. Slughorn studied them for a long moment. The fire crackled softly. In a jar on the shelf, a swooping evil larva rolled onto its side. My boys, Slughorn leaned forward, lowering his voice. This is a serious matter. The curse Mr. Mulciber suffered is highly unusual. We do not wish to see more students drawn into danger. If you recall anything, even something that seems insignificant, you should tell us. Alex's lips parted slightly. Regulus flicked him a warning glance. Professor, Regulus said calmly, we truly do not know anything. Hermes has been keeping to himself lately. He rarely spoke with us. Slughorn leaned back again, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. His eyes moved across their faces and lingered on Regulus. Very well, he said at last, a smile returning. If anything comes to mind, my door is always open. You may go. Once they were outside, Cuthbert let out a long breath. "Does he suspect us?" Alex whispered, glancing back at the closed door. Cuthbert shot him an irritated look. "Suspect us of what?" "That we attacked him." "Just a test," Regulus said as they descended the spiral staircase. "Without evidence, and with consistent answers, he has nothing." "But we know nothing," Regulus interrupted evenly. "Remember that." The next 2 days passed as usual. Regulus rose at 7, washed, adjusted his robe, and went to breakfast. In Charms, Professor Flitwick explained advanced applications of Wingardium Leviosa. Regulus sat in the front row. His wand traced a precise arc through the air. A thick copy of Magical Theory lifted from a bookshelf across the room and glided toward him, settling silently onto his desk. "Perfect, Mr. Black." Flitwick clapped while standing atop a stack of books. 5 points to Slytherin. After lunch came History of Magic. Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions in the same monotone as always. Regulus recorded key dates and treaty names while mentally refining a variation of Protego he had been considering. If the shield charm could be restructured into a filtering lattice, allowing harmless matter through while blocking malicious magic, what adjustments would the magical framework require? At 3 in the afternoon, he arrived precisely on time at the entrance to the hospital wing. 96, Chapter 96, Way Too Much Free Time. When Madame Pomfrey saw him, her brows were still drawn tight, but she did not stop him this time. 5 minutes. "Thank you, madam," Regulus replied politely. She waved him off and returned to her work. Hermes looked much the same as he had 2 days ago. His complexion remained ashen. The dark blotches along his neck and collarbone had not faded, and the web-like veins continued their slow crawl across his arms. But his breathing had steadied. His chest rose and fell in a more regular rhythm, and his eyes no longer twitched beneath their lids. He seemed calmer. Regulus stood by the bed without leaning in. He let his magic extend outward, brushing against the currents within Hermes's body. The curse was still active, still gnawing at him, but the rate of corrosion had slowed. A gentler magic flowed across the surface of his skin. Madame Pomfrey's healing spells. After 2 minutes, Regulus turned and left. On the third afternoon, when he pushed open the door again, there was someone new inside the hospital wing. The man stood with his back to the entrance at Hermes's bedside. Nearly 6 feet tall, dressed in a black robe. The fabric was dark patterned silk, expertly tailored but old in style. Silver-threaded thorns coiled along the cuffs and collar. Regulus recognized it immediately. The Mulciber family crest. The light in the hospital wing barely reflected off the cloth. At the sound of the door, the man turned. Ambrose Mulciber's face looked carved from stone. High cheekbones, deep-set eyes, gray-brown irises that narrowed when he looked at someone, as though measuring the distance to their throat. His lips were thin, the corners naturally downturned, giving him a faintly sinister air even at rest. There was something about him that came from long years of handling dark magic. A distance from life itself. Cold, oppressive. Regulus paused at the doorway and inclined his head slightly. "Mr. Mulciber." Ambrose studied him. His gaze moved from Regulus's face to the black family crest on his robes, then back again. "The youngest son of the House of Black," Ambrose said, his voice low and rough. "Regulus." "Yes, Mr. Mulciber." Regulus nodded calmly. "Hermes has mentioned you." Ambrose turned back toward the bed. "Said you're different." Regulus did not respond to that. He stepped closer, stopping 2 paces to Ambrose's side. "How is Hermes?" "He will wake." The answer was brief. Ambrose's eyes rested on his son, unreadable. From an inner pocket of his robe, he withdrew a small crystal vial. Inside was a thick, dark purple liquid, flecked with drifting golden sparks. "A family potion," he said. "With Madame Pomfrey's treatment, the curse should be purged within 3 days." Regulus watched the liquid slide slowly along the inner glass. "He was unlucky," he said, "wandering alone at night and stumbling into something that dangerous." Ambrose ran a finger along the crystal vial but did not reply. "I thought he would be more cautious," Regulus continued, sounding every bit the concerned dorm mate. "There have always been rumors about ancient wards near the astronomy tower. Trespassing isn't exactly safe." Ambrose's fingers stilled. He turned his head slowly. His narrowed eyes sharpened. "The astronomy tower. Isn't that what people say around the castle?" Regulus met his gaze evenly, his expression neutral. "They say there's a chamber beneath the astronomy tower dating back to Hogwarts's founding, protected by ancient magic. That anyone who barges in risks being cursed." Silence settled between them. Only Hermes's faint breathing filled the room, along with the distant clink of Madame Pomfrey organizing her cabinets. Ambrose stared at him, lips pressed into a thin line. A few seconds later, he turned back and set the crystal vial on the bedside table. "There are many legends at Hogwarts," he said flatly. "Most of them are meant to frighten children." "True." Regulus nodded. "Where was Hermes found, then?" "4th floor east corridor. Outside the abandoned trophy room." Ambrose's tone did not shift. He was likely looking for a place to practice magic and touched something he should not have. "How unfortunate." Regulus shook his head faintly, as though lamenting Hermes's misfortune. "Indeed." Ambrose inclined his head once, displeasure flickering at his son's recklessness. That was the end of the conversation. Ambrose clearly had no intention of saying more. He withdrew a pocket watch, checked the time, and gave Regulus a small nod. I must be going. Give my regards to Orion. I will, sir. Ambrose strode toward the exit. The hem of his black robe brushed against the stone floor with a faint scraping sound. At the doorway, he paused and looked back at Regulus. The look was complicated. Regulus saw the warning in it. Perhaps something else as well. Then the door closed. Regulus remained where he was, his eyes drifting to the crystal vial on the bedside table. The dark purple liquid gleamed under the lamplight, its color almost unnatural. Of course Ambrose knew about the astronomy tower. Hermes's task had likely been assigned by him. And Ambrose knew exactly what kind of curse Hermes had suffered. The potion he brought was far too specific to be coincidence. Most importantly, Ambrose was hiding something. He had provided Hermes's discovery point, but he had not mentioned any accomplice, nor any attacker. Otherwise, the school would already be reacting. Regulus turned and left the hospital wing. The sky outside was dimming. He descended the stone steps toward the dungeons, his mind still turning. Ambrose's arrival was a signal. Hermes's recovery would accelerate. And to whoever was behind this, that was dangerous. The sooner Hermes woke, the greater the risk that he would name them. Judging from Ambrose's demeanor, Hermes might not volunteer anything. But the professors would press him. So what would the other party do? Wait and gamble that Hermes would not, or could not, expose them. Or act to ensure he never woke at all. More likely, they would rush to finish whatever lay beneath the astronomy tower, seize the result, and pretend none of this had ever happened. If Regulus were the one who had betrayed a partner, and his tracks were already exposed, the most rational strategy would be to move fast and end it quickly. That night, Regulus began making preparations. Along the key routes between the Slytherin common room and the astronomy tower, he set warning charms. The spell structure was adapted from an old note in the library on tracking magic. It could be calibrated for time, route, and magical signature. Anyone who met the conditions and crossed the boundary would trigger an alert. He placed one near the turning of the moving staircase close to Gryffindor Tower, another in the corridor outside the Ravenclaw astronomy classroom, a third beside the portrait that concealed the entrance to the Hufflepuff kitchens. As for Slytherin, he set one at the entrance to the common room, another at the dormitory corridor, and a final one at the base of the main staircase leading upward through the castle. It took 2.5 hours. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was nearly midnight. Cuthbert and Alex were already asleep, their breathing even. Regulus lay down, closed his eyes, and let his awareness sink inward. In the darkness, the half-formed 4-star model of Orion flared to life. The halo at Bellatrix's position was steadier than it had been 3 days ago, its edges clearer. Magic circulated along the stellar paths. With each completed cycle, both body and mind strengthened by a fraction. He maintained the state for 3 hours before allowing his consciousness to rise and drift into sleep. At 2:17 in the morning, he woke. A faint prickling pain bloomed along the inside of his left arm, like the light touch of a needle. One of the warning charms had been triggered. Location: the Slytherin common room. Regulus opened his eyes. He listened. Only Cuthbert's soft snoring and the faint rustle of Alex turning in his sleep. He sat up soundlessly, retrieved his wand from beside his pillow, and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. His outline blurred, faded and then dissolved into the darkness. He pushed open the dormitory door and stepped into the common room. The fire in the hearth had burned down to embers, dark red coals occasionally spitting sparks. The room was empty at first glance. Armchairs sat at odd angles. A few sheets of parchment and empty cups were scattered across the low table. Then he saw them. 2 figures on the rug near the fireplace. A boy and a girl, both 5th years. The boy had his back to Regulus. The girl leaned against him, pressed close, their heads tilted together. Soft, wet sounds filled the quiet. The girl's hand slipped beneath the boy's collar, fingers searching. The boy's arm circled her waist, his grip tightening in the folds of her robe. Regulus stood there for 2 seconds. Then he turned, walked back to the dormitory without a sound, closed the door, lifted the disillusionment charm, and lay down again. The prickling sensation faded. The trigger had been those 2 5th years, not someone heading toward the astronomy tower. Regulus closed his eyes. A stray thought surfaced. 5th year. O.W.L.S. looming. And instead of studying or sleeping, they were making out in the common room. They really had far too much free time. A/N, lol. 97, Chapter 97, Forcing Your Hand. Regulus lay in the dark, heavy dark green curtains sealing his bed into a private cocoon, shutting out every trace of light and sound. There was only the steady rhythm of his own breathing and the faint ticking of the pocket watch beside his pillow. His eyes remained open, pupils widening slowly in the darkness. Ambrose Mulciber's final look replayed in his mind. A warning. But why? Hermes had fallen. The task had stalled at the final step. He was out of the game. Ambrose had appeared with a family potion, which meant the treatment would accelerate. Hermes might regain consciousness very soon. Whoever was hiding in the shadows did not have much time left. They would have to complete the exploration before Hermes could speak, or make sure he never spoke at all. Yet Ambrose had gone along with that clumsy lie about the 4th floor trophy room. The astronomy tower stood on the western side of the castle. The fourth-floor east corridor was nearly at the opposite end. Moving an unconscious body that far could not have been about convenience or rescue. It was a diversion. Ambrose knew about the astronomy tower and chose silence. He knew who the accomplice was and refused to say. He would rather let his son lie in bed while the attacker remained free, perhaps even allow them to finish what Hermes had started and take whatever lay beyond the stone door. That made no sense. Unless the outcome itself benefited the Mulciber family. Or at least, the cost of interfering was greater than the cost of letting the prize be taken. Regulus considered two possibilities. First, Ambrose intended to let the other side retrieve the item, then seize it outside the school. Pureblood families turning on each other was nothing new. One house plotting against another. After that came negotiations, bargaining chips on polished tables, vault numbers shifting in Gringotts, or the flash of green light in a dark alley. He could not make a move inside Hogwarts. The walls were too watchful. But once the item left the grounds, once it reached Nocturne Alley, or the other family's estate, or any corner where the law held less weight, reclaiming it would be far easier. At that point, he could settle accounts properly. His son's injuries, the family's damaged reputation, every debt, with interest. The second possibility was less comfortable. Ambrose might not dare expose the truth, because the force standing behind the other party was one the Mulciber family could not afford to offend. Perhaps this was not a parallel struggle between two families. Perhaps there was a higher will pressing down from above. Hermes's injury was the price. The task continuing was the order. Ambrose could comply, but not resist. A secret society already taking shape. A figure in the pureblood circle whose word carried more weight than a head of house. Or simply, he stopped himself. These deductions were not complicated. If he could reach them, then Slughorn certainly could. And Dumbledore? Slughorn's questions in the office, his reminders about unusual behavior, now seemed layered with implication. As for Dumbledore, anything abnormal within the castle eventually found its way into his line of sight. And yet the headmaster had not acted. Why? Either Dumbledore believed this was still within the bounds of student conflict and not worth intervention, or he was waiting. Waiting for what lay beneath to surface on its own. Waiting for cracks within the pureblood families to widen. Waiting for the roots growing in shadow to break into the light. If it was the latter, then Regulus might already be walking a path tacitly permitted. On the fifth morning, Cuthbert woke to the soft rustle of Alex putting on his shoes. He rolled over, muttering, eyes still closed as he reached for the pocket watch at his bedside. Regulus was already seated at his desk. Outside the window, the black lake lay dark and heavy. Now and then, a glowing jellyfish drifted past, its green light shattering into fragments beneath the water. Cuthbert pushed himself upright and ran a hand through his messy hair. Going to the hospital wing again today? No, Regulus said, turning toward them. Ambrose has arrived. Unless the accomplice is a fool, he will not go again. And Hermes could wake within 2 or 3 days. Time is short. Cuthbert's eyes lit up. So he's about to make a move. Perhaps. Regulus nodded. Alex looked up at him, lips pressed thin. He wanted to speak, but hesitated. Regulus met his gaze and waited. Actually there's someone who's been visiting Hermes every day, Alex said at last. Regulus inclined his head for him to continue. It looked normal. Just standing there for a while and leaving. Not saying anything. Alex's voice faltered slightly. But after Mr. Mulciber came yesterday, that person stopped going. Who? Regulus asked. Darren McNair. 4th year. Cuthbert tugged his robe straight, frowning. The McNair family? Aren't they the ones who specialize in dark magical artifacts and ancient ruins? Regulus leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest lightly. The McNair family. Not the most illustrious name, but influential in certain circles. For generations, they had studied the crafting and dismantling of dark magical artifacts, particularly dangerous objects infused with ancient magic. Several shops in Nocturne Alley sourced their goods from the McNairs. At Borgin and Burke's, at least a third of the outrageously priced cursed items had passed through their hands for handling or appraisal. Darren McNair was now the heir in practice. His older brother had died several years ago in a dark magic experiment gone wrong. That was the version reported in the Daily Prophet. Among pureblood circles, the rumors were bloodier. In any case, Darren was effectively the eldest son now. Family resources would tilt toward him. The Mulcibers were also known for dark magic research. Their focus differed, but their core fields overlapped. If the two families had collaborated outside school to explore some ancient wizard's ruins or dismantle the laboratory of a dark magic master, that would be entirely ordinary. If that exploration had led them to clues pointing beneath the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, sending their sons already enrolled to carry out the task together would be logical. And if one side betrayed the other at the final moment, hoping to monopolize the result, that was practically tradition among pureblood families. Regulus looked at Alex. This is important. Well done, he added. Alex's shoulders loosened slightly. His lips parted, but he said nothing. A faint light flickered in his eyes, small but unmistakable. Cuthbert was already pacing in front of the sofa, fists clenching and unclenching. I knew it. It has to be them. That whole McNair lot, always skulking around with those cursed boxes and broken relics. For now, it is only speculation, Regulus cut in. We have no proof. What more proof do we need? Cuthbert spun around. They're avoiding a bros. Isn't that guilt? There are many reasons to avoid someone, Regulus replied evenly. Perhaps he does not want trouble. Perhaps he has nothing to do with this and simply skipped a visit yesterday. What we need is decisive evidence, not assumptions. Cuthbert opened his mouth, then exhaled sharply and dropped back onto his bed. Alex spoke again, more quietly. Should we tell a professor? Cuthbert snapped his head toward him. Tell a professor? And then what? Have them haul McNair in, ask a few questions, give him detention. What about what's behind that stone door? Don't you want to know what's in there? Alex went pale. His fingers twisted together again. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, I don't want to know. He meant it. Regulus could see it clearly. Real fear in his eyes. Fear of the unknown danger or anything that might shatter the fragile calm of his life. But after saying that, Alex looked at Regulus, as though waiting for judgment. Regulus neither nodded nor shook his head. He rose to his feet. The hem of his robe fell smoothly, fabric whispering against itself. He walked to the window, his back to them, studying his own reflection in the glass. Cuthbert is right, he said at last. If we tell a professor, it ends here. He turned and fixed his gaze on Alex. Of course, you can choose to step away. Go to class. Do your assignments. Pretend none of this happened. What comes next will have nothing to do with you. Alex froze. His lips trembled. His eyes flicked between Regulus and Cuthbert before dropping to his hands. A long time passed. Long enough that Cuthbert almost spoke. At last, Alex lifted his head. I'll go with you. His voice was soft, still shaking. Regulus nodded once and said nothing more. 98, Chapter 98, Tailing at Midnight. Put Darren McNair at the top of our watch list. Regulus's tone was calm as he laid out the plan. For the next 2 nights, stay alert. If he makes a move after curfew, we follow. Cuthbert nodded hard and thumped his fist against his knee. Alex nodded too, smaller, but without hesitation this time. Remember, Regulus said, looking at both of them, you follow my lead. If I say retreat, you retreat. No arguing, no delay. Understood, Cuthbert replied at once. Alex gave a quiet, yeah. That night, Regulus did not truly sleep. His mind hovered in the thin space between waking and dreams. Every half hour, a faint prick pulsed along the inside of his left arm. The warning charm checking itself, confirming the link remained intact. At 1:10 in the morning, the charm triggered. Regulus's eyes snapped open. He remained still for 3 seconds in the dark, confirming it was not a false alert. Then he sat up and called softly, Cuthbert. Alex. Rustling came from both beds at once. Cuthbert practically sprang upright. Alex was slower. There's movement outside, Regulus said, already reaching for his wand. I'll check first. Be ready. He did not wait for a reply. The tip of his wand tapped lightly against his chest. The disillusionment charm flowed over him. The edges of his body blurred, warped, and then dissolved into the surrounding darkness. When he eased the dormitory door open, he saw a figure standing near the exit of the Slytherin common room. Darren McNair. He wore a pure black robe, the heavy fabric swallowing what little light there was. In his right hand, he held a black wooden box about the size of a palm. The lid was shut tight. Regulus stopped just inside the doorway, his breathing steady. He extended his magical senses slowly toward Darren. At 5 meters, he felt it. A pulse of magic from within the box. Ancient and dense. Slow in rhythm, yet powerful. It felt strikingly similar to the spell on the stone door beneath the astronomy tower. More than similar. It felt like it shared the same root. 2 branches from the same tree. Regulus withdrew his senses and stepped back into the dormitory corridor. As the disillusionment charm lifted from him, Cuthbert and Alex were already dressed, wands in hand. Cuthbert's eyes gleamed in the dark. Alex's lips were pressed tight. It's Darren McNair, Regulus said in a whisper. He's carrying something. It resonates with the ward under the astronomy tower. He's moving tonight. Now we follow. Regulus raised his wand, pointing first at Cuthbert, then at Alex. The improved disillusionment charm settled over them both. They glanced down instinctively as their arms, torsos, and legs blurred and faded, until only the faintest translucent outlines remained. In dim light, they were almost impossible to distinguish. Only at close range could they see one another. Stay silent. Light steps. Stay close to me, Regulus said, renewing the charm on himself. Cuthbert nodded. Alex followed suit. They slipped into the common room. Darren was already gone. Regulus paused at the entrance, then slid into the corridor. The hallway lay empty. Torches crackled along the walls, throwing long, wavering shadows. About 20 meters ahead, a dark figure strode toward the staircase, robe hem flicking behind him. Follow. Darren did not walk quickly, but his route was deliberate. From the dungeon level housing the Slytherin common room, he turned into a narrow side passage rarely used, leading toward the abandoned classroom wing on the 3rd floor east. Few portraits hung there, and at night it was nearly deserted. Regulus kept roughly 15 meters behind him. Cuthbert and Alex followed 3 steps behind Regulus. No footstep echoed. No breath betrayed them. The modified disillusionment charm was far stronger than the standard version. It warped light, muffled sound, masked body heat, and suppressed stray magical leakage. Regulus had not told the other two that. Knowing might make them careless. They moved westward through the main body of the castle and mounted the spiral staircase that led toward the astronomy tower. Moonlight slanted through the high windows, slicing silver and shadow across the steps. Darren's shadow crawled along the wall. Every dozen steps or so, he paused and glanced back. Regulus stopped before each turn, pressing himself into the deepest shadow. Cuthbert and Alex copied him, slipping into corners untouched by moonlight. Darren continued, passing through a corridor lined with old portraits. The painted figures snored in uneven chorus. Then he climbed another spiral flight leading to the western tower. The astronomy tower. They descended from there to the lower level and exited the castle grounds. The wooden door at the base of the tower stood slightly ajar. Darren pushed it open. The hinges groaned in protest. Regulus counted 3 heartbeats before slipping inside. He lifted a hand, signaling the others to stop. The abandoned instrument room smelled thick with dust. Moonlight spilled through broken windows, illuminating drifting particles in the air. Darren was already at the far end, pushing aside the dead vines clinging to the stone wall. The hidden entrance emerged, black and hollow. He hugged the box to his chest and bent to squeeze inside, movement slightly unsteady. Regulus waited until Darren's footsteps receded into the passage, their echoes growing duller, then motioned Cuthbert and Alex forward. The tunnel's damp earth scent was stronger inside, laced with moss. Bioluminescent growth cast a faint green glow along the stone walls. Darren's footsteps rang clearly ahead. He was not trying to hide. He likely believed no one would follow at this hour. Regulus kept 10 meters back, magical perception extended. He could sense Darren's aura, tight and uneven. The box pulsed with that abnormal resonance, harmonizing with the ancient runes carved into the stone walls. They wound downward through turns and forks for quite some time. When Darren reached the stone door, he stopped. He raised his wand. A pale light flared at the tip, illuminating the twisted runes carved into the surface. Under the glow, the characters seemed almost alive, shifting faintly against the stone. Darren studied them for a few seconds, then opened the box. Inside, dark purple velvet lined the interior. At the center lay a crystal the size of a fist. Within the crystal, a mass of gray mist churned slowly. Faces formed and dissolved within it. Distorted features. Mouths stretched wide in silent screams. Darren inhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling hard. He lifted the crystal with both hands and held it straight out before the stone door. He spoke the first word. The language was ancient and rough. The syllables dragged from deep in his throat, each one heavy, striking the air like a stone dropped into water. The gray mist inside the crystal began to spin faster. Regulus halted at a bend in the passage, holding Cuthbert and Alex back. He raised his left hand, fingers spread. Magic gathered in his palm, ready to form his modified protogo, a filtering lattice. He had only recently completed the theoretical structure. It worked by identifying magical properties, blocking only malicious or curse-laden fluctuations while allowing neutral magic to pass through. Its advantage was precision. It filtered out lethal elements others might overlook. Its weakness was the extreme control required. He could manage it. He did not know what lay behind the door. Hermes's curse was proof enough of the danger. He was not here for reckless adventure. He was here to observe, gather information, and confirm the enemy's identity. If the situation spiraled beyond control, retreat would be the first choice. Curiosity had its place. But you only had one life. That lesson he had learned long ago. Darren's chanting quickened. The ancient words seemed to take on substance, each syllable sending ripples through the air. The ripples struck the stone walls and rebounded, weaving complex echoes through the tunnel. The runes on the stone door began to glow. First a dim red, then deep purple. Finally, they solidified into an ominous gray-black. The gray mist inside the crystal boiled. It slammed against the inner walls. Fine cracks spread across the crystal's surface like a web. Sweat beaded on Darren's forehead and slid down his temples. His fingers turned white around the crystal. His arms trembled. He clenched his teeth so hard a faint grinding sound escaped him. Then he forced out the final, drawn-out syllable. The sound lingered in the tunnel for 3 full seconds. The stone door shuddered. 99, Chapter 99, No Way Out. The runes on the stone door began to move. They slithered across the surface like living things, peeling free from their original positions and rising into the air. Lines of light twisted and recombined, forming an entirely new pattern. The next second, the stone door slid open to either side without a sound. Beyond it lay a space choked with gray mist. The fog was so dense it seemed almost solid, rolling slowly in heavy waves. Through it, faint silhouettes could be seen. Broken pillars. Collapsed arches. A floor shattered into uneven slabs. Everything was submerged beneath that gray veil, outlines blurred, edges melting into nothing. But though the door had opened, a glowing magical barrier still sealed the entrance. It was semi-transparent, like light frozen into a sheet. Silver-white runes flowed across its surface, pulsing at a steady rhythm. The barrier locked the gray mist firmly inside. The fog slammed against it, ripples spreading across the membrane, but nothing passed through. Darren stared at the barrier, eyes fever-bright and terrified all at once. He placed the crystal back into the box, drew his wand, and aimed at the center of the barrier. Then he began another incantation. This one was longer, more complex. Each syllable sounded like it was forced out of his lungs by sheer will. His face drained of color, from pale to chalk white, then to the ashen hue of cold stone. The hand holding the wand shook violently. The arc traced by the tip in the air wavered and broke, but the chant did not stop. The runes on the barrier began to flicker. Erratic and uneven, their silver-white glow dimmed to gray, then darker still. Regulus narrowed his eyes, focusing his magical senses on the boundary between the barrier and the mist. The barrier was weakening. It felt as though Darren was persuading it, forcing its logic to accept that opening at this moment was permissible. The process was agonizingly slow. The air in the tunnel grew colder by the second. Regulus recognized the shift instantly. It was not temperature in the ordinary sense, but a change in magical nature. Through the thinning barrier, the curse within the mist began to seep outward. It was faint, but unmistakable. Exactly the same as the curse inside Hermes. Only this was not a drop. It was an ocean. Darren reached the end of his incantation. With the final syllable, his body swayed. His knees buckled, nearly giving out. He forced himself upright and pressed the tip of his wand against the barrier. The barrier turned fully transparent. Now the gray mist behind it could be seen clearly. It was not mist at all. It was faces. Distorted, twisted beyond human proportion. Mouths split wide in silent screams. Where eyes should have been, there were only hollow pits of black. And there were not one or two. There were tens of thousands. Layer upon layer, packed tight behind the barrier, each one writhing, each one howling soundlessly. Regulus's breath stalled for half a heartbeat. Inside Hogwarts, how could something like this exist? Nothing about it resembled the work of a benign hand. If one face meant one dead life, then how many had perished here? The barrier still stood, but its defensive nature was gone. Regulus forced the question aside. His body shifted subtly into a retreat stance. Darren stepped forward. His wand flared with dark red light as he aimed at the center of the barrier, preparing to cast something further. Then everything changed. The barrier did not break. Instead, the gray mass behind it suddenly contracted toward the center, compressing into a knot of darkness so dense it seemed to swallow light. It froze for a single instant. Then it exploded. A visible gray-black shockwave slammed into the barrier. The barrier convulsed violently, fractures bursting across its surface. The crack spread at terrifying speed, racing outward until the entire barrier was webbed with fissures. Darren staggered back. His wand flew from his hand, struck the stone wall, and snapped cleanly in two. His eyes bulged, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. His mouth opened, but no sound came out at first. Fear clamped around his throat. The cracks deepened. Gray mist began to pour through. The first tendril brushed the hem of Darren's robe. The black fabric turned gray in an instant, then crumbled into powder. The dust drifted upward and vanished. Ah! The scream finally tore free, raw and primal. He scrambled backward, tripping over the stone threshold and crashing to the ground. His palms scraped against the floor, skin tearing. Blood seeped into the dust, leaving dark red prints. He clawed toward the broken halves of his wand, but his fingers trembled too violently to grasp them. More mist surged forward. Wherever it touched, the stone floor blackened and decayed, corruption spreading in scorched veins. The barrier shattered completely. Regulus's intent to continue observing died instantly. The stone doorway now vomited gray faces into the tunnel, their twisted expressions radiating a suffocating weight of despair and agony. The emotion pressed into his lungs without effort, thick and crushing. He slashed his wand through the air. The disillusionment charm dissolved at once. He cast the countercharm on Cuthbert and Alex as well. Their concealed forms reappeared in the dim light, stiff and exposed. There was no point in hiding now. They needed to see each other clearly. Retreat was no longer a precaution. It was survival. Regulus's gaze flicked to Darren McNair. The boy sat sprawled on the ground, clutching the broken wand, flailing blindly. His face was drenched in terror. Utter fool. He had prepared only to dismantle the ward. He had no method to contain or retrieve what lay inside. A thought flashed through Regulus's mind. Had this been ordered from above? A curse bomb detonated inside Hogwarts? Voldemort? No, too crude. And this was Hogwarts. If Voldemort dared something so blatant, he would be inviting Dumbledore's full wrath. The simplest answer was the most likely. Darren McNair was simply an idiot. The thought lasted less than a breath. Regulus pivoted and ran. Run. The word came out low and sharp. Cuthbert and Alex stood frozen, faces drained of color, eyes locked on the churning gray mass. Cuthbert recovered first. His fingers tightened around his wand. At Regulus's command, he moved without hesitation and bolted forward. Alex did not. His legs refused to obey. He stood rooted in place, eyes wide with horror, breathing shattered and shallow. Regulus and Cuthbert had already gained several strides when Regulus caught the edge of Alex's unmoving form in his peripheral vision. He did not turn back. His left hand snapped up, gripping charm. The spell was meant for gnomes, to seize and fling them from gardens. Against an unresisting student, the force was perfectly measured. Magic latched onto Alex's waist. Regulus yanked hard, dragging him bodily to his side. His right hand caught Alex's arm in one smooth motion. Regulus's physical strength far exceeded that of any ordinary student. Even with Cuthbert sprinting at full effort, he struggled to keep pace. Regulus adjusted. Another gripping charm shot toward Cuthbert, pulling him close as well. At the same time, Regulus whipped his wand backward and cast Protego. A thick, solid barrier slammed into place across the tunnel, intercepting the first surge of grey mist. He followed with 2 blasting curses at the side walls. Stone shattered and tumbled down, forming a crude barricade. The mist moved faster than reason allowed. Within seconds, Darren McNair's screams were swallowed by the tunnel. High, jagged, filled with terror. Regulus glanced back once. Darren's position was already consumed by grey, but within it, a single point of white light flickered stubbornly. The crystal. It shared a source with the ward on the stone door. It was resisting, barely holding the mist at bay. But Regulus had seen the cracks across its surface. It would not last long. That no longer concerned him. His only objective was to get Cuthbert and Alex out alive. He cast Wingardium Leviosa on all 3 of them, not lifting them fully into the air, but lightening their weight to reduce strain and increase speed. They raced through the tunnel. The grey mist pursued like a curse with teeth sunk into bone, relentless. The stone barricade meant nothing. The fog swallowed it in a blink, leaving no trace. Regulus's mind raced even as his feet pounded the ground. The main tunnel here was wide enough. Even hauling 2 people, he could maintain speed. But up ahead lay the narrow passage. The bottleneck. Only one person could pass at a time. There was no alternate route. They would have to pass through in sequence. And the grey mist would not grant them that mercy. 100, Chapter 100, Appear, my patroness. Cuthbert was being dragged forward by Regulus. Cold sweat slid from his forehead down to his chin. His teeth were clenched so tightly he could almost hear the faint grinding at the back of his jaw. He was only 11. A first-year wizard. What he had just witnessed shattered everything he understood about the world. It was grotesque and unnatural. There was no way he could look at that and feel nothing. But he was the heir of the Avery family. That identity was the core of who he was. Fear could exist. It just couldn't be allowed to rule him. He saw it clearly now. Up ahead was the narrow passage. The entrance gaped open in the dark like the mouth of some waiting creature. The moment they rushed inside, they would have to slow down. And the grey mist behind them would catch up. Cuthbert said nothing. His face was pale, lips pressed into a thin line, brows drawn tight. His gaze shifted to Regulus's profile. His life was in Regulus's hands now. Regulus was running far faster than he or Alex could manage. If he released the gripping charm, if he cancelled Wingardium Leviosa, the 2 of them would fall behind. The grey mist would swallow them. No, they would die. In Cuthbert's mind, Regulus was powerful. More than that, he was clear-headed. He never acted without purpose. He calculated 3 moves ahead. He never made sacrifices without value. Only one choice lay before Regulus. Drag them both into that narrow passage. Or cut them loose and escape alone. Alex was in even worse shape. His whole body shook violently. His teeth chattered in thin, frantic clicks. Broken whimpers leaked from his throat. He kept his head lowered, not daring to look back at the grey mist, not daring to look ahead into the dark tunnel. His legs were so weak they might as well have been overcooked noodles. He was barely moving on his own, dragged forward almost entirely by the force of the gripping charm. Regulus had considered the option. If he let them go and ran alone, his speed would increase dramatically. His odds of escaping the grey mist would be much higher. From a purely practical standpoint, it was optimal. Discard the burden. Preserve the core. And he was the core. Yet he maintained both the gripping charm and Wingardium Leviosa. He had brought them here. He had decided they would participate in this investigation. If you lead someone into danger, you do not abandon them halfway through. That had nothing to do with profit calculations. Nothing to do with survival rules. It was something more fundamental. A principle carved into the marrow of a soul that had lived a full life once before. He was not naive. His principles applied selectively. He was no saint. He had made plenty of cold, calculated choices. But pushing someone he had personally led into danger toward certain death, he could not do it. And besides, he was not without preparation. Fiendfire. A cursed flame that devoured everything. Even Voldemort's fragmented soul could be reduced to ash beneath it. Against a curse-born grey mist, it should work. Verdant Magic's magic siphon. If the grey mist could be treated as pure negative magic, perhaps he could forcibly extract it with magic circulation and refine it through his star-guided meditation into harmless energy. Theoretically viable. Worst-case scenario, space warp. It was still immature. It only worked reliably on objects, and precision was poor. But if he had to use it, he would. Every option carried risk. He still lacked enough tools. Regulus dragged the 2 forward, his mind racing just as fast as his feet. Did Dumbledore truly not know something like this was buried beneath Hogwarts? Regulus was only a first year. Yet from Hermes's injury, Darren's strange behavior, and the traces left behind, he had pieced together enough clues to find this place. The professors could not possibly be unaware. Dumbledore was headmaster. The entire castle was under his domain. A curse bomb capable of detonating beneath the school, there was no reason he would know nothing about it. Regulus recalled the headmaster's usual demeanor. turning a blind eye to minor student squabbles. And yet, at crucial moments, he always appeared steady, in control. Perhaps Dumbledore already knew the secret behind the stone door. Perhaps he even knew about Darren's actions, knew the task he had been set, simply observing from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to intervene. And observing whom? Regulus gave a faint inward shake of his head. Hadn't he just charged straight into the center of it? The thought steadied him. The grey mist was now only 3 meters from his back. Regulus made his decision. No hesitation. The entrance to the narrow passage was 5 steps away. He stopped abruptly. Knock back, Jinx. The spell slammed into Cuthbert and Alex. Caught completely off guard, both of them stumbled forward, bodies pitching through the air. They barely managed to land at the edge of the narrow passage. Regulus remained where he stood, his back to them, facing the roiling grey mist. The hand holding his wand was steady, not a tremor. His voice was calm, not rushed, but it carried quiet authority. You run, I'll hold it off. Get out and find a professor. Cuthbert regained his footing and spun around. Shock was written plainly across his face. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking sharply in the dim light, as if he couldn't process what he had just heard. In the education of pure-blood families, profit above all was an unspoken law. Survival, expansion, power and resources. Every action revolved around those things. Friendship was an accessory to exchange. If necessary, it could be cut away. He had known Regulus for less than a year. At first it had been a family arrangement. Later, it was his own choice. He had acknowledged Regulus's ability, chosen to follow him. But he had never imagined Regulus would stay behind for him and Alex. To face that deadly grey mist alone. Regulus's expression did not change. His back was straight. Even as the grey tide surged forward, he did not retreat an inch. Yet in Cuthbert's eyes, the boy his own age suddenly seemed completely different. Cuthbert's lips moved. He wanted to say thank you. He wanted to say take care. He wanted to say something. No sound came out. Alex had fallen hard. His palm scraped against rough stone, skin torn open. Beads of blood welled up. He did not feel the pain. Hearing Regulus's words, his eyes turned red instantly. Large tears slammed into the stone floor, kicking up dust. He tried to cry out, but fear locked his throat. Only broken, stifled sobs escaped. Cuthbert looked at Regulus one last time. The look in his eyes was complicated. Gratitude, shock, and unmistakable admiration. In that moment, he was fully convinced. Not because of power, because of something else. He knew words were useless now. Regulus had made his choice. The only thing he could do was drag Alex out with everything he had and find a professor. Cuthbert grabbed Alex and hauled him up, gripping his wrist tightly. He did not look back. He turned and sprinted into the narrow passage, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste. Keep up! He shouted. Regulus closed his eyes. His consciousness sank inward. Star-guided meditation unfolded in his mind. The half-formed 4-star model of Orion lit up. He drew out that vast, tranquil image of the night sky and wove it into Protego. The shield charm formed. A crystal-like barrier expanded before him. Its glow was gentle, but its substance was unyielding. He invoked the 5th star, Bellatrix, the shield star of Orion, a symbol of protection. Even with only half a star's strength, the intent of guardianship was clear and fierce. A blue-white halo spilled from the tip of his wand, merging with the light of Protego. Fine starlight speckled across the barrier's surface. The shield grew heavier, stronger. Protego wrapped fully around him. The next instant, the grey mist struck. A harsh sizzling roar exploded through the tunnel. The barrier trembled violently. Ripples surged across its surface. But it did not shatter. It held. The grey mist carried echoes of despair. Wails of agony. Those sounds battered the barrier over and over, draining Regulus's magic at terrifying speed. His mind, however, remained crystal clear. The starry image in his consciousness grew brighter. Each star revolved slowly, synchronized with his magic circulation. A single face did not strike with much force. But there were too many, packed tight, endless. One shattered and dissolved against the shield, and another instantly took its place. Time stretched thin. The grey mist swallowed the barrier completely. Countless faces pressed against the translucent shield, their twisted features and gaping mouths reflected in Regulus's eyes, hollow sockets staring back at him. Each one vented centuries of accumulated suffering. Each one tried to drag the living into the same abyss. The impacts merged into a single silent scream. Come, join us. Regulus's will did not waver. But as seconds ticked by, he felt the limit approaching. This Protego, fused with the image of the stars, far surpassed an ordinary shield. Its cost was equally terrifying. The grey mist did not tire. Every second, hundreds thousands of faces ground against the shield's magic. The light began to dim. The vibrations intensified. Fine cracks spidered across the surface like fractured glass on the verge of collapse. And then, something pure and warm surged up from the depths of his heart. It broke through the turbulent magic inside him. It rushed along his arm and burst from his wand. A brilliant silver-white light exploded from the tip, gathering rapidly before him. The outline of a bird formed. Wings spread wide. Tail feathers lifted. His patroness.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.